How's it going, everybody? I want to get geared up and ready because this is about to go down. This is Aftermath's first debate. Let me go ahead and set this up because I like to kind of weed out a lot of technical difficulties that I have. Let me go ahead and see if this lighting will work. I want to check my lighting, my sound, all that stuff. Let me see if this works. Oh, God, that's so bright. All right, we're just going to leave it there. All right, time to gear up. Okay, got my Orthodox cross on. You know, Jesus Christ, Lord, have mercy on his soul too. He's going to need all the luck he can get. All right, gearing up, I'm going to put on these. So it says, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. And it's supposed to say a sinner, but it's just that. So before a debate, this is what I do to prep. I put on my cross. Well, I have my cross on anyways, but I like to make sure that that's on before a debate. And then I like to weaponize myself with these right here and make sure that these are on. So I'd like to make sure that these are on before a debate too. I like to get prepared. I think when we go to war, we need reminders too. I think it automatically helps out too. So before a debate, I have Lucky Energy. Apparently this guy survived a plane crash, the producer of these energy drinks, where, what is it, 30 million, 1 in a 30 million chance he lived through a plane crash that killed 130 passengers, including his father. And that's the guy that came out with this energy drink. Talk about blessed, right? But since this is called Lucky, don't wish me luck. Wish my opponent good luck. He'll need all the luck he can get. God, I'm not used to wearing a hat after this new setup, but I'm gonna wear a hat anyways. Because I lost my previous hat. In case you guys have noticed, I've been wearing a beanie. Had to go to the uniform store and get a new hat because they make hats that I like. So energy drink, wrist gauntlets, call them gauntlets anyways. And then me getting ready for this debate. So this will be a good time for all. I just noticed I was watching Andrew Wilson's day before Xmas Eve TikTok invasion, which was actually pretty cool. And some guy had said the hard R word, so we had to restart everything, which sucks for him. It sucks for everybody else when one guy ruins it all. The potato, let's go. Yes, for sure. Namaste the fuck away. Your name is hilarious, by the way. Putting on the full armor of God has nothing to do with jewelry, but I will put on the full armor of God with the reminders because I definitely need a reminder, for I am retarded when it comes to things. I am a sinner who is constantly repentant. But yes, putting on the full armor of God has nothing to do with jewelry. I agree with you. Hey, what's up, Wilk Moda? Good to see you, man. Good to see you in the chat. We are going to begin pretty soon. I think this debate is going to be off and running as I begin my war against people who think that bodybuilding contradicts Christian teaching. I don't know how. Does basketball contradict Christian teaching? What about UFC? Because we're in a violent confrontation. Matter of fact, that's more gay than bodybuilding because I have a position called the mount. We can go further into that, but that would be a totally gay discussion. But that's not what the debate prompt is. The debate prompt is bodybuilding contradicts Christian ethics or teachings. This is going to be a very interesting debate. The fact that this guy wants to debate something close to a subject matter expert, closest thing would be an IFBB professional bodybuilder, an athlete. Yeah, good luck, bro. That's why I say you're going to need all the luck you can get. And matter of fact, and then there's the full mount. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, there's the full mount of a guy on top of another guy. So, all right. That's you one up me there. So, all right, let's hear the sound of the celebratory crack. That's good. Okay. This would have been a brewski, but I don't drink. I would drink with a few people though. So I'm going to say this right now. Nobody knows who I'm talking about anyways. There's a certain woman whose dad I drink with who also doesn't drink, but she was like, my dad doesn't drink. I would drink with Andrew Wilson. I would drink with Rachel Wilson or anybody else. If I have a drink with you and I don't drink, that means you're family to me and I really trust you. we're not going to go into the psychoanalysis of why or any of that stuff, but yeah. Oh, good Lord. Yes. The pounding ground. It's so good. There's so much we can get into. Yeah. You could take a guy through the arm bar too. What's up, Omni man? Good to see you, man. Omni TMX. I don't know what is the acronym for that? The abbreviation for that must be something. God, this is like I wish, because I'm getting back into athletics and I'm going to try to compete to qualify for the Olympia again next year. I wish these guys would sponsor me. This drink is so delicious. Really good. Potato says, yeah, I don't drink either, but I would have a drink with the Wilsons. Oh, I would also have a cocktail with somebody I know. I keep alluding to somebody I know. But that's about it, man. There's only people close to me that I would drink with. That's about it, man. I don't drink on cam. I don't drink, in my spare time. I don't drink at all. Actually, I haven't drank in years, but for sure. Man, now choke out doesn't sound too good either. Guys don't want you to choke them, but you're going to choke them while they're on their back on the ground. Hey, I got 5 on it. Looking good, brother. Yeah, you know who isn't going to look good after this debate? Possibly the opponent's debate argument that they have, which is going to be smashed into smithereens. Like, why? I just want to go through the thought process of this. Checking the time, we got about 8 minutes before we get ready on this thing. Let me go ahead and bring up the other stream real quick. Cole Vic's stream, because I know you guys like it when I dual stream. So there are some people that don't support certain channels, but would watch it through my channel, which is fine. I don't mind that, because there's people that don't support Speakeasy's channel that I know. I'm not going to dox and tell them who they are or whatever, but let's go ahead. And I never got the freaking link. Vic, come on, bro. Where's the link? Send me the linky link, bro. Let's go. I need the link, Vic. Can I get the link to the debate? it's kind of needed. If I don't get the link, then I can't participate in said debate. So Dave Alyssa on their channel said, first, suckers, don't be gay, like the stream for the Culvers. Good Lord. Yeah, I didn't even get the link to this debate, so I guess I'm going to be spectating my own debate if I don't get this link, which would be pretty comical, because I'll be in the chat debating him through the chat. I guess we're just going to have a hearing impaired debate. I mean, that's what my mom used to do. She used to type everything down because she couldn't talk or listen. All right. Can I get the link to the debate? Hopefully Vic can see this. I tried to get his personal number, couldn't get it, but he has my personal number. We'll see. Let me see real quick. Vic. What other social? Let me go ahead and Instagram. Vic, I know you're on Instagram too. Cool, Vic. There you go. Can I get the link? This is probably going to be so annoying. He's like, bro, he messaged me twice through social media. That's because I can't message you directly, Vic. Link to the debate. There you go. Straight up. You have no excuses now why I shouldn't have the link. Messaged you. Oh, good Lord. Okay, I thought it was something else that I was looking at. Social media has really weird stuff that pops up. All right, I see my name popped up in the panelverse, and then it automatically says this post is no longer available, which means he changed his mind on insulting my character probably, or mischaracterizing me in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. I'm constantly getting attacked by these people. Either it's because I defend the Wilsons, which who wouldn't want to defend a good friend of yours? And then I get called a simp, all this other, it's just crazy. People don't know what they're talking about. But then when I bring them up to the stage, they either look stupid or have no argument. So you guys have seen it before. I don't shy away from debates. I don't run from people, especially a Muslim person that wants to bang cousins and marry cousins. You guys see me running towards gunfire all the time. And this is hyperbole, by the way. Crazy stuff. Yeah, thanks, Potato, for messaging Vic on Discord. Good to see you, Scott. Oh, my relentless leader of a moderator in the chat, ready, guns a-blazing. Good stuff, man. Yeah, anything helps, man. If you guys can hit him up on Discord, it's all good. I just want to be able to get an invite to this debate. This is going to be a good time to be had for all because we have 4 minutes. 4 minutes until the debate. And I saw that he used my own thumbnail, which is good. I'm not hating on him. It just means I have good creativity and good taste, maybe. That's it. Good to see all that's in the chat. We are ready, locked and loaded for this good debate that's going to happen. It's going to be a good time for all. Let's go check this. Oh, I'll send the link in 5 minutes. I'll have the link ready closer to debate time. The time agreed was 5 p.m. Oh, crap. Wait, I thought it was 5 p.m. Pacific time. Right now it's 3:55 for me. All right, who's holding the L? Is it me or him holding the L? It's just so stupid. All right, well, hey, you know what? I scheduled it for 5 my time. So what? We have a whole hour before this starts up, and then I have to. Good Lord. So you mean tell me I cracked open my celebratory drink beforehand, before this whole debate, and then put on, my little gauntlet wrist straps before this had happened? All right. So these time zones are so stupid. Yes, Wilkmoto, damn time zones got me in a bind here. But you know what? I'm beginning to contemplate whether or not I should just come back, or even let me go ahead and shout World Radio 332 out. Thanks for the 5. I appreciate you supporting the channel. This helps a lowly content creator stay up in the world and keep some lights on and things like that. It definitely helps a lot. So you know what? I'm going to stay on for just a little bit. This is so crazy. I know Andrew Wilson is having his stream right now. Even I thought Pacific was my time. Yeah. My L, I suppose. All right, so he said even on the thumbnail you made it 5 Pacific, but I thought 5 Pacific meant like 5 my time somehow. You know what? Even I take L's all the time. This happens all the time. Like there's not a day when I don't take L. Like I'm not a perfect person. I sin every day. I'm full of sin, and that's why I have to repent for my dumbass every day, because it's like I'm not perfect, man. Happens all the time, man. What's this say? Andrew is having trouble right now just having a stream. Aftermath, the guy who said, yeah, I thought we were starting at 5 too. But Vic says that it's not 5 his time. You see how we're on the same time zone, but then he's like an hour behind. I thought it, but he says this is so Aftermath. This is what he says. You know what? I never do this, but you're new to debate. So, I mean, what harm could this do anyways? Let's go do this real quick. Why not just bring you up to talk about this faux pas that happened? This little conundrum that happened of the time mishap. I don't understand what's going on. But I think that there was a miscalculation that happened with the time. I meant like 5 my time. Somehow Pacific time zone changed and all this stuff happened. Yeah, I was thinking like 5 my time. Wilkmoto says it's 3:59 in NorCal. Oh, he's in California. Yeah, that's right. It's 5 p.m. in Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona right now. Yeah, cool, Vic. I think Arizona doesn't have the time change, right? I think that's what throws it all. Yeah, we didn't change our times. I think you guys did. Aftermath is like, I'm ready to go. He's like, I thought we were going at 5. I said, I thought we were good. So he must be on the same time zone I am on, but Vic is in California. We can wait a whole hour if we need to. I don't mind. You're the moderator, Vic. I'm in your home. You know, far be it from me to tell you what your house rules are, even though I set the time and I can hold the L on this, I'll hold the L on this. I don't mind. Oh, shit, dude. Fuck it. If you want to start now, let's start. Give me 5. Ah, God. All right. I guess we're going to get ready to rumble. Let's get ready. I need the Vince McMahon intro of the let's get ready to rumble thing that we got. This should be Hold on real quick. This is good. This is good, actually. We're learning a lot. We're learning a lot. So, Aftermath, if you're watching right now, just know that not every debate is perfect. Not everything goes according to plan. Not everything happens in this way that we perceive all the time. Hold on. Let me do something. I'm going to try to be creative here for 2 seconds. Here we go. Ah, perfect. Bear with me for just 1 second, chat. I know you guys are chomping at the bit to see this debate. Vic says, give him 5 minutes. Well, I can do it. Batman was showing what people can do with prep time, and I'm going to show you what I could do with spare time. Although this is nothing to do with the debate, but still, I digress. We're going to get to it in 2.2 seconds. All right, back to StreamYard again. Here we go. All right. Let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a great time. All right. Tell me that this didn't just show up. Hold on. Video playback. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Good Lord. Pardon me for being a Box of Rocks bodybuilder here. Once again, not against Christian ethics. I just want to go ahead and assert that against it. Being a Box of Rocks head guy, it's nothing against Christian ethics. Hey, good to see you. His words of love. Good to see you. Relentless. Yes, please hit that like, subscribe, share, and ring that notification bell, please, if you will. We are going to get ready to rumble. All right, delete a couple things real quick before we get started here. Let me take that banner off because that was the last debate. Of course, the one that I won, according to the poll. What is it, 25-75 win? According to what they polled me after Speakeasy debate. Go ahead and bring this up. There you go. Bodybuilding goes against Christian ethics. And we're going to get ready in just a few. And on that note,
now, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world on HBO pay-per-view, ladies and gentlemen, from Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas, let's get ready to rumble!
Yes. Let's get ready to rumble, people. Wow, 6 likes. I appreciate it. Get these likes up, man. I appreciate it. Share the channel, like, subscribe, and share. Subscribe if you can. We're going to get ready. This guy's got a hell of a fight ahead of him. Like, of all people, matter of fact, I'd like to point this out real quick. As I check my phone for said link that could come in about 5 minutes, something like that. He said, screw it. I mean, let's get to, all right, we can get started. I do want to point out that I think it's admirable of the Aftermath to challenge me in a debate. And here's why I think so. Of all people that you could challenge a layman when it comes to certain things. Let's say I want to challenge law enforcement, but I'm going to challenge like a city cop that's been on the job for 20 years as a layman. That's going to be a little tough. Let's say I want to challenge somebody that's a professor in liberal arts. It's a tough uphill battle if you want to challenge people on liberalism and like the ins and outs of that, especially if you're a layman. This guy, Aftermath, for now, is challenging an IFBB professional bodybuilder in bodybuilding on the ethics of bodybuilding. Mind you, I've been living this existence for a very long time as a pro bodybuilder, plan on qualifying for the Olympia as a Christian. I would go into a little diatribe about this, but I don't want to do that. But yeah, I applaud him for his courage, guts, and tenacity before we even start this debate. I mean, you're going to battle like the closest thing to a subject matter expert at something and then say the bad is the bad. And that's what it is. that's what we're going to do. I'm just assuming what he's going to say overall because I don't know. I really like to hear his argument. You don't want to be a gay turnip like the stream. Yes, like the stream for sure. A turnip, though, of all things. I don't remember the last time I ate a turnip, but maybe that's why, because I'm that gay. Yes, 8 likes. We're up to 8 likes. Oh my! I should do like an auctioneer voice right now. It's good stuff. This is crazy. I hear people gunning for me. I just got a DM saying, for your information, I heard if you join a space, Captive Miller, aka Andrew Meyer, is looking for you. He wants to rip your head off in a debate. Just want to give you a heads up because I respect you. Merry Christmas from Anonymous. So yeah, people are gunning for me, even all over Twitter and everywhere else in social media. They're making bad hit posts about me and all this. I don't really care. Oh, Aftermath was listening. Yeah, man, I appreciate that, man. It takes a lot of courage and guts, especially it's your first debate, man. It takes a lot to even get on stream and have to do this. And a moderated debate is different from being on a panel. It's different from doing reviews. It's different from, because I can do a debate review. Yeah, because I can pause it. I can elect to put content in there. I'm like the master of this domain. But when it comes to doing a debate, this is like real time. There is no thinking. Grok doesn't help you out, ChatGPT, because people have said Martae wrote this script and all this. Look, listen, and I'm gonna explain it in really simple layman's terms to people who may be opposition or my detractors listening to this. Let's say that I do have Grok. Let's say I have ChatGPT. Do you think I have much time to say, hold on a second, hold on, I'm typing this out as you're doing this? I have to stop thinking about what you're saying to think about typing these words and formulating that. And then I have to wait for this response, which creates a lag and a drag in the scenario of debating, which slows everything down, giving my opponents more time to think because I'm letting this computer think for me. And then if the computer writes something down, now I have to defend that thought process, not something that's my own. Now I have to say, well, what I mean to say is this, and I'm correcting something that didn't originally come from me, which creates more harrowing hardship for me. I've used Grok in a Grid 1 debate, right? And I've discovered that you have to be the Flash to be good at using that. And then like you're doing double time and double work in order to do this. Yeah, like let's say somebody did write a whole script. Somebody wrote a whole script for their intro, which we saw that Menard does. He copy and pastes off of like science sites and this Professor Alan Brittle's site and everything like that, and then put it in his intro. I have the whole stream. It's crazy. The guy put up his opening statement and all this. Like, let's say we just grant that within the confines of a debate, he still has to defend the worldview of banging or marrying his cousin. Like, you have to still defend that. Like, mind you, let's say I don't debunk this professor that he's going to bring up. And he said, well, it doesn't cause harm to society as a prescription, which is ridiculous as a notion. He now has to defend that Grok or ChatGPT isn't going to help him out. The tethers that bind his will to knowledge are now on a timestamp. Now he is under the gun if he wants to use ChatGPT or Grok. It's not going to help him out a little bit because I'm going to watch his eyes. He's going to say, "Hold on a second while I think." You see what I just did? I created a lag in some time. In debates, you don't necessarily have that's actually going to hurt you a little bit too, because now I can talk. Because in a debate, when you say, "Hold on, Martae, let me think," do you think I'm going to hold on, especially when it comes to attacking his premise of marrying first cousins? That's crazy. Just insane. But yeah. Oh, damn, we're up to 9 likes with a cool smiley face. All right, here we go. Let me check my DMs. Okay. Good Lord. People are at it like crazy in the DMs. So we have, what is this? 12 on the YouTube side, 7 on the X side. So 19 total. For Mighty Martae on X and OTE with Martae Rayless on YouTube. Appreciate all of this. I'm poor. All I have is chat EBT. Yeah, it's so crazy. Oh my goodness, man. Christmas is upon us. Matter of fact, you guys may, I don't know if you guys are into horror at all. I'm into like video games sometimes. So I got I don't know if you guys ever watched the movie Terrifier. Well, there was like a limited edition video game. It's called the Arcade game. Don't know if you guys are into horror at all, but I'm a really big horror aficionado. And it came with these little stands, these like bloody stands and stuff. Pretty cool. So I guess I'm going to be murdering people all throughout this video game. And they sent me like a cool cat sticker for Christmas and stuff because probably they feel sympathetic and sorry because they didn't mail me my product on time, which I got super duper late. So, oh gosh, what was I going to? All right, I turned it off and then turned it back on again. Probably one of the most simple things that you could ever do. This better not damn well happen during the debate. All right, folks, looks like I got a StreamYard link. A linky link finally came. Let's give this a go as we get ready for war, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me go ahead and, oh, you know what? I need to send this to my email. Give us 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready. All right, there it goes. So I can do this dual stream thing right here. Then I'm going to link everything, get set up on his stream. All right. We're going to get ready right now since we're up and running, and I'm going to join his stream right now. So far, ladies and gentlemen, we have 9 on YouTube, 7 on X, which gives us 16 total watching. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay, let's head over to the other side of things. All right, minimize me right here. Let me make sure that, okay. Roadcaster mic, because this is what happened last time I got into a debate. My mic wasn't working. I expect further technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, just so you guys know. But let's enter the studio right now.
Become a better debater. And so this is my first moderated debate, man. So I'm super excited. So there he is.
Yeah, I had to, play my intro for my audience and
all
that good stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble.
Go this way.
So,
hell yeah.
Oh,
guys,
Vic, you're not going to debate
this.
Aftermath? I thought I was going to, eat popcorn and just watch you guys debate real quick.
Yeah, you thought you were going to moderate the debate?
Yeah. I thought I was going to actually do a reverse Uno on you, a debate Uno. So, but I guess that's not going to happen. I guess I'm going to have to go to fisticuffs, verbal fisticuffs, and go to war as usual. Good to see you, Aftermath.
You too, Martae. Looking forward to it, man. I'm excited. So
mercy on your soul
Absolutely.
there, sir. Yes.
Yes, indeed. All right, so guys, welcome to
Oh, crap. Oh, accidentally. God, I'm such a crazy. Here we go. Let's bring this up because, of course, my idiot ass just deleted this whole studio right here. Never again am I going to do this. Let's go ahead and bring this up real quick. Hey, I went ahead. I exited out the wrong tab. I was closing tabs and closed out that tab. I was like, oh, crap. Oh, the rat uterus book again. I didn't even have to use it this time. It's like, what? Bro, that's what it was. He was scared because I'm going to lie to my kids and put my nuts in a vice for my to lie to my kids. That's what happened. It's like, what, bro? This is two different debates, liberal. So stupid. Yeah, what's crazy is I part of me, my melanin was like I was gonna go get milk and then not come back, but then I had to come back to the stream because I was like, oh, I got obligations. Oh, crap, my black card is gone. Woe is me. Anyways, I'm here, ready for war. Well, building? You said buildings. I'm like, so architects are definitely antichrist now? That's crazy, bro. 9/11 was definitely Christ-like behavior. Well, no, let me say not say that. That clip that of context here. Oh, good lord. Like, please don't clip that. Let's not do that. Aftermath. Yeah, so here, I'll even offer a solution to this. Aftermath, I'll give you one of my minutes of my 7 because you're going to need it. But let's continue. And I wish you good luck too. He can still keep the minute. He's going to need it. So I'd like to thank everybody. And Cool Vic, thank you for having me on your channel. And also to everybody in the Coolverse. Shout out to you, everybody in the Analverse. I'm not going to acknowledge you guys. The Aftermath, I appreciate you having the balls, guts, courage, and tenacity to meet me on this playing field, to meet somebody who's the closest thing to a subject matter expert on what you're talking about. In your very first moderated debates, kudos and congratulations to you. Today, we stand at the crossroads of faith. Fortitude and human spirit, my opponent will claim that bodybuilding clashes with Christian ethics, that the use of steroids, which I knew he was going to mention, everybody does, it's like a hot buzzword, in untested leagues has nothing short of cheating, and dismisses the pursuit of mere vanity. I rise to dismantle these misconceptions that my opponent has and affirm that bodybuilding is not only compatible with Christianity, but a profound embodiment of biblical principles, stewardship of God's creations. So my opponent brings up in his introduction statement saying that this is a false equivalent, actually, what you call transhumanism, when really it's just the expounding and magnification of the human body. Transhumanism is to transition from being human. An arm is still going to be an arm with bigger centimeters. It's not going to be anything but an arm in both scenarios. So back to this, I would say the redemptive power of suffering and the triumph of sacrifice over self-indulgence. We are denying our flesh, are we not? If you're raised in a Oriental Orthodox family, you would understand this as well too. As a professional IFBB professional bodybuilder and a professional in 2 world-class sports, part of that razor-thin elite, less than 1% of humanity who dares to push the human form to its God-given limits, the Aftermath, I don't just lift weights. I wage war against weaknesses, forging my body into a temple that honors the creator who designed it for strength, resilience, and dominion over earth. Back to this, consider first the charge of vanity, which he might bring up. My opponent sees sculpted physiques as narcissistic idols, but I see them as temples forged with the fire of discipline, which he already conceded in his initial opening statement. The Apostle Paul urges us in 1 Corinthians 6:19-20 to honor God with our bodies, for they are temples of the Holy Spirit. He already concedes this once again. Bodybuilding is no frivolous pursuit. It's a grueling odyssey of suffering and sacrifice, enduring the agony of relentless training, which nobody's going to tell you. You've already mentioned Kai Green, who's a good friend of mine, and other people. They're never going to tell you this because we have to rope in minors and other people like teens and people like that into the sport of fitness endeavors. You're not going to do this by saying it's suffering and it's going to be stupid hard work and it costs a lot of money. You're just going to drive people away. So, of course, you have to make things appealing for the youth to join. So we're talking about enduring the agony of relentless training, the denial, fasting, and dieting, the mental crucible of pushing past human limits. It's not about glorifying the self, but about mastering the flesh to reflect the divine order of God's creation. Through pain, we echo Christ's own endurance on the cross, transforming weakness into strength, chaos into harmony. Far from vain, bodybuilding is a testament to humility before the Creator, sculpting our bodies in an offering of gratitude. Now, to the matter of steroids that you brought up in your opening statement, a tool in the arsenal for those who dare to suffer beyond the ordinary, my opponent cries that this is transhumanism, maybe even cheating in the leagues that impose no tests, no prohibitions. But where's the deceit? In a realm where enhancement is neither forbidden nor hidden, it is not cheating. Strategy, innovation, and the bold extension of human potential, just as farmers use fertilizers to yield greater harvests from God's earth, or athletes employ nutrition to recovery aids, steroids amplify the body's capability without violating the rules of the game. I've not heard a moral argument against this. He just said, the bad is the bad, man. That's it. To label this as bad and transhumanism is to ignore the essence of competition, not arbitrary purity, but the raw test of who can endure, adapt, and prevail, not changing the human form to the point where it's no longer human, which goes against your whole transhumanism claim. Throw that out the window as we go to Proverbs 47, which reminds us that wisdom is supreme. If steroids enable safer, more effective suffering towards excellence, they align with ethical stewardship, not evasion, and we can get into the deaths of bodybuilding, which I will debunk as well too. And the reason and rationale for that, at the heart of my conviction lies this unyielding truth. And I say this before I even get onto the gym. The one who suffers the hardest without dying usually wins. And you can look at this in any sport. Formula One racing, it's almost your death's door knocking. Bodybuilding demands that we embrace this. Hours of isolation in the gym, the sting of lactic acid like thorns at the side, the famine of caloric deficits, that mere biblical fast. It is not for the faint of heart, but those who, like Job, emerge refined through trial. My opponent would have us shy from such vigor, cloaking fear and piety. But I say, honoring our bodies through the sacred grind, we draw closer to the divine image, proving that true victory is not born in ease, but in the forge of faithful suffering. In the rounds to come, I will expose the flaws in my opponent's stance and illuminate how bodybuilding uplifts the soul. Now, the aftermath, when I get underneath this weight, I have a conversation with God and I say, hey, are we straight? Are we good? Because before I get underneath these thousands of pounds in 500 pounds, I want to make sure that we have a good relationship before this crushes me, breaks my back, or causes some harm, ill-fated injury that can happen, because I have to have a good relationship with you before I endure this test of trials that injures so many people that they wouldn't have the bold courage, guts, and tenacity like you meeting in this debate for your first debate to get underneath these weights. So to me, it takes a lot of courage and faith to even do this in the first place too. For now, let's be clear. Bodybuilding is no sin. I have not heard a moral argument through his moral statement, through his opening statement. It's salvation through sweat and a Christ warrior's path to glory. And we can begin. I can see my time. So can I, all right, I'll answer your question, but what do you mean by God-given? We can reconcile this. I don't mind doing that. Vic, can you hear me on your end? Okay, I just want to make sure. One of my mods had told me maybe my microphone went out for a bit. So I can actually contend with this. So when we talk about steroid use and all this, like, to me, I don't hear a moral argument against this. And I could say our God-given limits. So our limits are like, let's say that we want to limit our journey to the stars. Is that a God-given limit because we create technology to get to Mars or the moon or something like that? Is that like exceeding our God-given limits to do that? Or is that us using our God-given knowledge and everything that we're born with to enhance things and actually to create things that we're allowed to do? Because if you remember, the Tower of Babel was actually stopped at one point. God put a limit on something. So if he's not putting a limit on something, like I don't understand. That's why we have to get through, like, what do you mean by limit? You can. I turned pro damn near naturally. The only thing I took beforehand, and of course this is like anecdotal, and there's no way I can really demonstrate or prove this, but I turned pro as a lightweight in 2013 NPC Nationals. I almost died, and this was because I had pneumonia. I also had an autoimmune disorder, and I can only have clenbuterol because I had such a great fear of needles that when I did take a needle in, and I tried it one time before I turned pro, I felt like it, I felt like my hearing started closing in, and I felt like it sounded like I was in a tunnel, and I just blacked out, and I never took needles ever since before I turned pro, and that's why I was like, damn, I guess I'm going to try to turn pro natural. And I took clenbuterol, which is just a fat burner, which is a bronchial dilator. So yeah, that can happen for sure. Right. I did take the only thing I took was, I think it was like something else. It was a testosterone, and it was like Prope, and then it was EQ. So this is like, and if you have to think about this, it's like testosterone. People take this as an anti-aging supplement. They take this to because they thwart off illnesses, as far as like, because I think this could be an inevitable illness to some degree. Because think about this: there's so many plastics in our food right now. Testosterone has plummeted so much. Your grandfather's grip has been so better compared to the grip that we have now. Testosterone has plummeted. Yeah, do you not agree with this? Because we do that, we're supplementing. And then so what we're doing is we're taking everything in a pill format that's natural. So when you take testosterone, we're mirroring our own body's production that we do have. So you would definitely be damning yourself if you were to say, well, I'm in puberty right now, turn 13, and your body's plummeting as far as testosterone productions. So it's like your body's producing the maximum amount of steroids in its time being during adolescence. So you could say that 13-year-old is on more steroids than anybody else, because testosterone synthetically, testosterone naturally, it's testosterone, man. One's just a synthetic version of mankind's creation. Yes, but what do you mean by what's your definition of transhumanism? Yes, please do that. And mind you, when we talk about performance enhancing things, we could be talking about everything from ibuprofen to stave off inflammation. We could be talking about creatine, everything else. And just think about this. This is such a broad statement when you say things like testosterone. Your body already produces this, and then not to mention this. When you're 13, you produce copious amounts of this. So it's like, yeah, I don't really think that goes against Christian ethics, and there's not a moral argument I've heard against that actually either. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. Oh, hold on real quick. Let me my bad. Let me put this up. Yeah, let me bring this to the stage. My bad. My apologies to my whole audience. I didn't show it on the screen. There we go. Better, right?
I mean, you've always sound good to me. So
Yeah.
hopefully on
It's
their
just
end.
that they couldn't see me. I didn't show my screen at all, for sure.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay, yeah. Let's continue then. And if they keep saying that it's an issue, I'll bring it up.
Yeah. So, okay, let me just do that again, just so we have, because if there's any contention with this, I want to make sure that we agree on this term. So, transhumanism is a philosophical movement and culture trend advocating for using science and technology like AI, genetic engineering, nanotech to overcome fundamental human limitations, enhancing physical, cognitive abilities, and even achieving radical life extension or immortality, essentially evolving humanity beyond its current biological form into a post-human state. Now, this could also mean this isn't necessarily limited to just, taking anabolic steroids, PEDs, and so on. It also, and by the way, these transhumanists, I will say these transhumanists creep me out more than any of the liberals. Like if you look at like some of these, like watch some of the interviews with like these guys like Peter Thiel and all these other like, billionaire transhumanists, man, there is something seriously off about them. But transhumanism can even include things like literally chopping your limbs off and basically what do you call it? Basically having like robotic arms, right? Robotic arms, robotic legs, right? Using all these different types of
Right, moving further away from humanity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So would you agree that transhumanism is anti-Christian?
Yes, of course. You would definitely be moving away from God's original design and capabilities on its ownness.
Yeah.
Now, however, I will counter by saying this. In bodybuilding, you're using two extremes, which is a false equivalent. You're saying we're replacing arms that were not the original arms to begin with. And when we're talking about this, we're talking about muscular development. So then we could even say that a construction worker working in this business for like 5 years would definitely look better than somebody sitting at a desk working a telemarketer job. Their bodies would transform tremendously under the burden of pressure through sacrifice and strife.
Sure.
Whether it's the person sitting down being a couch potato is going to transform in other ways. I think in America right now, we're the antithesis of fitness, health, and everything like that. We are not only one of the fattest nations on earth, but we live in excess. We live in sloth. There's a movie called Seven where they have the 7 deadly sins, and the guy that ate, he was super fat. That's bodybuilding.
Guilty of all
it's
7 of
bodybuilding
those.
in the wrong terms. So when we think about this, it's like then you would be calling trans fats anti-transhumanism because when they're eating, they don't look human. They look like a bloated walrus by the time they're doing this. And then not to mention this, we're having such chemical sludge put in foods that humanity is moving the other way. You ever see WALL-E where humanity got so fat that we had to fly off the planet and everybody died off because they were bodybuilding in such a wrong way that they were becoming obese? So we're bodybuilding, just not in the way that we want to. And I think that if you're making an argument for transhumanism for bodybuilding, that's also transhumanism by your metrics too, by eating blue dye number 3, plastics and everything like that. Bodybuilding is actually a remedy to all this. We're actually fighting all that by maintaining God's design more so than the bloated people from the movie Seven, things like this. So I think that's my counter for that. I haven't still heard a moral argument for why thing bad yet.
Sure. Well, okay, so I can concede to all of that as far as, just fat slob sitting on the couch and just eating nothing but processed foods. But I think where I would push back is that I would say that if we're talking about bodybuilding with, which, you pretty much go hand in hand with PEDs, I would argue that it's opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And it's funny, a few minutes ago, you mentioned how, if you're like a construction worker or something like that, you're going to have a naturally built physique because you're working out all day on the construction site, which that I don't agree with. And I've worked with actual people like who are in construction. They're in other trade skills. And these guys, now, to be fair, yeah, there's still some slobs, but a lot of them, man, and you could tell the ones that are like real pros, man, these guys are like jacked, right? I mean, they're jacked. But I don't think that they're on steroids. I think it's because they have naturally for years, decades, worked on their, whatever trade they're in requires a certain amount of physicality and you're working your muscles all day long and you're getting that natural thing. So again, and it's funny, when I was doing my research for this debate, I watched this documentary, and it's funny because as it turns out, and you can correct me, you might know more about this than I do, obviously, but bodybuilding, from my understanding, it was really, it started because of all of these trades workers, like these construction workers, bricklayers, and I guess they would have like these public displays where all these different like workers would come up and kind of display their national muscles and stuff like that. And that's all fine. I don't have an issue with that. But again, you asked how can bodybuilding lead to transhumanism?
I never asked that.
Okay, I thought you were saying like why is transhumanism? Why is bodybuilding transhumanism?
No, what I'm saying is I don't see the moral argument. That's what I'm saying. I don't see how it's immoral. And I'll even give you a good example of this. So like, let's say I went to Afghanistan and I fought in the war, which, God bless our veterans and not God bless the stolen belt. But here's the thing, though. Let's say I go to Afghanistan and I have my arm blown off. My arm gets blown off and I come back and they're like, hey, you're at the VA. We're going to give you a prosthetic. Is that person a transhumanist now?
No, because that's not something that he didn't go and like amputate his arm and get a robotic arm. You know what I mean?
Correct. Correct. So this is my thing, though. When we use human innovation to kind of enhance things, to work around things, we have a goal in bodybuilding, and that's either to win a competition or win something. Now, bodybuilding doesn't have like a 3-point jump shooter or shot or anything like that. Bodybuilding doesn't have like touchdowns. Our touchdown, a version of a touchdown, is just increasing the size and strength of our physique. So we're being judged, and that's a very subjective, I would say, avenue that we go down. In order for me to win a competition, we need to be able to follow the rules of the game in order to win. Now, when I do compete, I am representing the United States of America against the Ukraine. I battle people from the Czech Republic, from Italy, from Spain, from Nigeria, things like this. I'm wearing the flag on my back. So when I go out on stage, they say from the United States of America, Martae, Rayless, whatever, all this is whatever, right? This happens. So it's like for me to represent my country, not only am I representing an image of the U.S. flag, but I'm also representing Christ, insert the Byzantine flag behind me, things like this. But I'm also looking at the intention of why I do this. So one thing that we can't presuppose is why people do certain things. Now, if my whole limitation or my whole mantra is to supersede humanity and separate myself from humanity, then you could say, yes, I'm a transhumanist by thought, by intention, and all this. All I'm going to do when I enter a competition is just to beat the opposition. If we're going to beat the Russians, which bodybuilding is one of the only competitions where we can compete against Russia at this time right now, I don't think any other pro sport besides mine can do that, then this is the avenue to do this. And this sets a precedence for why America is great again and why we can continue to be great. I don't think that that's a bad thing. And I don't think this is going against human nature to do so in any means of the what you're talking about.
So I always want to make sure, like in Orthodox Christianity, there's nothing that is against the use of performance enhancing drugs and things like that, as far as like Orthodox Christianity is concerned.
So we'll throw this out real quick. Can you have bodybuilding without steroids?
Well, you can, but I mean, it pretty much always leads to steroids. Okay,
but can this happen? Because
yeah,
I've demonstrated it myself. It can be done. So your argument is against steroids, not bodybuilding. So steroids bad, and I can even concede that. Like we'll even throw that to the wayside. Bodybuilding not bad.
No. What I said was, so yeah, with steroids, I would argue bad, but I would argue now in your case, because I know that you are an Orthodox Christian, and I know that you are doing it for God. I know that, because I know, I'm not personally, but I know of you, right? I mean, we've talked, but I mean, out of all the bodybuilders in the world, I mean, how many of them do you think are Orthodox Christians? How many that's why in the beginning I preface this by saying that it can be justified if you're not doing it with the use of anabolic steroids, PEDs, and you are genuinely doing it for the glory of God. You're not just doing it for your own personal vanity, your own personal gain, just like, hey, everybody look at me. it's just for your own monetary material gain, then yes, it can be justified. But as you know, as we kind of talked about, if you're going to continue to do bodybuilding, and especially once you want to get into that pro, right? I mean, even with you got into pro bodybuilding, you got your pro card naturally, but I mean, you even said that you did eventually end up going on cycles. And I just think that if you're going to be like a Mr. Olympia, you're going to be an Arnold, a Phil Heath, all the greats, that you can't avoid it. You have to at some point start injecting.
You don't have to. There's no have to.
Well,
wait a
minute. Well, what bodybuilding, what Mr. Olympia has ever won without the use of PEDs?
Ronnie Coleman almost did. He turned pro without even using anything. As a matter of fact, I know the guy. So he was in law enforcement. He was an officer, tested repeatedly. And I know that doesn't really kind of show that it's an absolute thing, but I'll tell you this right now. And this is something that's outwardly known by everybody else. Derek Lunsford is the current reigning Mr. Olympia. He got down on his knees. He thanks Christ. He's an outward, and I would say a vocalized Christian when it comes to things. Ronnie Coleman is a Christian at heart too. Yeah. He also talks about Christ the whole time as well too. Phil Heath is on Twitter all the time talking about Christian ethics, and he's actually a staunch conservative as well too.
I didn't know Phil. Yeah, I didn't know Phil Heath. I knew that Ronnie was a Christian, and I didn't know that
Phil
first
Heath
time you
is a
said,
staunch conservative and also Christian as well too.
I didn't know that.
Now, what kind of Christian is neither here nor there. The fact that they mention Christ's name on social media and that Christ is king, Christ is God, all this rhetoric, I think that this is extremely important. Now, mind you, I don't know, like I haven't fact checked this, but to my knowledge, I think I'm the only Orthodox IFBB pro bodybuilder on the planet right now that you're talking to right now. I don't think that there's another Orthodox pro bodybuilder. So I think in order for me to represent Christ, I don't think it's bad for me to represent Christ in this arena, especially when it gives me outlets to shake hands, do sign autographs to kids. I've done this. I've been in lines that were long and have been hungry. And I was like, I'm signing this other autograph and all this. And like, I've waited till the last person to sign an autograph to wrap around the block for store openings, things like I've done all this. I've traveled to expos, done pictures with people, all this. But I think when I'm doing this, I utter Christ's grace to people. Like I talk about Christ outwardly to people. I think that this is extremely important. Absent any of this, I think, yes, bodybuilding can be bad for the wrong purposes. Think about a gun. The people that make a gun aren't killers because it just depends on what the gun's used for. They're just gun manufacturers. Sure. I'm a body manufacturer. I'm manufacturing a body. You would then have to ask the person to what purpose that they're using this body for. And clearly you've already stated what I'm using the body for, to glorify Christ. And I would say that the leaders and the people that are leading the movement, winning the Olympia, Derek Lunsford, Ronnie Coleman, Phil Heath, are mentioning Christ's name. I think that that's good, and still haven't heard a moral argument against this.
Yeah, no, I that's awesome. Like, I honestly didn't know that Phil Heath, because I know of Phil Heath. But I guess, would you agree then that if you are a bodybuilder, whether you're on PEDs or not, let's just not even, if you're a bodybuilder and let's say you're a secularist bodybuilder or an atheist bodybuilder, would you agree then that bodybuilding is just even though, yes, I will concede that there's still, even if you are an atheist bodybuilder, yeah, you still have to put in the work, put in the effort, put in the dedication, the time. Would you then agree that if you're not doing it for the glory of God, then you are really just kind of doing it for your own self? It is just kind of a lifestyle based in vanity and just worshiping one's own self, worshiping one's own body and accomplishments, and not necessarily doing it as an act of suffering, as an act of suffering for God.
So here's the thing, though, is like I don't think that. Because to me, I think that when you're suffering and doing things, I think that it just depends on what context we're talking about. Now, I think it mirrors Christian principles because I fast, right? I suffer. I deny my flesh all the time. People ask me to go to, like, whether or not I'm invited to a bar mitzvah. That'll never happen, by the way, too. So like if I'm asked to go to birthday parties, I turn that down. I don't drink. So bodybuilding is kind of antithetical to drinking. It's kind of antithetical to smoking weed because that actually increases estrogen as well, too. We don't want that. So if you're living a lifestyle For bodybuilding, it kind of forces you in a funnel of reclusion from society, which means no partying, no drinking, no sex, no rec drugs, and all this other stuff. Because what that's going to do is blunt performance. I think that if you're not honed as far as like this focal point of trying to win, which means you're denying your flesh, which Christ asks you to do all the time, you're actually staying away from being an alcoholic, which Christ would ask you to do with excess and things like that. I think actually it's actually honing you into a space where you want to be, with suffering, sacrifice. And if you don't have Christ, you're not going to be the best at this. Matter of fact, the people that win, because you're saying, well, what if secularists does this? Well, the people that are winning are definitely Christian repeatedly. They're consistently Derek Lunsford, Ronnie Coleman, Phil Heath. All these are champions. And if you notice something that's very fundamental in bodybuilding, the people that are consistently winning aren't Christians. Isn't that odd?
What that are consistently not winning or winning?
The people that are winning are Christian. And here's the other thing. We can conflate this with other sports too, because if you're an MMA fighter, we can even conflate this with other sports. And we could say that MMA is not Christian at all. Matter of fact, that's more gay. You have a mount. You have a full mount on top of another guy. You have a choke. You're choking another dude out. Like, it's like, so we could talk about how gay that is. And then we could also talk about other things too. Like, that's inflicting violence on another person. Now, intentionality means a lot about this when it comes to this. Now, if we're making an argument that's a gun argument for why guns bad, because you can use this to save a life or actually take a life away, we can use MMA as the grounds to like meeting on certain grounds to say you can use these skills to defend your family at home. And we can make an argument for why we could demonize this too. Now, think about this. You made arguments against performance enhancing drugs and things like that. I would argue that creatine is a manufactured product. We can argue that B12 vitamins are manufactured product and all this, but it's such a broad element to even attack when it comes to steroids. And I know I threw like two different things at you right now, but let's get back to this. I think that you're making an argument for everything else around bodybuilding if it's not Christian, but bodybuilding itself does not go against Christian ethics. And I've yet to hear an argument against bodybuilding itself. We can demonize steroids and everything else. Matter of fact, I don't really think steroids are that bad, because actually it's the same gun argument to where steroids can actually help and enhance people's lives, because there's anti-aging clinics popping up everywhere because testosterone's plummeting, you know, all this other stuff. And I would agree that there's bad steroids, but we're talking about primarily tests and stuff like that. We can make an argument for other sports and stuff like that and say that they're bad, but also it just depends on your intention with how you use this. A gun can be bad or good depending on how you use this.
Yeah. So, couple points there. One, you know, now that I'm thinking about it in real time, you could, you know, I suppose you could make the same argument for any, you know, because you brought up MMA and it kind of got me thinking, like, you know, whether it's MMA, if you're a professional, whatever, football player, basketball player, you know, you could, I guess, like, you could argue that, well, you know, if you're a professional basketball player and if you're an atheist or a secularist, and, you know, you could kind of make the same argument that, well, you know, even though you have accomplished greatness, did you do it for your own glory or for the glory of God? So that's fair. My thing, I guess, my whole thing is just the not. And again, I also said in my opening that I don't have a problem. If you want to bodybuild, I don't have a problem. I think people should be in good shape. I think I want to get, you know, in good shape. I want to, develop some more muscle, right? But again, I think I don't have a problem with that. And I think we're supposed to. And I think as Christians, you are called to take care of your body, to be in good physical health. I just have a problem with once it gets to the point where now you're injecting. And to be fair, it's a good point. You know, like with
bodybuilding, you basically just conceded the whole debate right there and said bodybuilding good, but
well, no, but in my opening though,
I concede in the middle of the whole debate. We have time left over. You could concede like later on. You know that, right?
Well, in my opening though, I did state that if you are, you know, if we're not talking about PEDs, you're just bodybuilding, like actually just not even, let's just say, no, not even creatine, right? You're just eating your egg whites every morning. You're eating healthy. You're eating natural protein. You're building muscle naturally. I don't have a problem with that. It's the actual bodybuilding where, like, you want to go amateur and then you want to eventually get your pro card and move on from there. You are going to be at some point doing PEDs, and my contention though is just that, again, I'm having trouble. And again, I understand this is a fallacy. And so it is something that I maybe need to work on a little bit, but One thing I did want to kind of circle back to, not to divert this, but you said that there was a myth about bodybuilders dying young notoriously. You said that's not.
Yes, I can address that. But first of all, you said let's go through with the fallacy, which is crazy to even admit to say this after you just conceded the whole debate. But you know what? I'll entertain this further. When I talked about that, let me elaborate and elucidate on this further. When you talked about the deaths and people dying, it's not because of steroids. When people do tests and things like this, I've looked at autopsy reports and done podcasts later on about this and done interviews on certain bodybuilding podcasts and fitness forums. I've even been interviewed by magazines about all this stuff. I don't think it's the steroids, and you can even look this up too. It's usually what people do when they're bodybuilding as far as the food. So when people die, it's because of heart issues, because they eat too many burgers and too much junk and things like this. The thing that clogs your arteries isn't going to be steroids. It's going to be the French fries that you think you can get away with. When you're eating in bodybuilding, we eat in excess to the point to where we're trying to make our bodies into something formidable that will compete against other nations, maybe like a detractor in another nation from Spain, things like this. So it's like, if we're doing this, we have an off season. In the off season, people don't control themselves, and they're going against Christian principles when they do this by not denying self. They're going to eat 4 cheeseburgers because they need to gain weight and stuff like this, when they could have did this with just I would say chicken, rice, and things like that. Just eat more chicken and rice. And I'll tell people this all the time. They're just doing it wrong. Now, we can do Formula One racing or anything else. If you do Formula One racing and you take a turn too late or something like that, you crash in a blaze. If you're doing a UFC fighter move or something like that, and you want to flaunt a little bit, you might get knocked out because you're taunting your opponent too long. Or even in wrestling, Vic can even attest to this. If you're doing something and you haven't rehearsed it to a T, you could break your neck. The person that flew from the top rope, I forgot his name, Benoit, things like this. If you don't practice things properly and deny flesh and have enough discipline, bad can happen. But it's not because of steroids. It's because of excess of other things that people don't control themselves or deny their own flesh from.
So bodybuilders aren't, it's because of their dieting. It's not because they might be overusing or abusing PEDs.
No, it's not. It's not because of that. It's because of, so if you think about PEDs, they're only like 5% of the population. And I'll ask you a question right now. And this goes to like performance enhancing. Let's say that I dropped a box of like $5,000 worth of growth hormone, steroids, and everything else at every American's doorstep. And I said, I need everybody. And I was the president of the United States, and we're all going to compete against other nations. And regardless, and I have an authoritarian rule. And I say, everybody's going to use PEDs to become the best pro bodybuilder on the planet. Do you think there still would be only 1% of pros in the league?
If you said that, say that again.
Let's say I gave everybody $5,000 worth of drugs in the nation. Do you think we would still only have 1% of pro bodybuilders in the league?
I think so, because bodybuilding is not something that it takes a massive amount of discipline and dedication. So I think, if you gave,
it's not the steroids. Okay, so now we've thrown that out. Let's move forward.
Hang on a minute though. I was asking, it's not true that bodybuilders are dying at a very young age because they're overusing or abusing the steroids, and it's because of their dieting, their bad dieting. That's your argument?
No, well, that's the thing, though, is like, if we're talking about people dying at a massive rate, I don't think that this differs from normal society, people dying from heart attacks because they're eating Arby's every day or Jack in the Box or McDonald's every day. That's really what's killing pro bodybuilders, is the food. And because we're not adhering to strict principles. Think about this. And I'll even tell you this aftermath. Let's say that you were like 13 years old, and I'll give you a good hypothetical about this. 13 years old, and you haven't eaten candy in your life. Meanwhile, like, you wait till 30 years old, and there's like a rites of passage for every guy here. And Cool Vic is at the door. He's a big bouncer with his big buff muscles, and he's at this door, and he says, you can't come into this candy store until you're 30 years old. Do you think people would have a good temperament when it came to eating candy for the first time? Do you think people would restrain themselves?
Probably not.
Probably not. So if we're dieting for a long period of time and we eat a cheeseburger after 9 months, do you think there could possibly be a problem with adhering to like cholesterol values and things like that and limiting ourselves? It's kind of tough, right? It would be. You could imagine this, right?
Yeah. So you mean that, like,
right,
bodybuilder?
So would you not agree that this could possibly be adding and be the main antithesis to good health, eating a lot of junk processed foods that we're deprived from eating clean for years and months on end?
Sure, but I mean,
Right.
I think it's and again, I mean, I'd have to, I guess, do more research on it. But I mean, it's just so the bodybuilder. And is that conclusive? Like you said that these bodybuilders, like, is that conclusive that these bodybuilders
Yes.
are actually dying, in fact, because of? But what did you
Because
not
if you
agree
look at
that?
if you look at the causation, they're dying of like coronary heart disease, things like this. A lot of these are because of blocked passages. A lot of this is cholesterol. You don't get cholesterol from injections. You don't get cholesterol from anything else but cholesterol. And where does bad cholesterol come from?
Okay.
From ingestion of foods and things like that.
Okay. So then in that case, what would be, because it's not, because obviously you don't have a moral objection to using PEDs. So in that scenario, let's just go with that. Let's just say that these pro bodybuilders, they're just dropping like flies, because it's not because of the PEDs, it's because of their poor diet and consuming too many cheeseburgers. So what would your prescription be to tackle that issue?
So I do want to preface this a little bit. The reason why most pro bodybuilders die, and you can even look this up, is the reason why the league banned, I would say, diuretics. Diuretics are the thing that's banned, and we get tested for diuretics. Like I would say water pills and things like that, water injections. I forgot what the two are called, but that kills more bodybuilders than anything else, which is why the league went on to ban this. And a part of the federation in the league that I'm in right now, it's like they ban everybody from doing this. Derek Lunsford can't use this. Ronnie Coleman couldn't use this, these diuretics and things like that, because that's actually killed people in the past. When it comes to steroids, there hasn't been a single person listed on record that's like an overdose of testosterone that died because of this. It's usually because of malformations due to like food, cholesterol ingestion, things like this. When it comes to dietary intake, a lot of people abuse food. So when we talk about abuse of steroids, we need to delineate what abuse is. Is it like the use of certain things according to industry knowledge? Is that abuse? Well, to the normal layman, that could be abuse, but he doesn't push his body to the ends of the earth like we do. So there's a big distinction to be had here.
Okay. But again, so like what would be, if we are going to go with like, okay, let's say I concede to that. Yes, the bodybuilders, they're not dying because of the PEDs. They're not necessarily abusing the PEDs, because we haven't really established a criteria for what abusing steroids is. It's like, okay, fair, but they're dying because of their diet, their poor diet. So again, like what would be, from your perspective as a professional bodybuilder, what would be your perspective to kind of minimize this trend of bodybuilders dying at a young age because of their dietary intake?
That would be food. I think that we would need to go ahead and just have like an education as far as like the industry standards for the league, because food is the thing that surrounds everything. It's like I knew a kid that took all the steroids in the world and only gained like 5 pounds of water. And then when he got off, he lost all that. And I said, you see what you did there right there? You just spent a lot of money and you pissed it down the toilet. That's because you need to work your ass off and you need to eat right. He ate a Snickers bar, went home and thought it was going to be magic juice. It doesn't work like that. Matter of fact, one of my best friends in the industry was going to come here and train with me. I don't know if you know who Rich Piana is.
Oh, yeah.
I called him Frankenstein all the time. I just made fun of this guy. I talk shit to him all the time. But it's like he called me shit all the time. He talked shit to me all the time. But it's like we had this good relationship. But it's like I knew that he was using other drugs, like rec drugs, nothing to do with bodybuilding outside of the industry. His wife even complained about this to stop. And I don't want to put all of his business out here. But it's like I know all these people in the industry. I know Kai Green. I have a 20-minute interview with him at Super League and all this other stuff. When I talk about these bodybuilders dying, it's because they're using coke. They're using, people get into meth and all this other stuff, because it's like it's such a reclusive lifestyle that you don't have a social life. Think about this. If you're going to turn pro, you might as well delete your social life. And now when you're reclusive, you're left with yourself, and absent Christ, I think anything can go bad, especially when you're alone with yourself, with your own voices in your head, and all you have is the gym and this effort, and all you see is your eye on the prize of a competition. Like, so much can go bad with that. But I think that if you have Christ in your life and you match this and mirror this with bodybuilding, I think things can go great, because in Orthodox, I'm pretty sure you know that we fast. Well, what's akin to fasting? Dieting for long stretches of time, eating chicken and vegetables. So bland, man. I'd rather put my head in the oven to do cardio, but I do this anyways. All this suffering that I do and everything else, it's like, once again, this goes back to the moral argument. Even if I do steroids and do this other stuff, which I don't touch, because But mind you, and I'll even say this, I have an autoimmune disorder, so that when I use equipoise or anything else like that in the past, I bled out. I have ulcerative colitis, and my body rejects it so bad that it almost killed me one time. So I didn't use that. I'm getting ready to qualify for the Olympia again as an athlete and represent the United States as probably the only orthodox pro bodybuilder in the league. And I think that that's admirable for me to do so. But I think in order for us to do this and defeat these secularists, orthodox people need to step up to the mantle and represent to some degree if they have the skill and God-given ability to do so. And I don't think this slaps God in the face by any regard.
So, you said a lot there.
Sorry, I can go on tangents.
No. It's all good. I kind of lost my train of thought for a second, but yeah. So getting back to the dieting part of it, right? Oh, I wanted to ask you. So I know that as Orthodox, you do have fasting days. So when you're in the middle of your training, because I know from my understanding, Wednesdays and Fridays are typically the fasting days where you're not allowed to have dairy or meat. So when you're training, and this is one of the reasons why, this is another aspect of why I think it kind of contradicts Christian teachings if we're talking about orthodoxy, because you do have fasting days. And then I know that it's not just the Wednesdays and Fridays, but then there's like other times during the year where you have to have a prolonged fast. So as an Orthodox, how do you circumvent that? How do you circumvent that when you have to be, bulking up on your meats, dairies, right? All the proteins.
You have to be inventive and creative. I feel like since you basically conceded the whole debate, this turned into a bodybuilding interview sponsored by Cool Vic and the Cool Verse, and definitely not the anal verse here. But going into this, I say, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a sinner, because I'm going to suffer. So when it comes to me not having to eat dairy and things like that, yeah, I'm going to suffer even more, and it's going to hurt even worse as far as like me suffering. So I have to do my job. I have to do debates, things like this, streams. And there's like a lot of things I do. I help. So as a pro bodybuilder, there's no way I could help underprivileged schools by helping build their gyms, which I'm doing right now. We're working on a third gym right now where I'm getting them like 45-pound plates, whether or not it's a yard sales and things like this.
But Martae, hang on though.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you're in the middle of your training and it's a Wednesday or Friday and you have to eat a certain amount of protein, like meat proteins, right? Or dairy products.
Yeah.
How do you said that you just you say the Jesus prayer and then
let me answer that. So there's supplements which you would say performance enhancing supplements that I'll use, whether or not this is grass fed whey protein, things like that aren't milk based because they take all the dairy out of this. Okay. There's other isolates that we would take, things like that. So supplementation, which is definitely like, if you would say performance enhancing, that's why it's an all encompassing umbrella when you talk about a broad term, like, just performance enhancing PEDs. This could be creatine. So I would actually take more creatine there in those days, take more water, and I would be a little bit more strict when I come to doing this, because if I'm not going to eat meat, dairy, and other things like this, I'm going to supplement. Definitely not with soy. That's bad because there's phytoestrogens. I could educate you on all this, but yeah, that's hopefully to answer your question.
Do you think that steroids? So I just want to make sure I understand it. So as far as you're concerned, there is no moral objection from an Orthodox Christian standpoint to using steroids, performance enhancing drugs. Would you make that same argument for coke, heroin, things like this?
So for that, you would have to look at the outcomes. Like for coke, the bad thing about this is like, I understand what you're saying right now, but it's like, we're thinking about drugs. Right? Medically supervised steroids are just like tools, like modern medicine. James 5:14 mentions this, like anointing, right? And before it sounds too ridiculous for you to counter, all this is just optimizing God's gift responsibly, not unethical excess, but wise progress. I don't think that you could use coke to like create progress in any regard that's unsupervised, because I can go to my doctor and here's the thing though, another way to mitigate your other question too is to also get blood panels. I think that with modernity, with medicine, we can get blood panels on this and get testosterone prescribed by a doctor. You can't get prescribed coke by a doctor that I know of. Maybe I could be wrong about this, or meth by a doctor, unless it's like
Adderall, Ritalin.
Right. You can get these things, but understand it's prescribed by a doctor. But even then, that's not even a moral argument. If it's prescribed by a doctor and it's through legal, ethical use, and remind you, I'm saying ethical, right? Because that word's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. We're using ethical use for progress towards the greater good. And the greater good would be the fundamental foundation of our Christian ethics. If we're using this to bolster Christian ethics, and this lets me get into schools to talk to kids, mentor other people, I don't think that that's a moral argument that you can even reconcile. That's bad.
So from what I understand, you're saying is that steroids, PEDs, as long as they're being used responsibly in a knowledgeable way where you know what you're doing, you know about the dosages, you know about your body and, you know, what's going on with you personally, all your health conditions, as long as you're having these steroids administered by a professional or maybe yourself or, you know, kind of an expert in administrating the right amount of doses, that it's completely fine, safe, moral, and no objection as far as Christianity.
No objection. I don't think that there's anything moral that you could say about that. I mean, think about scripture. When we're using our body as a temple, all we're doing is having a better throne for our soul to sit on. And to me, I don't think that I could bodybuild and then say it's only restricted to the stage. And I want you to think about this kind of like as a take home. When I bodybuild, I'm only on stage for like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes in front of a crowd of thousands of people. But everything else is like, doesn't make the highlight reel. Me on the treadmill at 3 o'clock in the morning, suffering as everybody's asleep. None of that I show people. Me trying to stuff down dry chicken at like 4 o'clock for the 15th time and all this. It's like so much suffering just for 2 minutes. So bodybuilding is a conglomerate of more than just that. It's mostly discipline and only 2 minutes of highlight reel, to be honest with you.
Sure. Yeah. So, but you would be against minors, right? Anybody other, like, what would be, in your opinion, what would be the an appropriate age, I guess, to if you're actually serious about bodybuilding, you want to pursue it as a career, go pro, get that card. In your opinion, what would be the appropriate age to start using PEDs?
Once again, because the debate's over, we could proceed with this bodybuilding interview. So, yeah, I would say that the recommendation would be probably like way past puberty, because we have a kid called Richard Sandrak. I don't know if you remember him. He looked like the buff Conan when he was like a little kid. And that kid has a surfer bod right now. But they've had complaints and said, well, this kid malformed the kid's development and all this. Well, he's a perfectly fine individual now. So I don't really think that there's an argument even against that. But I would say as far as like drug use, PEDs, things like that, even creatine has its limitations when it comes to being used by minors, things like that. I would say that even and I'm being real mild when I talk about this, because I want to just educate you a little bit. Whenever you're eating red meat, you're eating creatine, because creatine comes from red meat as well too. Sure, yeah, so if you want to get your creatine production up, increase your amount of lean red meat that you're eating. And this is going to help a whole lot. So kids are eating PEDs by your standard, if we're talking about creatine, and kids at 13 hit puberty. So the amount of steroids, i.e. testosterone, is at the max level. Sure. So I would say that kids are using more PEDs than adults naturally. But that's the thing though, is if you're an adult, here's the thing I would say. There's certain ways that you could eat to increase testosterone output. There's less plastics you can do just by changing your lifestyle. And bodybuilding does that. So for a Christian ethicist that wants to continue on this train of thought and wants to become more Christ-like, I think denying your flesh is a good thing. And this is something that sounds like a closing statement right now. Denying your flesh and actually restricting yourself from excess is actually a good thing. And I think society as a prescription would do well to follow this mantra of some of the things that we emulate from bodybuilding. I think it's good. We're going the way of the dinosaur, where we're becoming too fat to run away from molten volcanoes or any disaster that happens. Like, you're going to be out of breath to even help back me up. That's where America's moving right now. Bodybuilding is the antithesis of this. So I don't know if maybe I just didn't catch that, but what age is appropriate for a person to start using? And again, also I want to say though, I suppose technically, if we're talking about, eating red meats, sure, you can say that's a form of PED, but it's like, I mean, there has to be a distinction made between eating like some steak and taking actual, PEDs. I think that's fair to kind of point out. But yeah, if you want to say that eating red meat is a form of PED, it's like, okay, but I mean, there is a difference.
So again, what would be
Not much. Because here's the thing, though. If I want to take a shot of creatine, I'm just going to eat 5 more ounces of red meat.
Well, wait a minute. Then if there's no difference, would you be okay with a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 12-year-old doing PEDs as opposed to eating a steak?
Well, according to your train of logic, if we were to expound upon that, a steak is a form of creatine, which is a PED. So if it's performance enhancing, and we can use this and we take this and call it a drug. Matter of fact, the FDA was going to call vitamin C a drug. So if we talk about drugs, it's like that's a very broad analysis that you're giving us. It's like food is now a drug by the FDA to some degree.
Okay, so then you wouldn't have an issue with a 12-year-old taking creatine as opposed to eating some steak.
I would not be opposed to 12-year-olds taking creatine.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough. And there's no, and so what about just full on PEDs then? Just what about full on? Like,
when you say PEDs, steroids? Can you elaborate on PEDs and say whatever?
Okay, that's fair. So PEDs, I'm talking about basically, like anabolic steroids, where you're literally injecting things. You're literally injecting steroids in order to, basically, grow muscle. Basically, push beyond your natural limits, right? That's what I guess, to be a little bit more specific, it's performance enhancing drugs that push your complete, right? Because it's like, yeah, if you eat steak, right? If your diet is like actual, natural proteins like steak, chicken, whatever, eggs, yeah, you are going to grow because again, it is a type of PED, right? Performance enhancing drug.
So here's the thing. I'm going to push back a little bit on that.
Well, hang on.
Go ahead.
If it is that, right? But you can only get so far. You can only grow muscle so far just by, like, you're going to, at some point, you're going to hit the wall as far as, the individual. Now, obviously, genetics plays a big role because genetics, that's the other thing, is genetics plays a huge role in bodybuilding.
Massive.
Right? So that's the other thing, is that, yeah, you can, if you want to categorize steak as a form of PED, it's like, okay, fine, but you're only going to get so far. Even if you're training perfectly, you're absolutely dedicated, you're absolutely disciplined, there's going to come a point where you're not going to be able to grow more. Is that not true?
That's not exactly true. So as a lightweight, and I don't know if anybody's able to replicate this, what I've done in the past, but you can actually Google this. I won the Cal as an amateur lightweight against super heavyweights and heavyweights naturally. That's not supposed to be done. This is like David and Goliath nowadays. But again,
genetics plays a huge role in that, though. Genetics
is huge, but here's the thing, though. Naturally, I did this. It takes a genetic freak to turn pro, first of all. So for me to do this, matter of fact, Jay Cutler took me out to dinner afterwards. It was like the first time I met the guy, and I was like, bro, I've been a fan of it. But he took me out because he saw potential in me. He said, I didn't even see the rest of the performance and anything. I already knew who won this. And I'm like, you knew that a lightweight beat super heavyweights and everybody else? I was a giant killer. Still am, by the way. So this is the thing that we're going to get into. Genetics is such a huge thing. And steroids, when we talk about performance, like, let's say what it is, because you keep using PEDs. Let's call them steroids or, synthetic pharmaceutical drugs, things like that. Let's be a little bit more accurate, because steak can be a PED, because steak is rejected, that from the US is rejected from Australia, from China. Our meats are rejected because they're filled with so much chemical sludge now that other countries reject our meat. It's not even the same meat that we have. So it's like, if you're talking about performance enhancing, there's so many steroids pumped full of our meats. It's crazy. You see women growing with facial hair now. They're overdeveloped now growing up. That's because we're injecting so much of this stuff in our food. So it's like, that's why I called steak a PED to some degree. But back to this, I think that for us,
but when you're training, I'm sorry to cut you off, Martae.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you're training for your when you're training as a bodybuilder, I would be willing to bet, and I would be willing to bet that you're not eating the whatever the chemical injected. I would be willing to bet that you're eating very naturally grass-fed, not
all the time,
but I would say most of the time.
It's so expensive, bro. Right? My food bill.
Well, I know it's expensive. Oh yeah,
my food bill is like $1,500 a month just for so
I know,
retarded, bro.
But if you were able to, if you didn't have the budget restraint, I would be willing to bet that all of it you wouldn't be eating like the cheap, chemical injected meat. You would be eating all because that's even better, right? I mean, it is. So, I mean, you know, it's fair to kind of make that, make that clarification.
Well, let me make a clear distinction when we're talking about food and bodybuilding, because I want to stay on topic here.
Yeah.
When I go to work and when I've worked jobs in the past, I've also done myopractic work. I work at a pain clinic, and then I do other jobs right now, going through school right now. I've eaten out of Tupperware containers in front of coworkers and everybody else. I get comments, oh, you brought Walmart with you again and all this. I get demonized all the time. What do Christians get? They get persecuted all the time, demonized all the time, because they're following a constraint to a discipline. And secularists do this all the time. You even say secularists make fun, throw stones all the time, and hide behind brick walls all the time. And this is what they do. But in conjecture, in modern day and times, what people do is they talk shit to you. They're like, oh, you brought Walmart. Oh, you brought enough for all of us. Like, I've heard all of this. Meanwhile, guess what happened? We are taught to kind of exemplify Christ's values and kind of like have the world kind of emulate this to some degree. Guess what's happened? I have 4 coworkers at one job that changed their diet because of this. 2 coworkers at another job that actually lost weight because of this, because they're like, damn, I've been doing what Martae does. I can't do it strictly what he does because I don't have discipline, but I've been trying. And I lost weight. One is no longer diabetic. And then one lost so much weight that he now does marathons now, which is crazy. So to me, it's like, would you not say that Christianity and the ethics you want to see should be displayed for everybody else to follow in the world?
If you mean with regards
ethics,
to,
we would want other people to mirror this, right?
Mirror
as far as denying our flesh, improving our diet, and to kind of treat our temple better, right?
Sure, but I would argue that when it comes to bodybuilding, are you actually? Let's get into the denying the flesh. When you say you're denying the flesh, can you expand on it a little bit?
So denying the flesh, like, there's a lot of humility, and we're suffering with a purpose. As the elite 1% IFBB pro, I pray to God before lifting heavy weights amid the risk of like injury and all this other stuff. I'm denying a lot of pleasure. There's no pleasure with 500 pounds on my back, eating like my 5th meal, hoping that I can keep this food down and it doesn't upchuck at the base of this squat that I'm doing. That's not pleasurable at all. I know that I have to bring this weight up, and I have to pray to God and say, hey, we're still on good terms, right? So this doesn't break my spine, injure my kneecaps or anything like that. And the bar's bending and people in the gym are like, oh shit, this looks crazy. Like, so I'm hearing all this.
That's why you need the spotters, right?
I don't, people are too afraid to spot you on 500 pounds. They're too terrified to get underneath there with me. So I have to do this by myself. And I'm like, and I have conversations with God all the time. You got to get Andrew and Rachel.
You got to get Andrew and Rachel to spot you. I know they're into
they're not flying from Texas from where they're at right now. So here's the thing though. I have to have a constant conversation with Christ when I'm in the gym. And I'm pretty sure Derek Lunsford, Rodney Coleman did this all the time. We are denying our flesh because I'd rather be at home eating Funyuns and watching my favorite horror flick. Instead, I have to put myself under persecution under the crucifix of all this lactic acid and suffering underneath this weight. That's point 1. Point 2 is I go to work and I smell cheeseburgers and I smell everything from break rooms that in this pain clinic I work with, and I have to eat this chicken and rice. And I'm like, oh, I wish I can't do that. I see my boys on the weekend drinking around a campfire, can't drink because that's poison to our bodies. That's anti-muscle juice that we're drinking. It's literally what it is. So that's 3 point. The other point of denying our flesh is like when I'm putting on all this muscle and everything like that, like I don't like hearing all these comments and scrutiny from people. Yet, guess what I'm doing? I'm fighting a society that's constantly telling me to eat junk all the time and to fall prey into my indulgences. And now I have to fight all this by being an example. Now I'm changing hearts and minds of people by being this bodybuilder that denies his flesh.
But after competition, though, and you kind of alluded to this earlier, after competition, once that competition is over, do you have a tendency? Like, because I know that there are a lot of bodybuilders, and not just bodybuilders, but I know that like fighters, for example, whether it's UFC fighters, boxers, once they've done their weigh-in, they have a tendency to just like, or after a fight or something like that. But let's just stick with bodybuilding. Let's not get off topic. After bodybuilding, after your competition, have you ever found yourself just completely gorging and just being a complete glutton because you haven't been able to have a cheeseburger or a cheese pizza after like several months?
Glad you said that.
You just completely devour everything in sight.
I'm glad you said that. according to our Christian ethics, we're going to stumble. When I first started bodybuilding and started winning shows, I was undefeated for 5 years in 3 different weight classes naturally before I even touched a drug. And what happened is I fell prey to that you're talking about right now. In the beginning walk of our Christian walk that we have, and even you could say this, turning into a Christian and even inquiring, you're going to stumble a couple times. And this is with anything. As a UFC fighter, you're going to stumble and learn lessons. But guess what happens? You start improving yourself because you understand inevitably you're going to be on a battlefield and you can be your own worst enemy. And you could also be implicit in your own destruction. I ate cheeseburgers and all this other stuff and found out that not only did I gain 25 pounds the night after or 30 pounds the next day, this is taxing on your heart and everything else like this. We learn from this because we don't want to create arrhythmia and all these other issues. And then we start tapering this. All this is just a learning experience, just like we sin every day. You want to have a reduction of sin and self-harm. We learn this. This is just a trial of being human because we're not perfect, but we strive for theosis and perfection in Christ. And that's what we're doing. I made mistakes. You do too.
Sure,
nobody's perfect,
absolutely.
but I become better over time.
That's fair. Yeah, I can agree to that. I can understand that. So yeah. Honestly, man, I'm fine leaving it there. Like, honestly, like you, and like I said from the very beginning, this is not a hill that I'm willing to die on. Okay. I think that there are far more important battles that we need to be fighting. But those are actually very, and like you said in the beginning, you were going to be, this is going to be a battle for me anyway. And you did bring up a lot of good points, and there's definitely points there that I have to a certain degree, I do have to concede to a lot of the points that you said. But there are things though that I still would like to take time. I'm not saying that I'm not conceding or that I fully agree with you, but there are things that I want to, a lot of the stuff I'd like to maybe like rewatch this again and kind of really give some more thought about the points that you brought up as far as my objections, because it is interesting. It is interesting. Some of the stuff that you said, I wasn't expecting exactly, but they were interesting, and there are things that I'd like to, I just like to take some more time and maybe like think a little bit more critically about, and just see if I still am going to stand firm on my position, or if I'm just like, no, you know what, Martae actually has it. But I will say though, as far as the performance enhancing drugs, the anabolic steroids, I think it is something that I'd be willing to concede on based on the way that you presented. But again, we have to, this is coming from an Orthodox Christian perspective, right? And like I said in my opening, I think that if you are an Orthodox Christian, which, you happen to be.
I'm a catechumen, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get baptized on the 5th, y'all. So just remember,
nice, man.
praise
That's
God.
Awesome.
Yeah.
On the 5th?
Yeah, I get baptized on the 5th. It's been 2 years as a catechumen. And you just don't go up to the Orthodox church and get like a dunk and then they give you like a coffee because there's a coffee shop right next to the tank. It's not one of those things.
That's one of the reasons why I don't want to see my biggest thing. And I know we're completely derailed now, but I mean, at this point, I don't know. I'm cool with kind of wrapping. I don't know what your thoughts are, Martae.
I will say this though. When you say things like, I'll concede most of the debate, and then you say things like, this isn't a concession. It's like,
well,
bro.
okay, fair
and
enough.
then, hold on, Aftermath.
Okay, go for it.
Hold on. And then I will say this: it's not a hill you're willing to die on, but it's definitely a hill you're willing to concede on, which is the same thing. I don't understand what the difference would be, but anyways, go on with you were talking about. Let's continue.
I guess
I was just gonna say that actually has been an hour now, so perfect time to leave it at that.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, I guess what I want to say is that the arguments that you presented, I thought I brought up some good, some fair points, some fair arguments, but at the end of the day, I think I can't just. I guess what I mean is that I'd like to take some more time and actually like really think about it, but I do have to concede, what you were saying, because what you said, as far as your counter arguments, they were logical as far as the way that you presented it. So I do have to be, good faith and say, yes, I do have to concede to your arguments. But again, because I was saying that this is not a hill that I'm willing to die on, but it is something that, maybe I will do some more thinking about, and, perhaps in the future, like if I be like, something, fuck that. I want to have this debate again. And I do believe that it is in fact against Christian ethics. Then I will directly DM you immediately. But
good
yeah,
luck with
so
that.
to
Good luck on
be
your
consistent
pursuit for your attempt. Just going to tell you for future warning. So
no, well, that's why I said that. I mean, this is like this was just a fun debate for me to kind of really get comfortable with live debates, moderated debates, and so I can only be grateful. And like I said, obviously a lot of the stuff that we talked about, it's way over my head as far as, because you're the pro, like, I mean, you're the expert. So,
well, I'm more of a subject matter expert to this arena. So it's like you debating a 20-year veteran cop when you're a layman and you don't know anything about law enforcement
Sure.
and getting into this. I'm not saying you don't know anything. Of course, we can know substantive facts about things like that. But it's like, here's the thing, though, is like, I'll even tell you this, and this is me throwing you a nugget here to kind of help you out. The train of thought I would have went on, because I could play devil's advocate on this, I would have went the vanity journey. I would have said, how is this not vain because you're unclothed? And how does this not bode well with modesty? Things like that. I would have went that argument, and I would have had a better, stronger point. And this is like, I don't really help people out like this to some degree. I would have had a stronger argument because there's less to actually kind of back up in me to defend myself when it comes to like saying, well, you're immodest when you show up on stage and only this amount of clothing. And it's like, there's kids in the audience, Martae. Don't you understand that? Do you think that men should go out of their house wearing clothes like this in front of kids? Do you think as a prescription for, like, I would have just tore myself up if I had a debate myself and there was a doppelganger? I would have went in on the vanity approach. I would have, there's so many different avenues where I think you kind of,
well, yeah, sure. But we did.
You want me to restart the hour?
Because
you could...
Nah. Well, no, the reason I think because we initially, I think if I'm not mistaken, that was the initial prompt. That was, bodybuilding is what was it? Is just vanity. But then we kind of, I think we
you could have picked it, but you could have actually went that way with this argument. So the whole thing with this debate was you were arguing against steroids, you were arguing against everything else except for bodybuilding. That's the problem with your argument. You tried, you did your best, and that was good, man. I appreciate you showing up for a show of force. Now it's time for me to dose volt against a Muslim that thinks that he can wife up his first cousins, which he will be demolished.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Go run.
When is that going down?
That's going down. I gotta go look.
But yeah, man. No, man. Yeah, that was great. I had a blast, man. I just want to set up some more.
Aftermath.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aftermath. Okay. Do you want to save that? We could go into the closing statements and then go into the Q&A.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you guys have 5 minutes for your closing statements. And let's see, since Aftermath went first for the opening, we'll let Martae go first on this one. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, for my closing statement, my opponent could have went towards things like idolatry, towards vanity, towards excess. Not only this, but towards like the harm approach. He could have went towards like the part where it's unethical as a prescription for society, all this other stuff. Like he could have just went that route with me and I would have had a tougher time tangling with this. But instead, my opponent tried to bog me down on just PEDs, which is a broad term analysis for anything that enhances performance. And then when I asked for a definition, he said steroids. And then when I tried to look for a moral argument against that and kept asking about this, my opponent didn't give me one. So my opponent showed up today with not an argument. This ended up turning into one of my typical bodybuilder pro athlete interviews. That's what this turned into in a sense. And then my opponent ended up saying that he conceded, which I knew he conceded probably like 10 minutes into the debate, but I didn't want to call him out on that because, of course, in my humility and in my charitable nature, I'm just going to allow this so that way the debate can continue. But my hat's off to the Aftermath for his first debate that he wanted to go ahead and do. And the reason why I entertain this is because I want to kind of help him, give him that push, even if it's the destruction of his argument by my own hand. Good to me for doing this, actually. Okay, let me stop. That's a little bit vain. But anyways, my hat's off to Cool Vic for entertaining this debate. I think he's had 3 debates so far. Me Too, Andrew Wilson 1, Not saying that this is a competition, by the way. Anyways, I look forward to the next debate that I'll have against this. I don't want to call him a jihadist, but the guy's going to probably blow himself up on camera because he's going to spurg out so bad. My next debate will be on the Edge, OTE, my channel, as the host, against people marrying their first cousins. Yes, that is a real prompt that I'm going to be debating. I concede my time, and I'll let the aftermath close after that.
Yeah. So, I actually, I'll be honest, I don't have a closing statement prepared. I will just say thank you to Martae. Thank you to Cool Vic. Martae, this is obviously it was a debate, but I mean, I learned a lot. I really appreciate, and this is something that I really appreciate about guys like you, guys like Andrew, guys like Jim Bob, who we went head to head, and obviously, March season. We were having a debate, but you still had the integrity to be like, hey, listen, this is kind of how it would have went. If I were arguing your position, and there's some really good tips as far as, and some of the things that you mentioned, I kind of wanted to get into, but since I guess we had kind of consolidated the debate prompt, maybe I just didn't really think about really kind of going down that path. But those are actually really good suggestions for my position on this debate. So definitely things that I could maybe do better next time. Not that I'm saying that necessarily will be a next time, because again, I'm far more interested in having the battle with non-Christians, secularists, feminists. But nah, man, I really appreciate you guys, and that's really all I have for my closing.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Aftermath, and thank you too, Martae. Yeah, that was a fairly good debate. Yeah, even though it did turn into more of an interview. I'll
give him an autograph after I'm done. By the way, no, yeah. I can't. I'm just playing.
Yeah, but no, Aftermath though, for being your first time, I think you did a pretty solid job. It's not easy to debate at all. Yeah, it's not easy to debate at all. So the fact that you stepped up and you're going up against Martae, nonetheless, Martae is a pretty formidable opponent. So for him to be your first opponent, you did a pretty good job.
That's why I'm looking for people online who are a little bit, a little bit on my level there. I've hit up a few people, so I'm trying to set up some debates with some people that aren't that don't have hundreds of debates under the belt. Somebody that's a little bit on my thing, but again, like this was great. I feel much more comfortable kind of going into my next debate, whatever that'll be. So again, I can't have anything but gratitude. So
Aftermath, I will say this just for 1 minute. Don't underestimate anybody. So when you say my level, it could be the guy that's only done one college debate that could destroy the shit out of somebody who's very seasoned.
Yeah,
so to me, don't say throw the levels out of this. Picture everybody else. And I want you to imagine it like this. This argument that you have is your baby and you have to protect it. And that person just killed your whole family. It's like, we have to envision it like this. Like, we can be friends again after this. That's why I said it's soon. And I'm going to speak in a language that Vic understands. When this cage closes, we're not friends. But when the cage opens again and the referee brings up a hand, we could be friends again after that. Every debate, I want you to imagine like this. And this is what it is. We're in the middle of an ideological war. These people want to tell your kids doctrine that's revised history. They want to tell your kids to be ashamed of being white. We have counterpoints arguing against this happening. We have people that are telling you that you should marry your first cousins, all this. I think that there's an ideological war to be had here, and we're moving the needle by using debate doing this. And Cool Vic is such a gracious host that he's allowing us to entertain the masses by educating them as well, too. That could be fence sitters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go into the Q&A. So we'll do some of the $10 first. So this one's from Real Rain 89 for $10. Thank you very much, Real Rain. Regardless of debate outcome, this was a great topic that was very interesting. Aftermath, my recommendation is bodybuilding is modern day alchemy, which makes it against Christ. Any thoughts on that, Aftermath?
Modern day bodybuilding is modern day alchemy. I'm not even sure what you mean by alchemy. I
know what the chatter's talking about though, and I can actually address this.
Yeah.
So
Go
with
for it.
bodybuilding being modern day alchemy, I would even go back to the construction worker. He's going to look differently inherently or inevitably. I would say inevitably, not inherently. 5 years after doing construction on the job, thus looking like a whole different man, grizzled, probably more muscular after this, and hands hardened. We change ourselves daily. You're not the same person you were yesterday, let alone last week. We're constantly in flux of changing and moving and improvements. Whether or not we do this, you can then say the whole junk food argument of being a fat ass is modern day alchemy as well too. So it's like, to me, that really doesn't really reconcile the prompt at all, because if there's obese people and there's bodybuilders, there's alchemy everywhere that's happening. So it's like you would have to demonize everything else too, which puts it in the same boat.
All right.
Yeah,
All
I've
right,
never
this
heard that
one's-
term alchemy. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, you know,
Look more
people
into that,
taking
yeah.
metals and then trying to turn it into gold, alchemist. That was like old day alchemy. When people were trying to take these metals and these minerals and then trying to turn them into gold, that's alchemy.
Okay.
They're referring to changing its nature to some degree.
Got it. Okay.
Cool. All right. Another one from Real Rain 89. Thank you very much for the $10. I would say there is a vanity aspect to all forms of bodybuilding, but also more self-esteem building. No one starts going to AA or the gym because they're winning in life. I don't know if any of you guys have anything to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I could see that point of view. So I don't know. What do you think about that, Martae?
Well, I would say that in order to say vanity, you would have to presuppose you know the mind of somebody before they get into an MMA ring or something like that, because we have all kinds of other suppositions here at play. Like, you could say that the person wants to learn self-defense from the bullies that bully him at school. You could say that this person loves Ken Shamrock and wants to be a wrestler just like him and maybe a UFC fighter because he looks up to him because there was an absentee father. Father figures appear also too. So it's like there's all kinds of different motivations. So to say that vanity would be there would mean that you would have to assert and you would have to demonstrate that this is causational, that this is the pure reason why people do this, which it isn't true. And I can't assume the mind of other people why they do bodybuilding, because I have my own reasons to do this, because I just wanted to win. Winning is good. That's why I didn't want to. When you talk about this, it was like, well, I was already winning at life. I just wanted to win more. I don't know. Yeah. Which is what I did. So, yeah.
All right. So this is from Postal Joe. Not a question, just showing support. Thank you very much, Postal Joe, for the $10. Merry Christmas to you too.
Not bad.
And let's see.
Is that Seinfeld?
And this is another one. It looks. I think it is. It looks like Seinfeld.
Seinfeld wearing the police.
Yeah,
You're gonna laugh while getting cuffed up. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? All right. So thank you, Postal Joe. This is from Real Rain 89. For $5, bodybuilding is such an umbrella term. If I'm a calisthenics athlete, I'm building my body. Is this debate about competitive bodybuilding?
Yes, it was about competitive bodybuilding. We'll say that. But nonetheless, this extends to building a body and the purpose of doing this. It's a compete, things like that. Yeah.
All right. This is, let's see. This is from William Wilson. Again, cool Vic verse. Thank you very much for the $5. This one just came in from World Radio 332 for $5. African/Arabs not partake of coffee was medicine not used to affect the body. The argument would be excess in this case, not the exposure. Martae W.
Yeah, I would say I would have went the excess route, but even then I would have refuted that easily too if you would have brought excess or anything like that, because bodybuilding, we take just the amount that we need for growth. Excess would imply danger, right? We could, like, let's say if I eat till my throat closed up, do you think that would cause harm? We all would say yes, although I've almost done this at Golden Corral and all you can eat buffets before, but I've learned my lessons. Bodybuilding would teach you that excess is harmful because you definitely have health implications in regards to anything excess is bad. And bodybuilding is like, you're going to learn like just the right amount to stay in good, healthy dosages. That's why blood panels and all that is good. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's see. And I think we have one more from World Radio 332 for $2. Quick question. Did David's Mighty Men not work out?
I don't even know what that was referring to.
So King David right? Goliath,
Oh.
the people that were at his side. I'm pretty sure that there was some training to go into battle, things like this. Like even if we're talking about Samson from the biblical era, who probably looked like Hercules to some degree, knocking out what 500,000 people with the jaw of a donkey bone, things like that. So we would have to say he's definitely bad to some degree if we're going to demonize bodybuilding to some degree. Even if God just granted him all the strength and everything else like that, he emulated what people would strive to be. So people doing like 500 push-ups a day, things like this, to strive to be like his level, I think that that's more of an embodiment of what we need America to go to. And I think that leans towards Christian ethics, because you have to have a insurmountable amount of discipline to even emulate that. First of all, one can't just turn into Samson. You have to become Samson to some degree.
That is true. All right, we got another one from Real Rain 89 for $5.
Man, Real Rain with the super chats.
Yeah,
he's making it rain.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So let's see. My argument, Martae, is alchemy is an intentional act. Overeating isn't necessarily. So bodybuilding being an intentional act makes it alchemy.
So that would be like, for me to improve my dunk or 3-point shooter, I'd have to probably, Kobe was cited as shooting like probably like 3,000 shots in the pouring rain once by his father. So you would say that that's excess, right? If we think about Formula One racing, we're going to lighten a vehicle so that way it could be smashed to smithereens and kill you in a cage even more. We're also, in order to have extreme performances to win in the degree of opposition, we would need to actually have some hyperbole here for examples to inspire other people. Thus, me being a real life action hero that kids can see when I go to schools and things like that, they would say that's probably like an overconsumption of something in their eyes, when really they don't know what happened behind the scenes. So we're also making an assumption too. So I don't think that even when we have the intention on winning, I don't think that makes it alchemy, because if we're going to practice in excess to overcome something, all that does is lead to glory in the end. Because if there's no sin and there's no Satan, there can never be glory over anything else. And sin could be gluttony. This could be eating bad food and betraying and cheating on a diet and lying to your coach. That's sinful. So I think that all of this leads to glory in the end.
All right. Thank you very much, Martae. And that will, I believe that's it. There's no more questions. So there you go. Now, good job, both of you guys. I gotta say, Martae, I didn't know some of the stuff about the steroid stuff. Like, I didn't know that the danger, like why there's heart failure and stuff at such a young age, is from the overeating.
Yeah,
yeah, it was interesting. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I actually had no clue. I thought it was the steroids itself this whole time.
If you look at the autopsies of the people that die, a lot of this is related to food. It isn't, because you can't get to cholesterol from a testosterone shot. You can't get any of this stuff. Cholesterol has to come from its source. The cholesterol's in the fries that are deep fried and all this. The reason why a lot of people are dying, if you think about the percentages of death in bodybuilding, it mirrors the deaths that happen societally. Fast food is killing more people than anything else, amongst everything from baby deletion and everything. Aside from all this, fast food is something that other countries have rejected. They've even rejected our meat, because, cool, Vic, you can't even look at this. We've synthesized our meat to the point to where we're putting so many steroids and everything else in our meat. It's no longer the same meat that your grandfather had from the farm like 20 years ago. So it's like, that's what's really killing more Americans than anything else. Nobody, including Lionel Izado, blaming cancer on testosterone and stuff like that was just cope rhetoric. Most people are dying because of food and consumption of wrong food and wrong think when that leads to their plate.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, like, because I even talked about it like a week or two ago. I put up a video of where some lady put out how her fries got all moldy after 2 days being out, and I was talking about how, oh, she should actually be happy that the fries molded after 2 days being out, because I see so many videos, and even I've experienced it, where if I've had food for a long time, like bread, right? I've had bread for like a month, didn't end up eating it or anything like that, but there's no mold on it whatsoever. And I'm like,
Right.
and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why isn't things molding anymore? I've also seen it where people left like ice cream out and the ice cream doesn't melt at all. And it's like, yeah, it's totally like, what are they putting in our food nowadays? It's not natural stuff anymore. It's all synthetic,
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys remember You guys remember Super Size Me, right?
Yeah,
Remember that
yeah,
movie,
that's a perfect
Super Size Me?
example of what's killing people. So back to I want to address this chatter real quick. So I'm going to also refute and also concede at the same time. I'm going to show you how I do this. Watch this alchemy happen as I'm addressing his alchemy point right now. So I tell you what, Martae, I'm a nobody, but I would debate bodybuilding being alchemy if you're down. So here's the thing, though. Christ asks us to change. If we go to a church, which is a hospital, we're asked to change. So you would even concede that that's a form of alchemy by your own standards. So I would even concede that and agree that, yes, it's a form of alchemy. My whole argument is saying, yes, if it's alchemy, why think bad? Like, what is the moral claim against this? Why would that be anti-Christian, even if it is alchemy? Because I'm changing myself to go against the world's ways and the way that they do things today.
All right, yeah, that's pretty good stuff. But I remember the Super Size Me, where he just lived on what is it, McDonald's for how long did he live on McDonald's?
It was like 30 days.
Yeah, 30 days. By then he was all out of shape and totally just no energy and everything like that. That was a pretty interesting documentary.
Yeah,
didn't that guy pass away?
Yeah, he had a hard time. He had to quit it because his health problems were skyrocketing at such a high rate. And all this exemplifies like the problem and the conundrum we run into when people blame drugs and they don't want to blame what's on their plate. And that's the problem, though, is people having lack of denial of the flesh, lack of denial and indulgences, and not having discipline and adherence to suffering, embracing suffering. Any pro athlete that gets to the pro athlete level of the 1% elite that I'm at will tell you it takes a lot of suffering and sacrifice to do what we do. And even if you take away steroids from the playing field, there still would be as many pro bodybuilders as there are with steroids. So steroids doesn't move the needle on this. And also there really isn't a moral or immoral argument against this, because then we would demonize meat and everything else that, like you even by your own admission would say bread doesn't even have mold. The food and everything else is now a chemical sludge that we have now. It's not the same thing your grandfather made on the pasture 20 years ago.
Morgan Spurlock was his name. Morgan Spurlock. He died at the age of 53 in 2024. From
what? What were the complications?
It says Wikipedia says that I guess he had cancer. Says died on May 23rd, 2024. Spurlock died in New York from complications of an unspecified cancer.
We also have to realize that is Wikipedia as well too. So half a grain of salt there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know the guy died, to be honest. But I mean,
I remember hearing about 53.
it.
Mind you, here's the thing though, and this goes to my argument as well too with the steroid argument. When women are having cancer, what do? They take anti-estrogens, which is that steroid that your body produces, which is a hormonal by the, I would say, the endocrine system. So you're anti that. So you would actually have to be anti another form of steroid that people take. When people take transformer drugs to turn into women, they have to take estrogen, right? Which is a steroid that people use. Now, that's my argument as far as the intention on why we do things. Now, I think that's where we need Christian bodybuilders in the trenches as well, too, because we need representation. Tell me I can't be the only Orthodox Christian, even as a catechumen, in battling these other people from other nations representing us. So it's like, I think we need more people that are going to take up part carry their crosses, to speak. And if we're doing this, you're suffering, right? There's fasting, everything else. I'm talking about the discipline, the suffering. I think that's a good thing. And we build men doing that, but it depends on the intention behind this and the outcomes.
Yeah, no, indeed. Good stuff, man. Like I said, this was like a learning thing for me too, because I honestly had no idea about a lot of this stuff. So man, like I said, this is very educational. Thank you, Martae.
I didn't mean to put on a clinic. I wanted to put on a debate. It's all good.
I know, right? It just ended up being a bodybuilding clinic, teaching everybody about bodybuilding.
Good Lord. Well, that's what happens when you're like, if you're going to battle like somebody that did law enforcement for 13 years, 20 years, who's an expert, close to an expert in the field, or the closest thing to a subject matter expert, you're going to be learning a lot of shit, especially if you're like a layman and you're not even adjacent to the field. You're going to learn a lot. Hopefully this debate was kind of edifying to a lot of people at home and they saw this. Hopefully people are going to learn to eat more veggies, a lot more whole, clean foods, things like this. I would implore this. And before anybody thinks that I endorse steroids, I don't endorse steroids at all. When I talk to kids at school, I say, no, don't use this. And if I was to even endorse steroids at all, this would be to somebody who already turned pro. I'd say, well, in order to level the playing field, which is a whole different conversation, well, in order for us to even have that conversation, they actually have to turn pro. If you don't turn pro, I would say anybody out there, and this is for everybody at home, including kids, don't touch steroids, kids. It's really stupid unless your intentions are to win a bodybuilding contest naturally first, like I did before even touching anything. I think there's wisdom in regards to having success. Like, to me, I think that you have to work hard and learn to embrace suffering before anything else. There is no easy button for this.
Yeah, you brought up during the debate that kid, Little Hercules. I remember that kid.
Richard
I remember
Sandman
seeing him.
was his name.
Yeah. So how did he get super muscular though? Like
his parents were like strict authoritarian parents. They were like, you're gonna do like 50 push-ups today, and we're gonna have like, they had like a routine for him. They were making him do it. But guess what happens when he was underneath their roof? Yeah, what I say goes. But guess what happened? He has since been relinquished from their custody. And guess what? He has a surfer body, and now he's a surfer in California. He doesn't look like the same muscular kid ever before. You couldn't even tell like he was muscular, had a six-pack now.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Yeah.
It's a complete transformation. That's also bodybuilding reverting back to another shape and size. That's also bodybuilding the other way as well, too. What I want to promote is like good bodybuilding where it's purposeful, where you could defend your family. I'm not saying that you have to like change your physique to become an idol for people. I'm against idolatry in any means. If people look up to you, you need to steer them the right way and say, I don't want you to become me. I just want you to be a better version of yourself to emulate Christ. That's how I would tell people to do this. Now, even when I train people, and I have clients that I do train, by the way, and when I train these people, I tell them, like, don't do this for looks. Do this so that way you could protect your family and become more efficient as a protector and the head of the household that you should be. To me, that's more Christ-like than anything else. Screw the looks. You can get hit by a car and lose all your looks in 2 seconds. Who are you as a man? Because just because you have a bodybuilding physique doesn't make you a man. You know, being a man is a whole lot different, and that's a whole different conversation entirely.
Yeah, man, that's good stuff. Aftermath, did you have any questions or anything that you have to say after this debate?
Well, it was a pleasure getting my ass handed to me by Martae. It's an honor. I look forward to maybe in the future, maybe setting up another one. But like I said, this was just a I really can't be anything but other than just like I said, grateful. I appreciate it, man. Going before this whole afternoon, man, I was a little bit anxious and nervous, but then I was like, why am I so anxious and nervous? And then once we kind of got into it, I think it was just more like excitement. It was really fun, kind of, just experiencing what a live debate in real time is. Go ahead, Martae. What's up?
You said it. Matter of fact, chat, if the chat's listening right now, I want you to hear what he just said. This is monumental and extremely important, what he just said. So what he just said, I'm having a little bit of brain fart here right now. So what he just said is I learned a whole lot from what just happened, and I was nervous. Mind you, when I get into a bodybuilding competition, I did 2 cage matches before in my life. Actually, believe it or not, I fought. I had my ass handed to me once, and there's not a time that I didn't have nerves or butterflies. I think, and this is what I'm going to tell you, Aftermath, right now, and I want the crowd to listen to. If you're going to do something and you don't have butterflies or nerves, I think you're kind of doing it wrong, because you should have the same apprehension before any opponent, and I think that this helps you out. If you don't have fight or flight and you're getting ready for a fight, it's not a fight at all, and you might get destroyed because of this. I think that we should be wary of anything that we get into where we're going to be attacked, whether or not it's our worldview or anything else. So I think that if you're nervous, Mike Tyson said this before, I'm nervous, but then when I go to the ring, the nerves decrease and all this. And then there's this whole speech by Mike Tyson. Before any time I compete and I hear that there's 4 people from Germany in the competition, I'm nervous as hell. I'm shitting bricks. But backstage, I'm like, oh, I see these guys. They're right there. They're not some imaginary monsters. And next thing you know, I'm like, oh, I'm about to destroy these people with the U.S. flag on my back. And that's how it should be. I think you should be nervous a little bit. I think there should be jitters. I had those before even this debate. We can't be so confident that we destroy and delete humility before any neutral grounds where we're going to beat an opponent. I think that's fair to even say. And I think that that's also admirable to even say as well, too.
Yeah. Definitely admirable. Before I've done debates, I've gotten nervous too. So yeah, it's completely normal, completely natural. I think Martae very well said what Martae had to say. So don't worry, brother. And like I said, every debate you do, you're just gonna get better, man.
You will.
Yeah, absolutely.
You learn from it. There's only nowhere to go but up, man. And for your first time, like I said, I think you did fine. But you know what? Let's see what the poll said, though. I put up a poll. Who won this debate? 89% said Martae, 11% said Aftermath. That was out of 19 votes. So
you know what?
Go by the chat, Martae won.
You know what would have helped though? Notice how me and Cool Vic have a based background, and you look like you're in a closet right now. I'm just gonna say, look, I'm gonna throw a jab. It isn't like really good logo, but when you come out of the closet, let us know when you have a based background, and that'll help a lot. He's festive, by the way. I'm festive in a different way, but yeah, that's what I would say. I'm just funning you, by the way. Good debate, man. I appreciate the good back and forth, the heated exchange. It's all good.
Cool beans, man.
Yeah. And but before we go, Martae, how about you plug your stuff, and then Aftermath, tell them tell the audience where they can find you.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead, Aftermath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can find me the Aftermath. Actually, I was going to ask, would you mind, Cool, to link my channel in the description of the video? Because Aftermath is kind of if you just go on YouTube and type in the Aftermath, you're going to get like all this other crap. And if you could just do that, that'd be great. But yeah, I'm the Aftermath on YouTube. I believe it's at, why am I just not looking? Aftermath, at Aftermath_official. I think if you type that in, it should pop right up. But yeah, I'm also on Rumble, BitChute, and Odyssey. Yeah, so all the videos that I have uploaded on YouTube are also uploaded there. And yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I'm Covert Patriarch on Twitter. And yeah, follow me there.
Awesome, brother. All right, Martae, tell everyone where we can find you at.
I want to say again, Aftermath, when you're not a Protestant anymore, it'll be great. It'll be a great day if you can. I mean, you said you came from a family of Oriental Orthodox. Inquire, check out a parish, man. I'm down to even visit a parish with you if I have a time or anything like that. We can go check it out. I respect you as a fellow debater. Already, you seem eager, you seem hungry. And the reason why I'm here is to help you out and give you that ample push so that way you can succeed in the Rumble debating. This takes time, man. You're not going to give yourself a little bit more grace because this takes time. And I understand this. I noticed the humility in your voice. That's why I'm not railing heavily against you. Mind you, I don't personally attack my opponents at all. Never have. Even the jihadist, I'll just call him that. The guy that I'm going to be debating for first cousin banging. I'm just going to call it that. It's like even him, he deserves grace. I'm going to pray for this guy, but I may be attacked. But this is the thing, though. We have to walk towards theosis and emulate Christ. So now goes my plug. You guys can find me on the Aftermath, which solves his problem. You can find me on not the Aftermath. Well, if you look on his channel, I'm currently on his channel right now. So that's how. So when you find me on the Edge, I used to have it written as On the Edge. Now I have it as OTE because I had the same problem. If you type in On the Edge, 50 million channels are going to show up. So that's why I have the host of OTE or something else On the Edge underneath here, but it's OTE with Martae Reyes. I've had to find a way to where it's easily accessible by name, right? Even if it's using an acronym. But to this, I want to say kudos to my mods, everybody else out here, Paige, Relentless, all those two people. Shouts out to both of you for regulating the chat. I know I had nefarious people in the chat, but you guys can find me at Mighty Martae on X and also _ the real Mighty Mouse, and also on YouTube with OTE with Martae Reyes, and also on Vic's channel as well. Well, I'll be a regular as well too. He'll be streaming some of my debate reviews as well.
Hell yeah, guys. And yes, and Aftermath, I did include both your guys' links in the description down below. So in case you guys do have trouble finding it, the links are in the description for both of them. You could find them there. So thank you very much, both you guys. It was a great debate. Thank you for being on the show. I'll talk to you guys later.
All righty. Thanks, Cool Vic.
Christ is God.
Christ is God.
Christ is God.
Christ is God. All right.
Okay, guys. I think that was a pretty good performance. I mean, 81%, 81 to 11. I brought you guys blood. This is what I gave you guys, some blood. Christ is, you notice how I said Christ is God, and then I got him to say this? That's the first step. Yes. Bring him over to the dark side. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make him orthodox before. I'm not an evangelist, by the way. But if I could plant a seed by him just saying Christ is God, this is good. It's better than saying Christ is King, because Muslim people say this all the time. Mind you, they can't say Christ is God because they don't believe in the Trinity. So for sure, everybody that's Orthodox, yes, smash the like, for sure. This is crazy. This guy, kudos out to him. Show this guy some grace. He was an amateur, has never done a debate. A lot of courage and guts to get on stage with me like that. Good stuff. Now, I have to be, no pun intended, relentless, like my moderator's name sake, and actually demolish the shit out of this Islam guy. I think in the next debate, he's going to be trying to spurg out in this debate with me and probably overtalk, probably not going to answer a question. I've done debate reviews on this guy. Gosh, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. I'll just say that. That's it. Anyways, yeah, this has been a very fun debate. I felt like I put on a clinic and it's turned into like an athlete interview to some degree, because the guy conceded the debate in the first 10 minutes. And then I just had to announce that he conceded the debate, and then he admitted to conceding, and then the poll and, you know, all this other stuff. And then these nefarious people ended up being in Cool Vic's chat. I think it was Cool Vic's chat or this chat, because I couldn't monitor this. Mind you, the reason why I said kudos to my head mods out there, Paige and Relentless, because I can't monitor this chat when I'm debating, because if I'm in the throes of having fisticuffs or fighting with these gentlemen, which I'm being really gracious by putting that Muslim in the in the same box as gentlemen. The same guy who'd probably bang a goat. If you could bang your cousin, you could bang your niece. You get like, where's this end? Yeah, this has been a good time, man. I appreciate everybody rocking with me. I'm going to listen to some bomb ass house music, some bomb ass beats, and then enjoy the rest of my day. May Christ be with you all and keep you all as well. This has been a good debate. I looked forward to this debate. I studied for this debate, but not that much, because I know so much about body. I've been in this industry for such a long time. How much studying do I have to do? But when it comes to like banging or marrying your cousin, I have to study, because I know nothing about why anybody would do this. So we have to study more for things that we're more ignorant about and don't know. I don't know anything about banging your cousin and the, you know, desire to do this. I don't purport to even know this, and why anybody would want to bang their nieces, you know, even if they're 9 years old and all that, which in a different country, they permitted this. I think they lowered the age to like 12, something like this. Crazy. Yet we want these people in our country changing our culture, massacring Christians in Nigeria. Muslims are doing this. All this. So there is an ideological war that we're fighting right now. And this guy who's Muslim is on the other side of that. He'll deny this, that he's the antithesis to Christianity. He is. And nowhere in the Orthodox Church or any Christianity do we talk about marrying siblings. That's wild. That is crazy. But they'll do this all the time, causing malformations, deformations, all this stuff. Genetically, like there's this whole thing. I don't even have to do that to destroy this debate. But yeah, this is crazy. Insane. Crazy, crazy stuff. W House Music got some select. Yes, UK. That's the only thing good about UK right now. It's house music. Hopefully that doesn't get corrupted by these Islamists who come over and warp and bastardize tradition and culture, because they're going to do the same thing when they come here to the States. Just insane. So say no to the cousin thirst trap, Ishmael's children. Yes, for sure. You know what? I think that we should have a moratorium on immigration. Yes, absolutism on this. Even legal immigration. Yes, I'll say this again. Even legal immigration. We should have a moratorium. We should pause this and let our country sort itself out before we allow any more infiltration. I understand maybe you want to become an American citizen or something like that of that nature, but I think we're going to have a pause because we need to reconcile our own differences because we have Mamdani in New York. We have Brandon Johnson in Chicago saying we have ice-free zones and all this that's happening right now. Politically, I don't think we could suffer this anymore. This is ridiculous. The Muslim extremists coming in, it's like, how many sleeper cells are we going to have with this? Yes, I know it's a myth. Is it? Like, if we think about this, they're warping culture and everything else. Just crazy. Just insane. Yes, therefore, more house music is necessary because by their own standards, it's haram. Christmas is haram. I think in Italy or Spain or something like that, they're railing against Christmas. Do you want Christmas to be obliterated from American culture? That's what they're going to do. House music, no more. If you guys want me to have dose volt energy, let these people try to destroy house music. I will go on a crusade with it anyways. I'm not going to go with that diatribe right now. This is crazy. Yeah, crazy stuff. So it's just insane. We have to stop this. I am a staunch conservative Orthodox catechumen who will be baptized on the 5th next month. And I will constantly be in this ideological exchange with these extremists and these people who are borderline trying to convince us that we need to change our American ideals and traditional structure. I think that this is bad to bastardize American ideals. And when we talk about American ideals, I'm not talking about race, creed, or anything like that. I'm talking about culture, tradition, and the systemic values that are eroding as we speak by these people. It's just crazy. It's just insane. Crazy, crazy stuff. Electrify the southern fence could be funny too. You know what? They might even like that. You see these jihadists blow themselves up. They'll push others people into it to sacrifice themselves for 1,000 virgins just so they can climb over the corpse that sacrificed itself on the electrified fence to gain traction to go over the said fence. So I don't know. They're ignorant strategists at best. I'll call it that. Just crazy. Yes, deodorant might be haram. I think going outside your family and dating and courting people might be haram as well, too. To go ahead and try to find a more viable genetic pool to procreate with might be haram as well, too. Crazy. This is just insane. I don't know. But if you guys are Orthodox in the chat, let me see some Orthodox emojis, because that's what I represent. And I think that our nation, while not being run by a theocratic system, is supported by this. I think all of this is supported and we'll back this. I don't think that underneath an Islamist regime or a system, I don't think it'll bode well. Rob said it best when he's against Sharia law, and I think all of us are as well too. I think we are too. I think none of us want to embody any of this culture. Just bad. I don't want women to have to walk outside unaccompanied by men and have to be a mandate federally. I think that's gross. I think it's extremely gross. Like, if I have a wife in the future, best believe that we're going to go to the range and shooting together. So when she leaves, she's competent and well-versed in this gun. But also, I'm going to die for her, but I'm not going to treat her like some child that can't go out unaccompanied by men. But that's Sharia law. That's what they want. And these are extreme examples, but are they extremes? That's what they believe. And not to mention that, but Christians would actually be persecuted. How am I wrong? Christians in the United States would be persecuted by Islamist rule. If they had it their way, we had Sharia law. You heard the guy Manar say in the debate that I want them to only sell pork in this section of the state. Okay, so now how far does this go? What's the threshold barrier for this? This is just insane. So yeah. Not only is this insane, by the way, I do want to give a shout out because I know Andrew was holding a stream. Thanks for showing up, Paige. I know you could be moderating over in his chat and things like that. I think Andrew was having some difficulties. especially with the guy saying the hard R. That was crazy. I don't know if you guys witnessed that, but I was tuning in beforehand and some guy said the hard R. This is why I want to vet people before they come on stage, and I debate like the dummy last night that got on stage and just looked like he was high on drugs. I don't know if you guys were privy to this. That guy was insane. It's higher on drugs. He reminds me of the guy from Dumb and Dumber with the shaggy hair. That's who he reminds me of. Just nothing really going on up here. And then he tried to have a conversation about me and didn't even know what the whole debate prep was about. Just crazy. Just insane. Like I would have bodied this guy. I showed this guy so much grace. And this isn't me like fluffing myself up. I'm not some big streamer and big debater, but I strive to be better, man. What can I say? I take L's all the time. This happens. I think as a Christian, we fall all the time as well, too. I'm not here to proselytize to people either. But yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah, you better. There's the requirements there. It's good. I think that women should be able to multitask for sure. And that goes against Muslim religion. Women aren't supposed to multitask in that religion. Like you can't drive. You can't go outside and come. There is no multitasking. You're just like a tool. And that's gross. That's really gross. Saint Olga took a bunch of pigeons and had these pigeons burn down a whole city. Do you think that Muslims would allow a warrior like this in their culture? This goes against all their belief systems. There would be no Saint Olga in their culture. There would never be female saints, and nothing like this would ever happen. They subjugate women to the point of them being purely children that are tools. This is gross. Not a feminist by any regard, because even me, I'm against feminism, but there's a distinction and there's a that I'm portraying here for sure. I think that women can be extremely competent. Matter of fact, Andrew said this is all the time. Rachel's more smart than I am, probably more brilliant than I am, a better debater than, things like this. He says this all the time. Well, I never hear Rachel say this. She'll never say, yeah, I'm better than Andrew, this and that, because she will never supersede that. She shows him respect. That's love. If a wife can never say, I'm trying to usurp my husband, that's love. But your husband gives your wife accommodations and says, hey, she's amazing what she does. That's love. I truly believe it when they say they can't put a paper between both of them. She is sprung. That woman is sprung. And to me, that's the symbolism of what a nuclear family should be. Regardless if there were kids outside the marriage, things like this, they're making this work. That's 10 times better than baby mamas and all this other stuff unattached to a man that's supportive and has a ideology that we want to spread throughout this nation, which is what Andrew's doing. I fully support that. Always support this. Rachel is in such a supportive role. I admire Rachel in that regard. She'll have my respect. I'll take bullets for the Wilsons. And I'll say this again. I've been demonized by my detractors for saying things like this. I would. And, when I have a wife in the future, I'm going to support her as well, too. I'll never degrade her. That'll never happen. I think a wife's support role should be admired just as much as me being the head of the household. I think that's extremely important. I think respect goes both ways. Now, when it comes time for warrior culture, that's my job. I'm going to beat the shit out of anybody who tries to threaten my family, my traditional values, my America as we see it. And that's why I do debates. So extremely something that I would say is foundational in this regard. When I do look at Andrew and Rachel Wilson, I see the epitome of what I want in the future. Now, this gets bastardized by people who don't even have marriages themselves. Tree of Logic will rail against this while being a dominatrix. That's not what we want for society. You don't even emulate anything close to what they have. Andrew strives towards theosis all the time. Theosis. Rachel strives towards theosis all the time as Orthodox Christians. Now, I'm not saying you have to choose a religion or anything. I'm not proselytizing. I'm just saying what is. Yeah, actually, I'm saying what should too. We all should strive towards theosis. I think that that's good. Tell me that they're not doing that. I think that this is admirable. I look up to both of them, actually. I look up to them. I look up to Jim Bob. I look up to people like Jay Dyer. Jay and Jamie Dyer are marriage goals as well, too. It's definitely good. Let me see. Martae Workademics wants a quick chat. If you have time, he wants a StreamYard link. Okay, yeah. Let's do this right now. Workademics is actually good faith. Let's go ahead and do this right now. Workademics, if you're in the chat, you can come on up. I'll allow it. Let me see if there's a. Yeah, matter of fact, Saint Olga, back to Saint Olga. You're talking about like what we should emulate. I think she's something we should always strive to. I think Mary as well too. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Work?
Hey, Martae, how's it going, man?
Good, man. I noticed the consistency with you. Miss D is in the chat. Yeah, shouts out to Miss D. Based as hell. Thanks for the homework, Miss D. I'll get right on that. Side banter. But yeah, the thing I wanted to say, Mr. Work, is I appreciate your consistency and firm and fairness when it comes to having these conversations with me and not fallacious attacks, which usually get thrown at me all the time.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's not a personal question. It's more an ideological question.
Yeah,
and I actually
for
have two. One around the whole idea of sanctuary, like cities and stuff, and the other around, I guess, I don't know if this is YouTube safe, but GUNS.
You said GUNS?
Yeah. Can we say that?
Yeah, you could say it.
Okay. So the
Guns.
other topic around, guns and stuff. Which one would you like to talk about first?
Either one, man. Throw it at me, man.
So when it comes to sanctuary, I always wonder because the whole idea of sanctuary actually started as a religious concept where basically churches were hiding illegal immigrants. That way they wouldn't be deported. I know the whole idea of it now is the sanctuary cities where cities are basically hiding the immigrants. But it's always baffled me how basically the right, which is more religious than the left, and people on the left that are religious are probably faking it, I would say. But the right that's more...
I would say they're just as religious. And think about this, the LGBTQ doctrine that they're indoctrinating with our kids is just a form of religion as anything else. Because think about what religious means. We're practicing bodybuilding, like my debate. I practice this religiously, eating chicken and rice. That's kind of like a form of a practice that's repetitive in notion. LGBTQ and all that other nonsense that they practice on the left, they practice religiously. So it's like a different form of religion that they appeal to just as much as I think we do on the right to ours.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I actually agree with that. But in terms of the religion aspect, I'm talking more so Christianity. There's more Christians on the right than the left.
Yeah.
But the thing that confuses me is the tenets of Christianity is to essentially help those in need, right? So it's one of those things where, isn't it contradictory to say we have to prevent people from coming over, and then also saying the religion is supposed to help those that are in need?
Well, the problem with this is like, think about the Orthodox Church, and I'll use this for example. They're not, when I got a pamphlet when I was going to be a catechumen, and that's like becoming a student of the faith before you come in, because they're going to say, hey, this is what you're getting into. We can't affirm your illness while going to this hospital. We can't like reaffirm your gender dysphoria and say, we're going to agree with this before you come in. You have to change, right? So they're not going to allow infiltration by means of like, oh, you're fake. And, you know, like, let's say I was going to be a fake person, have gender dysphoria. Once they notice this, they're going to be like, hey, you have to reconcile this and you're coming in here. That's crazy. You're not going to change our culture. Exile happens all the time. Like, let's say if I have a wife and I cheat on her and then I sleep with somebody else, I can be exiled from the church. They're going to say, which is a form of deportation to some degree. They're not going to allow infiltration. So in Christianity, this has happened over a lengthy period of time because we can't affirm illnesses such as like this LGBTQ rhetoric. The same thing, and I'm going to conflate this with immigration. If you allow something else to come in, like an illness in a body, in America is like the form of the body, and we don't have the antibodies to fight this, and it's overcome to the point to where we can't even fight this illness that's coming in or virus or whatever this is. I think we have to stop this so that way America can heal itself, so that way we can build up antibodies and develop a system to actually not have our whole system compromised and changed. Because if you look under the diametrics of biology, your human body is like what, made up of like 37% of bacteria and stuff that's not even considered human, which is you. So if you think about this, what if that happens to be 87% instead of the 37%? Are you anymore? Probably not, right?
Yeah, no, you wouldn't be yourself.
Right.
But in terms
I think it's
of
a good preventative measure. So that is protecting yourself, because what you allow is what will continue. We have to protect ourselves first before we can see what the UK is doing with them and just become, now they're going to be an Islamist country 40 years from now. There's no doubt about that. They're not going to have Christmas anymore.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking mostly like people from South America, because South America, the Pope or the previously has even acknowledged that South America was coined the last bastion of Christianity, because it's like 80% of the population over there is considered Christian. It's one of the last strongholds of Christianity. So those people, like in Mexico, did you know it's illegal to practice witchcraft?
Yeah,
And
like they'll say they'll rail against Santeria. I think it's called one form of Santeria. The problem with this is like, I understand this, but just understand, like, we have to allow freedom of religion, but we can't have an overcorrection of like one dominant religion. Like, think about Rob's debate that he had with that Manar guy. Manar was arguing for Sharia law. And I think that's abhorrent and also rife with destruction. If we're thinking about the word destruction, I think that that's bad, because you can become implicit in your own destruction if you have too much allowance and overcorrection happening. In America, we're like teetering on that right now. I think we're preventing an overcorrection of this happening. Now, you're saying that because South America has a strong Christian nation. Now, they may have while they're Christians, it's almost like, you ever see the Civil War movie and the guy's saying, well, what kind of American are you? And there's like a ditch full of people. Well, it's like, what kind of Christian are you? Are you the kind of Christian that's going to uphold these nuclear family beliefs and traditional family values that you have? Then I would say yes, for sure. But the problem with this is that for every 5 Americans or 5 South Americans that come in, we have one person that's a maybe, that's going to wreck everything. That's not worth the 5 that are coming. Well, matter of fact, let me correct this, because that sounds bad, because I don't want to call people trash. But I will say that I think that we need to just stop it for right now and just say, hey, we need to have a conversation with ourselves before we have any more people come in, because now we've ended up in an America where Detroit, Michigan has fallen. Dearborn, Michigan has fallen. New York's in the process of falling. Chicago's in the process of falling. How many more states do we need to fall? No, regardless of how many Christians come in, we still have a foreign infestation that's happening of ideals that are changing our structure.
Right. So, but what are we preventing from? Because isn't that against the Christian doctrine, though?
It's not against Christian doctrine. The Christian doctrine actually expounds on borders. Does heaven have a border? Can anybody just get in heaven, right? So that's one good example. I think when we create borders, I think it's healthy. Our bodies naturally create a border from through an immune system, through skin, being the biggest organ of the body. I think preventing foreign infestation, preventing demonosis from happening to yourself through praying and sacrificing stuff prevents all that infiltration. Infiltration happens on so many different regards. I think that's actually more Christian than anything else.
Well, so that whole idea, though, that basically if everybody would be allowed into heaven, I know and I watch different theologians, but I apologize because I don't know the name of it.
No, you're fine.
But basically, in one of the covenants is the idea that the term or the state of Israel is more of a spiritual idea, and that people are basically spiritually Israelites. And that's because God in the covenant promised it to Israel. I forgot what the actual term is, but are you aware of that theology?
No, the reason why I'm not aware of that theology is because I don't dive into that. And the reason why I don't dive into that is because that's like out of the realm, which I refuse to kind of engage in to some degree, because I'm just a catechumen. If we dive into that argument against the Israel belief system. I'd have to do an exegesis on this, in which I can't do. I need permission from my church to do that, which is also like, you see what I'm doing? This right here is just a hypothetical example of like me not allowing infiltration, of me saying I know more than the church at this time. Because to me, that's also an infiltration the other way around too. If I put up a barrier and say, no, I can't talk about that or expound on this, I'm creating this border. And I think when we don't create borders, we create allowance for infestation, which is like demonisis, other things like that. And us to have such prideful conversation and say, oh, I have authority to speak. I don't. I'm just a lowly catechumen, like a piece of dirt outside. So I'm not degrading myself by any means, but I'm not qualified to even go down that road. I could be maybe, but that's like just pride talking if I were to say that. But this is me shoving that aside and saying, nope, I'm not going to do that, because I have to have some fragment of humility here in conversating with you.
No problem. I gotcha. Yeah, but there's I forgot what it's called, but it's basically the argument that basically refutes the idea that it was talking about the literal Israel. It's the idea that it's referencing like a spiritual Israel. Now, I don't know the exact theological term for that.
Yeah, that's why I can't get into that, because even though you said I'm not getting into a theological argument, you just said I don't know the exact theological, and then I would have to reconcile and rectify that and clarify that for you, which means I would have to get into some exegesis down the road. I saw this coming before, and that's why I'm avoidant of that. Yeah.
Gotcha. No problem. But Martae, my question is,
leads down that road. This conversation leads all down that road.
yeah. So my question is, when it comes to essentially the doctrine of Christianity and helping those, less that have less than stuff, the Good Samaritan, if it's like, impoverished women and children trying to migrate to the United States, do you think they should also not be allowed in?
I think that we should be kind of an absolutist, and it sounds harsh to say this, because to me, I think that there's also tethers that people say. Like, the tethers happen like this. They'll say, well, because I was born here, my parents have to be here too. Things like this. So what's the threshold when we talk about this? Because they're kids, but that's how the door cracked open anyways, because they're saying the kid argument, and they're saying, well, I was born here, but my parents weren't. And this whole argument, I think that we should be more absolutist, because there's such a gray line that when this door got cracked a little bit, now people burst it wide open. Now anything goes almost. And that's why I voted for Trump, because of this immigration problem more than anything else. The last administration never enforced any of this. Now we have like some semblances of enforcement that's happening, but they're fighting Trump every step of the way, to where it's like, yes, an overcorrection, even on kids. Because here's the thing though, there's an argument saying that there are people fleeing to try to seek amnesty or protection. They're fleeing a war zone, things like that. I totally understand that. But at the same time, it's like we're creating a war zone by letting people come in and changing our laws, destroying our nuclear family and everything like that. This creates a war zone because recidivism in prison rises up when there's only one mother in the home and no children. Like, we see the examples of that. America's creating a war zone in itself. We see what's happening with Dearborn and everything else. Just bad.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of confused though on what's the Christian position on it, because you're making more of like a nationalist position. But
yeah, that would be my position as far as like that. I can't, but also the reason why we can't get to like the Christian position is because I can't, as just a catechumen, and even if I wasn't a catechumen, I can't represent the Christian position, because I don't even do that in debates. Like, I don't lead with even in the debate we were doing, like, I wasn't doing an absolute exegesis on scripture and breaking it down, what it means. I try to stay as surface level as possible. I'm doing the same thing here, but there's a consistency here. That's why I can't elaborate onto the Christian position, because I can't represent the church here. That's why it's so, if you're wondering why it's so surface level and you can't get past that, it's intentional.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think with that, I just want to switch over to the guns topic, right? And
the pew pews, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Pew pews, you got it. So the pew pews, something that kind of confused me with the pew pews is the fact that, and I don't know the stats, but I think we could both agree that probably more people on the right have pew pews, right? Because they collect it, they have hobbies. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but compared to the left, there's probably more people on the right, right? Okay, and then the right is also more Christian, right? We agree with that as well.
I don't know that exactly. I think that when it comes to like more Christian, you would have to actually explain what you mean. Like whether you're talking about Orthodox, yeah, I would say that. But believe it or not, there's a lot of self-identified Christians on the left. They just happen to be like sewing circle Christians. And what sewing circle Christians are just feminists that have the Christian label plastered across their mantle or whatever that is.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Which is why I don't think they're actually Christian. I think they're kind of cosplaying, or they're basically bending Christianity to like benefit them. I wouldn't consider them real
there's a
Christians.
lot of heretics. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So here's something that I never kind of understood. It's the idea that if people actually believe in life after death, right? And basically, this is our life of basically trial and tribulation. That way we can be measured and judged in the future, right? And Jesus teaches, turn the other cheek. Why would it make sense to have to defend your mortal body if people truly believe that they would live for eternity?
That's actually a good question. So the reason why it makes sense for you to defend your mortal body is because I think that your body can be used as a puppet. Your body can be used as a symbol. We think about this all the time. So if we think about women who are in corn and doing corn production and actively sleeping with men, like, what are they using? They're using the image of who, right? In screens and things like this wrongly. So I would say that they're infiltrated by, I would say, suggestion, possession, demonosis, whatever that is for them to go under. This could be like the love of money, which is like a bad sin all in itself. This is a different conversation. Your body can be used as a demonstration for why I can turn 5 people into like other people that are like me. We emulate each other in society all the time. So this goes back to my argument that I just had with bodybuilding. If I'm a bodybuilder and I tell people don't use steroids, but use hard work, be faithful to your wife, have these Christian ethics and everything like that, but they're appealing to like this body that I have and say, you look like a superhero, but they're going to emulate traits and characteristics and habits that I have alongside this, because you have to understand there's a lure there, which is like my physical presence. I might look like a superhero to kids in person, but when they see me, they're like, oh yeah, that's why I shouldn't cheat on my wife or whatever that is. They'll pick things up. But I think that that's extremely important. Even though you're in this physical plane of existence, the reason why it means a whole lot is you bear the image of God. And while you're here, that's a form of propagandization, your walk. So the rest of my life, I have to suffer and I have to walk this path. And I don't care if I have to be a martyr, which is an example either way to do this.
I see what you're saying, and I apologize because I didn't add the basically
No, you're fine.
protect your body from pew or deletion. Like if somebody came up to me and said, hey, I'm gonna pew you. I think it's kind of contradictory to be like, whoa, no, don't pew me. And then I take out a pew and then try to pew him. If I truly have faith and believe that this is just a kind of trial period and God already knows my heart and that I'm saved, then it doesn't really matter if they pew me or not.
It matters a lot, because here's the thing though, and I don't want to say the word online right now because there's TOS, self-deletion. You know what I'm referring to, the S word, right?
Yes. Yep.
In the end rhymes with side. But here's the thing though, if I'm thinking about putting a rope around my neck, I'm inevitably knowingly doing this and refusing my capability of averting the self-deletion that happens. If I knowingly know that I could disarm the guy and then defend myself to protect my family from them, I may be possibly saving 3 lives so that they're protected, thus emulating Christ as a protector. Samson killed 1,000 people with the job of donkey bone. I mean, that was permitted. So we think about things like this. We are protectors, right? I would say that Mother Mary protects us, right? If we think about this, Christ protects us. So we have to think about this. We have to protect kids, everybody else. We're a vessel. We have to protect this vessel. But knowingly walking into danger and not thwarting this is a form of just acceptance of this. No more than just sitting on a stool and then putting a rope around our neck, knowing we could avert this. Anytime we could avert this and protect this image of God, I think that's Christian. But I think also, think about this. Pewing somebody else in the process of doing this could be protecting 3 other lives, because if they pew you, what's to stop them from pewing your loved ones beside you too? So I'm thinking about the train of logic and why I would do this in a logical manner without having to bring up Christianity to do so as much. But yeah, that would be my rationale.
Well, so if I'm saved though, and God knows everybody's heart, right? Would you agree that God knows your heart?
Yes, of course.
Right. So if you believe you're saved, and eternal life compared to the 100 years we lived is basically just a blink of an eye. So it's like, well, if people truly believe they're saved and know and have faith and actually believe that God exists and stuff, then it wouldn't matter if somebody pew-pewed them.
So it would matter under the context if you're saying that by pewing this guy saved 3 lives, but then the other inverse, we would say the other direction, because this knife cuts both ways and we'll look at it like that. But if not doing that, we endanger 3 other lives because we know that they could possibly not stop at me. I think that's a good thing. And I think foundationally, I'd be backed by my Christian brothers for protecting my loved ones, my child, my family, people like that, the family that I have in the future. Like, if we think about this, it's like, to me, that's the end goal. So it all depends on the context. Yeah, Christ can know my heart, but he can also know that, hey, this guy could have done this and protected the other 3 people that this person took out, but he didn't do that. Why did I put you on earth to weight train and bodybuild and become capable of thwarting danger when you don't even do this?
Well, I don't think that's God's purpose for putting us on earth. It's not
that's a baked in as far as this. Like, if you can protect your family and you don't do this, to me, it's like that could also be like a sin of omission to some degree, because it's like, no, I refuse to do this. Like, Christ doesn't put fear in us. Like, we don't have fear in us. By that regard, I think that's why you have martyrs, people that are willing to just be pewed by saying, if you deny Christ, I'm just going to take, like, I refuse to deny Christ. They're going to have to take me out. That's probably the only circumstance which you can name where Christians in the past have said, you know what, I'm going to allow this guy to pew me, but other than that, you're told to defend yourself. We're warriors. Like, we're warrior saints. If you're a Christian, you're a warrior saint as well too. You should protect your family. It's no different from somebody barging in your house at 3:00 in the morning, threatening to whoever else in your family, take that guy out because you're saving 3 lives in the future. And also, these people can have a path to redemption. And not only this, but if, like, let's say you don't take out the person, let's say you maim him and he's there and he's going to serve a life sentence in prison. He has a path to redemption, but that guy is taking away his path to redemption by his own regard by threatening your whole family. Take that guy out.
Well, Martae, I'm glad you brought up the martyrs, because I was actually going to kind of ask a question leading into that. So
yeah, for sure.
Let's say somebody comes and says, hey, I'm going to pew you unless you commit a sin. Is there any would that ever be admissible, or basically you just have to say, well, go ahead and take me out because I'm not going to sin and my soul's already saved?
That's actually a good question. So, like, let's say that this guy's like, I'm going to pew you unless you get drunk, because drunkenness is like something, it's not drinking, but like getting drunk or something like that. Mm-hmm. I just say, whatever, I'm just going to, like, it just depends on under the content. It's just like, these are just very, I would say, like, for this question, I'd have to talk to my priest or my father about, like, this is a good question. But at the end, like, I'd get the right answer from the source. You understand why I'm kind of limited as far as my answers. But I would say, if you deny, there are absolute things that I'll say. If you deny Christ, you're going to have to shoot me. But if you're going to, like, okay, get drunk or I'll take you out, like, I'll probably, just without me talking to a priest or anybody else like that, yeah, I'll get drunk. I don't care. But denying Christ as a whole, like, that's like, or if you ask me if I'm married and I need you to go ahead and bang this other woman, you're going to have to shoot me. Like, if I'm married person at the time, like, you're going to have to take me out. Like, but just understand, under the guise of this, if I can defend myself, and this is the context that's missing, if I can defend myself and I could disarm the guy and do everything in my power, I'm going to best believe I'm going to try to take the gun away. Because that's something that you omitted from this. It's like, if it's like, I'm going to shoot you regardless, like, you're going to have to shoot me while I'm trying to disarm you.
Well, so that's here's the thing. Context. I agree. Well, I don't even know if I want to say I agree with that.
You can agree. You're allowed to agree if you want. It's fine. I'm not going to demonize you for that.
So my thing is basically, Well, so here's the thing.
You sound like you're underwater right now. I think it's your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now you came back. Yeah.
Sorry about that. My headphones got disconnected.
Oh,
So the
you're good.
reason I bring that up though is because I kind of wanted to bake it into the hypothetical because the whole, I guess, thing I'm confused about is the fact that, if there is life after death and it's eternity, right? Then the mere 100 years that we're here on Earth, is basically irrelevant to our overall existence. But if somebody says, well, you have to sin or whatever you want to put in place of the action, if we were to commit that sin, I feel like that's a reflection that that person doesn't actually believe that they're saved, right?
Well, but here's the thing though. I had this conversation earlier, and there's a guy named Lost Avarice. We were in Discord having this argument. It's just such a wild guy. I don't know if you know who Avarice is. He's like functioning at like 1,000 decibels. So I think that's like his natural baseline. But anyways, going back into this, if I was to go to prison and then some men during shower time were to force me to do a gay act, and then this happens, I'm not gay because of this act, because it's forced upon me. I think force changes everything. It doesn't make me gay because I was, taken advantage of in this regard. People don't leave prison saying I'm not gay because I went to prison. When you go to prison and you're talking about force now, whenever you bring force into the foray, it changes things remarkably a whole lot. Now, if you're doing this by your own admission and your own will, and it's something you want to do and you have a desire to do this, that's the distinction I want to make. If you're forced, that changes everything. It doesn't mean that you're a sinner. Like, I want to be alive to save my family another day. But if this guy's like, you have to get drunk in front of me, I guess I'm just going to get drunk if there's no way I can disarm this guy.
Right, but basically, if the person says, okay, commit blasphemy on the Holy Spirit, and the person does it, and they're like, they can't appeal to the fact that they were forced to do it, right? You would agree that if the fact that they did do it shows their lack of belief, right?
Well, it's like, to me, that's a very great area. Like, I can at least repent for drinking and getting drunk, and I could say, well, yeah, I was forced, Lord, and I'm just definitely going to have to say this in confession to my priest and things like that. But I had a gun to my head. Do you understand? Like, this is crazy. There's a distinction, like the line that we have to draw, whether or not it's like blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, me denying Christ, or like, let's say if I was married in the future, somebody told me you have to bang this woman in front of your wife or something egregious like that. I'm throwing extremes out here. With those things in regard, you're going to have to shoot me if I can't disarm you. Sorry, I guess I'm going to be a martyr. Like, I'll take the bullet for that. So we all make these decisions. Now, granted, I'm not an expert on this. Like, I could totally be wrong about this. I would have to talk to my priest about this. But these are just things that I'm thinking. This is my logical, fallible mind here talking to you right now.
Okay, no, that sounds good. I appreciate it. And that's all I had. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, Martae.
Yeah, I'll always try to be as good faith and transparent, as honest as possible. And if I'm inconsistent, you guys can call me out on my bullshit if you want. I implore that, man. I always like the chance to have course correction if there's inconsistencies in my logic or anything else like that. Or if I have a debate and then I change my stance in another, that could just be me playing devil's advocate for practice or something. Because I do that sometimes. But when it comes to like a moral argument about something, like let's say that I'm playing devil's advocate. I would never play devil's advocate on why you should deny Christ. That's crazy. Things like that. Like there's a threshold, and that's what we were having right now. It's kind of like a mini threshold argument here about this. And I think that these conversations are healthy. I think they need to be needed. And if there's any time that I can bring some clarity to this discussion, yeah, I welcome this, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. In the future, maybe we can talk about the migrant one, because I'm still kind of confused on that one. But I'll circle back to you on that.
If memory serves me, I think you and I were supposed to have a debate on grid ones, but I think you said it got old. The subject matter got old or something like that.
Oh yeah. For CGA versus Andrew Wilson.
So cool, Vic, for $4.99. I guess the 1 cent was taken away. Ask Workademics about his collection room.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. I have a good collection room. I have a couple collectible cards. some other memorabilia. See, so I'm not bothered by that question. I think only real men have.
Yeah, I'll DM you
Do
about
you
that
have one,
later.
Martae, or?
Yeah, man, that's you guys in your inside conversations that I'm out of the loop on. You guys are going to have to fill me in on that. I don't know if you're a part of my Discord or anything like that. I know that you're not on social media much, Mr. Work.
Yeah, no, I don't have a Discord or any social media.
Well, I'm still open to a debate. If you want to have a debate in the future, I know you're going to be good faith, but just know that I allow anybody to come up on my panels as long as they're not going to be TOS violators, things like that. Yes, cool, Vic. I have a Discord. I don't have your Discord either, but it's OTE with Martae Ray. Matter of fact, I'll send you my Discord information, all that stuff. Yes, W Cool Cash, by the way.
Martae, I would love to debate you on whether having a collectible room is paramount to being a man. Yeah.
Already, it sounds like a fallacious debate because I'm already ignorant on the subject already. You'd probably destroy me on this argument already. That would be between you and Cool Vic for sure.
I know, I'm just messing with you. But thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Peace out.
Yeah, anytime. And if you have a debate prompt that you'd like to debate, I'm always open for that.
Okay, I'll hit you up on email. Thank you, man.
Sounds
Appreciate
good.
It. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Well, that's the thing, though, is like he had to hit me up on email because he doesn't have social media, no Instagram, no YouTube doesn't have like a DMs. I don't think YouTube has DMs. In order for me to DM people on YouTube, I did this one time. I'm not going to allude to anything else, but I had to send somebody a super chat one time because I couldn't send him a DM. So one time in the history of Martae Rayless, had to do this. But yeah, cool, Vic. If you're out there, if you can send the Discord link to me through X or something like that, I'd love to be a part of your Discord. Because I'm not a part of your Discord, I think that's a big fat ass L. And I appreciate you for moderating this debate. I already knew I was going to win. I know it sounds very prideful of me to say this, but the guy had no debate experience, but I wanted to do this to kind of help him out and give him that nudge to say, this is what it's like. You've experienced this. Now go forth and grow. That's literally what this debate was. So yeah, good stuff, man. Emmett on the hunt for libertarian. Emmett is on the hunt for elusive libertarians. You've yet to find one, I imagine. You're always looking for. This guy is the libertarian hunter. Yeah, well, if I find some, I'll direct them to your domain, whether or not it's your Discord, your YouTube. There's, you know what? I know where there's a cesspool of libertarians. Or liberals, that would be on Threads. And that's where I get a lot of people who are antagonists or my detractors. I go to Threads and I'll post something that's mildly based and they'll all attack it. Like it's like you throw out a cast and you get like 500 fish from that. And that's when I used to be a part of the raging, whatever her name is, like she who shall not be named. That's how I used to get a lot of people. When me and Andrew Wilson debated Chuck in that debate, and there was like this liberal journalist from the LA Times, that's where I got him from. And when I debated the woman on Fatty's channel about women being too masculine, I got that woman from Threads. When I debated another woman, I forgot what it was, another debate from Threads again. I get so much opposition from Threads that, Emmett, if you can go to Threads, just throw out something that's conservative, a statement. I guarantee you you're going to have raging comments and just say, hey, would anybody like to debate this topic? You're going to get like 15 people who probably never debated in their life. But I mean, what other source could you get from? I mean, could you source content from? So it's just crazy. Raging eyebrows. The raging drawn on. You know what? Let me stop, man, because I could just go on a whole tangent about that. Yeah, Kyle Angel. That's when I discovered you. Yeah, from Threads. I'm all over Threads, pissing all these liberals off. I need to get back on there because I was on Threads and there were so many people. Docs. That's where I got so many death threats and where I was getting doxxed from Threads. I was just posting simple things like, the fact that Med should be the leader of the household. Just writing that, which should be the head of a household, things like that, pisses so many people. And that's just like basic shit that I put down. They get so pissed. Cool Vic says, the fatty one against the woman was great. Which one? There was the one where it was like me against the woman who was LBs. I called her LBs. It was freaking out. Fatty uses that as his opening for debates. He uses that debate where I was with the woman, and he uses that as an intro for one of his debates. And then it goes into like the other people. I should clip that and put it on my YouTube channel. It's such a great spot. And I told her she was taking an L because she was eating all the L's or something like that. I forget what I was saying. Definitely good. Definitely good stuff. Base Kyle, yes, for sure. I piss off all these liberals at Threads. I'm going to go back there again. But if I go back to Threads again, I'm going to have so many debates lined up. It's because I'm just going to pull more resources and people that get pissed off from my Christian rhetoric, my conservative values, and my traditional belief systems. And also, one thing that pulls a lot of people, pisses a lot of people off, is when I talk about white oppression or the fact that Black culture is degenerate. That is a hot topic. That pisses off so many people. I can't believe that Counterpoint stepped up to this debate. That was like a losing argument. The fact that this guy popped up for the bodybuilding is anti-Christian debate, position to take, but I applaud him. We should show him grace, actually, because it's his first debate. Counterpoints, not so much grace, because he's rubbed elbows with Destiny, with this whole lot and everybody like that. I think that we should walk the path towards Christianity and towards theosis, and anybody against that, grace is like this thing that we can extend upon everybody, but don't throw pearls to swine. Remember that. That's you not throwing grace to everybody. I think our opposition is at hand right now. We see what's happening with the UK once again. Crazy stuff. It was the one where you were debating the dude and his sister started spurring. Yes, the black women are too masculine debate. That one was crazy. I was debating that black women are too masculine. And his sister stepped up into this debate and cursed out the moderator. And the sister was like, suck my dick. Like she was saying that. And I was like, there's nothing more masculine as a woman that you could say than suck my dick like this to the moderator. Like she was proving my whole point that black women are too masculine. And I'm just like, easy dub already. Yeah, crazy stuff. Amen from Kyle. Yes, glory to God. For sure. I bet they rub more than elbows. Oh, so crazy. Yeah, crazy, man. I don't even mention her anymore. I don't attack these people, Dusty, all these other people. If they come into my, which they probably would. Rachel Wilson is a subscriber to this channel. She's a member. She might be in this chat sometimes listening. Andrew might listen to this chat. Rachel was in here, I think, the stream before last, talking and tuning in. Shouts out to you, Rachel, if you're listening, or stream sniping, whatever that is. Yes, Workademics. I do have a link to that. I destroyed both of these. You know what? I'm not bragging or saying that with certainty. I think it's objectively true that they got destroyed in this debate. Crazy. I'll send the link through email because that's the only way that we can get a hold of each other through this. I'm going to call email snail mail. Through snail mail. I'll get a hold of you then. That debate was crazy. Matter of fact, I could put the link in the chat to that debate. That was crazy. You know what? I'm not going to put the link to the debates. I have to scroll down so far. That debate, I probably had close to 50 moderated debates this year. Crazy stuff. Let's say, glory to God. Wonder if it was glory to God. And great question. Martae, you got your patron saint name? Yes, you're going to laugh when I say this. But before I say that, Crucible Crusader, member for 1 month. Glory to God. God bless you, brother, and have a Merry Christmas. Yes, Merry Christmas, and Christ is God. For sure. So my patron saint, I had to think about this for like quite a long period of time. I got the submission form that the person who's like the publicist for our priest for a parish at a parish was saying St. George is like our parish's name, by the way. I was talking with somebody and I say, I rail against black culture all the time and I detest black culture. Doesn't mean I hate black people, but I rail against that. My patron saint does this. His name is St. Moses the Black. This guy was a gang warlord, a leader of a gang, a tribe. He used to do really bad shit back in the day. but then renounced all this, turned to Christ, and then his people were going to be raided by a church. He was with these saints in this church, or these fathers in this church, and changed his ways and disavowed black culture, which is gang culture and all this other stuff. Yes, I'm conflating the two. And then while he was in this church, he knew that his rival gang was going to come, and he told everybody else to leave. And he said, you know what? I got this. I'll protect the sanctuary. And he went out in a blaze of glory. He turned his back to black culture. This is what he did. Yeah, and I think that this is good. This is definitely good. Moses the Black. Yes, that's his name. And it's funny because on my Instagram, it's funny when you talk about things, it just shows up on your phone. And now all of a sudden, all these advertisements or logos for St. Moses the Black start showing up. It's crazy. Just crazy. Yes, he unalived a bunch of people. Yeah, that's so gangster. It probably, you know what? Listen to house music while doing that. I kid. But that would be so based if he was listening to house music while he was unaliving these heretics. It's so awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Merry Christmas to you too. My middle name is my saint name, and a feast day. She's associated with my B-Day. So middle saint. Gonna have to DM you about that. I'm very interested to know about this. Yes, he unalived a bunch of people. Went out. That's why I said went out in a blaze of glory, for sure. The guy was extremely based. Anybody that's out there that is associated with the degenerate side of hip hop culture and all that, like, and the mainstay of going to Planned Parenthood and all this, that's all a beautiful baby daddy culture. That's all anti-traditional family. All that is like anti-based rhetoric, anti-Christ, anti-Christian. I rail against that. It's not like I hate a certain people. I just hate the culture. You can hate the culture. It's like saying I hate the sin, but not the person. So that's what I'm saying. Just crazy. That's something I'll say. So Vlad, I also asked a question why Vlad was not a saint. And apparently he didn't create miracles or any of this. He didn't fit the criteria. But Vlad the Impaler, Vlad Tepes, was a badass. I'm a historian when it comes to him as well, too. The guy was such a badass. But it's crazy how they take these people and they have modern monsters. I'm a horror aficionado. I love horror movies. And the reason why I say that I'm going to conflate the two is we have mummies, like the undead, and we have vampires from Christianity, believe it or not. When we talk about, I forgot his name, the guy with the mask, who was on horseback fighting the Muslims, and they basically turned away from battle. He looked undead. His body was falling apart. He had to have a mask because his nose was falling off and everything else. He looked like the undead, like a zombie, a mummified person on a horse. Now think about this. Think about these horror mantras that we have. The guy would have been a modern horror version of a good guy. Now we think about Tepes, Vlad Tepes. Where do vampires come from? The myth comes from him, from a Christian, an Orthodox Christian. So when we think about Christianity, we owe the Monsterverse owes some of its origins to like Christianity, believe it or not. It sounds crazy, but it's so true. Yes, the Leper King. Yes, Baldwin, King Baldwin. Yes, they called him the Leper King. And the guy looked like a zombified human being underneath the mask. How based is that? Riding into battle saying these heretics have got to go down. That's so based. Muslim people at that, Islamists, right? I think this Volt is correct. Like that's the energy that we need to have. So when we talk about the Monsterverse, a lot of people don't really understand the origins of like Vlad Dracula and all this other stuff, the mummy and all this. Like there are semblances of that culture steals a lot from Christianity, and we don't talk about that. Mind you, I don't know if I showed this, but I just got this in the mail. I know I'm such a horror aficionado that I bought the Art the Clown Terrifier games. They sent me this, and then they sent me these things with Terrifier. I don't know if you guys follow horror or not, but Terrifier is a crazy, crazy film. But I like horror. I like house music. I like instrumental music to some degrees. I'm just such a weird person when it comes to all this stuff. So I know it sounds like probably unchristian to a lot of people to like horror, but I think horror is great. Horror is a great form of storytelling. If you look at Disney movies, Aladdin was a horror movie. Ursula from The Little Mermaid was a horror villain. If you think about this, Little Red Riding was a horror story. Little Red Riding Hood. Everything that we think about is Grimm's tales that are now these soft, sanitized versions of Disney fairy tales are really horror movies. Think about this. Pinocchio was a horror movie. The boy was turned into a donkey. How horrific is this? And then when he lies, his nose grows and now it impedes movement. All these are just horror movies when they're just turned into niceties for Disney. Crazy. Yeah, Terrifier is creepier than Pennywise because the guy's actually a demon. He teleports. He can't be killed. The guy had a bullet in his head, and you can't kill him by not believing him. That's why I think he's worse than Pennywise also. For sure. Just crazy stuff. Just insane. So I think that when we talk about supporting the patriarchy, I think orthodoxy in its base is great because I think that it doesn't demean women. Orthodoxy doesn't demean women at all. Christianity doesn't, pure in its form. I think we exemplify this. You know, the Theotokos is exemplified. That is what we have women strive towards, theosis. When we think about Mother Mary, I think like the Theotokos, I think that that's a great person to emulate, a great saint to look at as a patron saint or even a saint. I think that's good. She's a protector. I think Christ is also something to emulate too. When we talk about masculinity, Christ is what we should emulate. The Theotokos is what we should emulate as women as well too. They should emulate as women. So we have this. We have perfect examples of all this. So much stems from Christianity. It's crazy. So when we talk about horror, all this, there's the concept of good and bad. What is good? What's your foundational purpose for good? And what does that look like? Well, we actually have an epistemic foundation for what good is. Therefore, I would know in a horror movie example of what side I would need to be on and what there's like a clear distinction of that. Secularists don't. Secularists would abandon and say, everybody for yourself. I'm not going to be the hero. I would be the hero because we have martyrs. They don't have martyrs on their side. Like, what are you dying for? Nothing. Because you're an atheist. You believe in nothing. So you go to a vacuum after you die. It's so crazy. Oh, insane. Orthodoxy emphasizes the divine feminine. But here's the crazy thing about this. When you talk about spirituality, they emphasize the divine feminine, but it's wrong think. The divine feminine that they emphasize on their end, when we talk about these spiritual people that say they're spiritual, they call themselves goddesses, right? So now they're deifying themselves. When they're defining like their divine feminine, they notice how they don't have divine masculinity in these spiritual camps and these yoga retreats. You'll never hear divine masculine. You'll only hear divine feminine because they're deifying themselves and now turning themselves. They'll say, well, I'm going to treat myself like a goddess. There's no guys that run around and say, I'm going to treat myself like a god. Men don't deify themselves in that culture, surrounded by women and saying they need to get in touch with their feelings and all this stuff doesn't happen. It's so crazy. It's just insane. It's crazy. Emmett, get a Threads. I know you don't have the Threads. Get one. All you have to do is just press download, get an account, and then post something that's mildly based or mildly patriarchal, or even something from a Christian or ethical foundation. And all these secularists, these libertarians will come out of the woodworks like termites and bite onto this, and then they'll attack you. And then you'll say, I got him on my lasso of truth. Reference to Wonder Woman, by the way, too. But yeah, just get on Threads, man, and start throwing hooks out. That's how I do it. All it takes is 2 seconds, bro. Just download it. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. Old school Disney was horror and tales. Now Disney has it's horror, but a different way. Remember Fantasia when that came out? I remember that. It's crazy. It's such a crazy. They actually had nudity in that cartoon. It's so insane. It was, Disney has moved the needle from one end to the next, and it's crazy. Matter of fact, there's a horror movie out here that I don't think anybody could see as horror. There's a movie called Return to Oz. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this, but when I was younger, that movie terrified the shit out of me. Those guys on those wheels, and then we had real horror back in the day as kids. Then there was a movie called, I forgot what it was called, but we had gelflings. I forgot what this movie was called. I gotta get these gelflings. Like they were talking like this, these old witches. and they were hunting these fairy things. Like that movie was horror to me because they had these crab-like looking horrific things after these little elf-like people who were the last of their race. Crazy. So we had horror that kids used to watch. Now we've like sanitized everything and softened everything up in culture. I know I could be here forever talking about just random stuff and diatribing, but anyways, I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day. That was a great debate, man. I was hoping that the guy had more of an argument, but alas, there was no meat on the table for him to pick at, because when you pull everything away, like the rhetoric, the logic, bodybuilding in is inherently not unchristian. I mean, we would have to assert that there's like some kind of purpose or intention behind that, for sure. I was hoping that this guy was going to have an argument. Nope, no argument. Manar, of all people, in my chat, believe it or not, we got to go heads up. Hopefully you can have a better argument than this guy. We'll see. Dude buckled real quick. Yeah, I know. He even admitted to conceding the debate. Manar, I'm going to actually tell you, you said I was a horrible debater. That was pretty mean of you to say that I was a bad debater during one of your reviews of my debate. He should have did this in his opening statement. I'm not going to interrupt anybody's opening statement, all this. There's a lot of stuff. Manar, you say you promise you'll be ready. Please be ready. More ready than this, and more ready than the counterpoints debate, more ready than the First Amendment. You know what? The rest of them. Don't fall into the lot of that. Actually have a fight, Manar. I appreciate that. It's disrespectful to show up to a debate with no proper argument and turning this into like an interview, like that just happened. Crazy stuff, Manar. Manar, try to limit your emotional outburst as well too. This is me being good-natured as a person. So I want to post the next comment up, but I'm just going to be good faith and just be nice. Not nice. Hold on. Nice is an insult. Good-natured toward people and good intentions as far as me being intentional towards people. So I will always be good faith and try to be as good-natured as possible. However, Manar, if you hit me with a low blow, I'm going to knock your fucking head off. Let's be real. It's like, I'm a good person, but I don't have to be good to anybody. There's also self-defense, even in verbal combat. So if you be good to me, I'll be good to you. Just be ready, because I'm going to take said gloves off and I'm going to be throwing haymakers. That's all I'm going to say about the topic, and I'll leave it at that. That's it. Manar, I pull no punches when it comes to things, and I pull no punches right now addressing you as well too. So yeah, and I'll always be firm, fair, and consistent in my honesty in all that I do. I try my best. So yeah, hopefully we'll see what happens in this debate. It'll be very interesting. Like I said, that's the last I'll say about that. We'll see. Manar says, I don't know, man. I think this will be bad for you. You just contradicted yourself. You said you don't know, and then you said you think this will be. Which one is it? You don't know, or you think this will? This is a performative contradiction. Hopefully you don't debate like this, bro. This is bad. I don't know, but I think. You're just going to contradict yourself. Yeah, don't do that in a debate. Weed that out of your system before you get you get on stage with me, bro. Like really bad. But you can't say that and then say, I don't know, and then say something with certainty. That doesn't make sense. How do you square that circle? I don't know, but I know. Yeah, this is what you just did right now. Good Lord, Manar. Don't be like this in the debate. You're giving me examples right now as to why. Maybe things to correct and fix and weed out of your system before we have this debate. We'll see. We'll see. Good Lord. I guess I am going to do his doggy pull card. Andrew Wilson reference. Manar reports, please argue in good faith. Yeah, I know I told him this. I have my doubts. Kyle says it's going to be a good one. Bro, it's not that deep. I don't know, man, as in, are you sure, man? Once again, you did the same thing again. I don't know. And then you're asking if I'm sure. This sounds like the uncertainty is on your end, because you're saying, I don't know. And then you're asking me if I'm sure. It sounds like you're the one that has a lot of uncertainty on your end. Not only are you asking and wondering if I'm sure, you're also saying you don't know. Bro, you're literally doing this in the chat. Please proceed with more certainty in our debate. Right now, you're more ambiguous than a liberal in a unisex bathroom. And that's what's happening right now in the chat. Crazy. So, Workademics just showing my support. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Manar is spurging out in the chat. See, I told you, man. You got to really limit these up. Emotional responses. Roids, wow, emotional. Just a lot of emotion, man. See this right here. You have to maintain some kind of neutrality when it comes to your emotions. This is going to be your ending. This is going to be your unending. When we think about stoicism, I think you could take a few principles and learn from this. So crazy. We can debate right now. This is the emotional lack of readiness that I'm talking about. See, that's the thing, though, is like when I've fought people and I've done cage matches in the past, I've had literally people as getting ready for it. We can do this right now. We don't have to do. So you mean to tell me that you want to have an unorganized fight without a ref, without a moderator? You just want to have an emotional back and forth? Well, actually, it wouldn't be an emotion on my end. It'd be from your end. And you want to have an unsanctioned fight? Think about how out of the realms of logic he's already operating on in my chat. Well, we could have a backyard fight right now outside of the ring. How professional is this, Manar? How many debates have you done? I at least function within the realms of at least rules, criteria, and professionalism. Whereas you, backyard brawler, kudos to you if you like doing backyard brawls. It's not what I do. I'll do them on a panel, things like, but of course we saw what happened when you got in the last panel I was on. You spurred out and everybody jumped on your ass and you ended up getting booted from, what's his name? Brian's chat. Rob Norm, you took an L there. You ended up getting banned from his chat. You also got removed from Sarah's chat. You ended up getting, like, it seems like wherever you go, people just boot you. It shows like people are holding these standards to immigrations against Muslims on their channels already, thus showing what we need to have more in America. For sure. For sure. We can't do that. Yes, she's right. You can't do that. It's like me walking into a room saying I'm the alpha male. It's better if a woman says that I'm an alpha male, be told I'm handsome, rather than me telling people I'm handsome. It's the same rhetoric. I don't tell people I got a W when the fight hasn't even begun yet. That's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. I'm a pro athlete, Manar, in 2 world-class sports. I've beaten world record holders in Super League. I'm in the elite when it comes to this. I don't show up telling people I won before I've even competed. This is the equivalent of that. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical for sure. Yeah, Manar, you're going to be Manar wants to throw me. Bring me in, coach. In the end, you have no argument. I literally have no idea how you will debate this on Monday. I don't understand this. How do you say I don't have an argument when I haven't presented one yet? Are you like a soothsayer here? Are you clairvoyant, or do you have powers we don't know about? I don't know. What you are in sports, I am in debates. I feel like, show me one good example. Give me a reference. Don't give up Rob Noor's example because you got booted from that. Don't give up Brian's. You got booted from that. Don't give up Sarah's. You got booted. You got destroyed in that. Don't give up the other person, which is like, I forgot his name. He's like anti-religious. You got destroyed in that. I actually don't even, in my opinion, I don't think that's L when you get booted from people's channels. And even when we're talking about panels, you get booted from panels that aren't even debates. Well, no, I am not an athlete like you are in debates. That would mean I'm taking L's everywhere I compete. That's not pro level stuff to get booted and to get destroyed and shut down on every panel and debate I do. When I go, I actually compete. I'm competitive. When I see examples from you, I was searching, bro. I was really searching. I don't see a demonstration. Perhaps maybe you can prove me wrong. Yeah, Planet that wasn't a good showing. Deconstruction, not a good showing because you spurred out. You said screw your mom and all. You went to personal attacks and all this, and the guy was actually calm compared to you. He was laughing. Not good examples, man. Not good examples, man. No, don't conflate me being a pro athlete to you being a debater. I'm in the 1 percentile. You aren't in the 1% of debater. I'm not even in the 1 percentile of good debaters on the planet. That's like your Andrew Wilsons, your Jay Dyers, people like that. Those are the 1 percentile of debaters. I'm not even in that. I don't purport to even be in that. But when it comes to bodybuilding, there's only 1% of people that turn pro in the elite division of what I do. I can certifiably say that. That's objectively true. So you can't make that faulty. That's actually a bad example, a false equivalence. Bad stuff. Your boy Andrew gets booted from panels on TikTok. Well, that's different. If he's destroying people, they would boot him. But you aren't destroying these people. That's different. That's the inverse. You were getting booted from panels talking about people go screw their mom, like the deconstruction guy and all this. Planet Peterson was actually just, that wasn't a good one, man. With Rob Noor, you kept interrupting him. And I'm trying to be as neutral as possible on this when I say this. But I reviewed that. That wasn't a good showing, man. I don't know. At least if I get bodied, I'd admit it. But anyways, I made this about Manar too far. Made that about that. TikTok, Manar, do you even debate on there? Manar, one thing I'll say one last thing because I've probably given you too much time as far as subject matter here. Just be prepared, man. Be good faith, because if you can't even be good faith in these comments and you can't be consistent and kind of be a little bit more stoic in these comments, it's a tale of what's to come, man. This is like a cautionary tale to everybody else that's in this chat watching right now to see what's to come, because guarantee you, there's so much I want to say right now, but I'm not going to say this because I'm trying to be as good natured as possible. But best believe when the debate happens, the gloves are going to come off. And so you've said this, Manar, you said that the debate is on Monday. Let's look this up right now because I'm getting responses from different people. So let's go look this up because you said it's on a Monday. That will be December 29th. Hold on real quick. Which is, okay, so that is on a Monday. Christ, I got to schedule off work or try to see if I can get that scheduled for a different day. Well, maybe I can do. I'll have to talk to Speakeasy about this. Usually I do them on Tuesdays, but that's like New Year's Eve. Or not New Year's Eve, but that's close to New Year's Eve. Gonna try to see if I can schedule this on Tuesday, Manar. Just a heads up to try to see if we can schedule this on Tuesday because they have me working on Mondays, my job right now. Gonna try to see if I can adjust that. Didn't realize it was on Monday. Of course, little faux pas on my end. Definitely not a W. But we'll see. Manar, I really need like a pork chop right now. I might have to eat like a grilled pork chop. Manar, would you partake in a pork chop with me? So delicious, man. Manar, let's do it right now. I have my opening statement. Why? If we have a scheduled debate, why would you want to do it right now? How uncouth are you? And Speakeasy is ready. He is live. We have a date set. Do you know what professionalism is? So if we are going to square off it, if we have a gunfight at the OK Corral and it's at 12 noon, are you going to say, I'm here at 9 already, let's just show up? There are rules of conduct as gentlemen. If we have a set time that we agree to in a date, you mean to tell me that you're going to go outside of this? This tells me a lot about you. Crazy, man. Yeah, Manar. No more booger sugar for you, bro. Man, the smell of sizzling bacon is great, isn't it? Yes, it is. Count Emmett says, I'll debate you, Manar. Hey, do you guys want to debate on my channel? Emmett, I'll let you up. And then Manar says, come count. Hey, as long as you guys aren't going to violate my TOS, I'll allow this. Emmett, do you want to come up and debate? Let me know right now. I'll give you guys 15 minutes because I was going to leave. But 15 minutes, do you guys want to? Manar says yes. Emmett, do you want to show up? I won't violate TOS. Manar, I need a confirmation from you that you're not going to violate TOS. I would not disrespect your channel and have you guys this. The only reason why I'm entertaining this is because this is going to be entertaining right now. All right, Emmett says, let's go. Moderators, I need eyeballs on this. I know you guys are the protectorate class that I have here. I'm going to have the link up. Mind you, I'm only going to allow this. I'm live, no TOS. I'm only going to allow this out of mere morbid curiosity. Here are the rules. I'm going to post the link right now. But before I let you guys come up on stage, here are the rules. Anything that's adjacent to violating TOS, I will drop your ass. I have no qualms about that. I am not the person that's going to debate, by the way. I can moderate, but I'm only going to allow 15-minute time. 15 minutes is not a lot of time. It's going to seem like 5 minutes to you guys in real time. If you guys are debating or arguing, and it's going to seem like I didn't give you a fair amount of time, but I'm just telling you right now, Manar, we're operating within constraints of rules here. I have Manar backstage. I need Emmett. Manar, I'm only going to let you up if Emmett joins. Emmett, the link is in the stream. Emmett the Destroyer. Okay, here we go.
Flex.
All right, gentlemen. You guys are gonna. I want it to be clean. Actually, you know what? Be as dirty as you need to be, as long as it's not violating TOS. What are you guys going to debate on?
Hey, Emmett, I thought you were a baldy. Nice.
Why would I be a baldy?
You got a little bit of hair.
Okay.
Hey,
no,
Martae, nice to see you, my brother. My brother, Martae, how are you?
Manar, I am not your brother. First of all, let's get
Hey,
this straight.
listen, Martae.
Emmett and
Hands
Manar,
up,
what are you
don't
guys
shoot.
wanting to debate?
I would like to. Would you like to debate why is Sandy immigration bad for the West?
Bro, I don't know what he's saying. I can't hear anything from his accent. Hey, listen, can I talk to you, Martae? I mean,
No. Hold on. I
that's
only
not
brought
the-
you
I
up.
just want to
for
get
this
to know
debate
you a
out of
little
morbid
bit.
curiosity.
So you don't want to debate, Manar? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I can't understand anything you're saying.
Yeah, I know you don't understand Sandy, but the point is that I want to debate you. If you can't debate me, just say so.
That's fine.
Just run
that's
like a
fine. I'll
bitch
debate
if you don't.
I'll
If you
debate
can't do it.
Martae,
Oh, I
Martae,
can't do
Martae.
it because I'm a
Let me
bitch.
just
Just
say
say
something,
that.
Martae.
No. Just say I'm a bitch and I won't debate you. That's what I want. Little
See,
bitch.
even
Come
when
on.
you say that, doesn't
Come
nobody
on,
understand
little
what you're
bitch. Come
saying.
on,
He
come
just
on,
said,
say
by the
it.
way, guys,
Come
he
on,
will
come
only
on, say
accept
it. Come on,
me to
Manar.
leave if I
Manar.
say I'm a bitch.
Manar.
That's what he said.
Oh, there you go. You said it.
No, I'm saying
You said
that's
it,
literally
bitch.
what you
I
said.
know,
but nobody
bitch. You're
understands what
such a
saying.
bitch. I agree. I agree that you're a bitch, and you try to say, "Oh, it's your accent. I can't understand you." It's
Bro,
your
no-
IQ, bitch.
literally no
The
one
problem
can
is your
understand
fucking
what you're
IQ.
saying.
The problem is your IQ. It's not my accent.
Okay.
That's
So
the problem.
I just wanted to come say hi
Is your
to
mom and your
Martae, my
dad
opponent.
related? Is
My
your mom and your
opponent,
dad
I just
related?
hope you're gonna be ready. You're gonna eat a lot of steak and chicken.
Is
And by
your
the way, I want to know, Martae, why
is
did
your mommy and your daddy
why are you
related? That's
doing
why you
this?
have so low
Like,
IQ.
Bro, can you calm down, bro? I just have a question.
I'm
for
asking
Martae.
you.
Why are
I
you
need to
doing this,
understand
Martae?
why you won't debate me. So it's
You're very
because your
successful
mommy and your daddy
IFBB pro, man. Why are you debating? Like, why put your image on the line like that? Just a random question.
my
I'll
image.
entertain the
What about
question
your
real quick.
image?
So, but I first need a concession from you that you will try to pick a topic with Emmett to debate, because the only
Yes,
reason why
I
I
will.
have
I
you
will
up here
debate
is to debate him. This isn't about
Yes.
me, because I'm just a moderator at this time.
I will debate Emmett, yes.
But I will answer your question. The reason why I do this is because I'm a public figure. I have a ton of fans who are fans of the sport and 2 different sports that I turn pro in, all this other stuff. And I think that if I'm a Christian and I have a message, I might as well use my platform for good, especially if I'm espousing Christian ideals. And I think that's good.
Okay, so where in your debate?
Well, hold on. I gave you an answer. We're not going to go past
Okay,
this.
I just want.
I know you
Okay,
wanna turn
then
this
I would
into an
like
inquiry.
to. I would like to enlighten you to maybe in next time or more in your future debates. Bring up more of the Christian ethics and the faith. Bring up more evidence.
Manar, Manar, do you understand how orthodoxy works as a catechumen?
Just nobody knows that you're arguing out of Christianity. Most of your arguments
I
are
don't
all
have
secular.
to. Manar, you realize I don't have to argue Christian ethics to destroy a secularist worldview?
But that was the reasoning for you to start debating these people, is to bring Christianity into the fourth world.
Manar, I'll ask you a question. Do you think as a person who may not have done well in the past with debates, you are to coach me? Do you think you're in that position?
Why do you say I've done bad in debates? Like, I've never ever lost a debate. I've crushed big names. Grayson Hawk, I've done a 4-hour debate with him, and he was embarrassed. He's never ever showed his face.
You're obviously trolling right now.
Deconstruction Zone, I did a whole hour and 2 hours with him. Plan Peterson,
let's get back to this.
Answer a simple question about how
he won't do it. He's a bitch.
No, Manar, when you say a simple question, that's not a plural statement.
What debate did I lose? Like, what debate did I lose?
Manar, this isn't about, let's get back to the topic, because when you say a single question, I've answered a single question. Now you're talking about plurality, like more than one question. Let's get back to the topic.
That's fine,
you and Emmett are up here to debate.
I just want to let you know, as a piece of advice,
yeah, that's okay, but that's not why you're here, Manar.
I love watching you, man. I just, in the future, bring up more of your Christian faith.
Manar, you are not here to coach me, or I'll be damned if I get coached by a Muslim, first of all. Now, back to Emmett. Let's go ahead and ensure that this debate happens. You guys have a 15-minute time frame. Agree on a prompt, and then I want to hear the arguments for 15 minutes.
Go easy on me. I'm sick. Go easy on me, and whatever you want, I'll debate.
No, you're not sick. You're just Muslim, okay?
Bro, I'm literally like I'm using a t-shirt as my napkin today. Go ahead.
But that's what I mean. But the problem is the sickness in your soul. That's why you have to stop being Muslim.
Okay,
Sandy, whatever you mean.
What's your religion, my brother?
Okay, what's the argument? What do you guys want to have as the prompt?
I want to know who he is as a Christian. Okay, as a Christian. Can we say Christians
that's not a prompt?
As a Muslim, okay.
Can we do this? Should Christians eat pork? Where in Christianity you're allowed to eat pork? Can we debate that?
Yeah, our church
Emmett,
allows
do you want
it.
to debate
That's
that?
simple. Do you know anything about church history to be able to tell me that it's wrong in accordance to what church allows? Okay, you can tell me whatever you want
about church history. Let's go ahead and look into the Bible first.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
I'm not allowed to look at the Bible.
All right, I muted you guys real quick because I need a prompt. I haven't heard a prompt yet. You guys are going to debate for 15 minutes. That's the only time I have. I am starving. I have to have my fourth meal of the day. I'll unmute you guys, but I need a prompt, not like a diatribe of questions. Okay, I'm going to mute you both right now.
All right, Martae.
How about is it allowed to have is it allowed for Christians to eat pork? That's fine. That's what I mean.
You can attack Islam. How about this? I'll help you.
No, you agree to that prompt, right?
All right, you want to do this prompt? Okay, let's do this prompt. Let's do it.
Okay, 15 minutes starts right now.
All right, so why I'm saying it's not allowed to eat pork in Christianity, because if you're looking at the main source of Christian ethics, which should be the Bible, you're going to find out that there's very clear, vivid verses. If you want me, I'll read them out. Should I read them out?
I don't need to. So the first thing that I would say is, how do you know that what you're reading is the correct interpretation of it?
So now you're attacking the Bible? That's how
I'm attacking your understanding. Okay, Manar, maybe you don't understand the question. I'm asking.
Okay, I'll tell you how I know. Okay, I understand the question.
Again. No, you don't. So I'm gonna ask you again. How do you know that what you are reading is the correct interpretation of the Bible?
Okay, I'll tell you how I know that this is the correct interpretation of their Bible. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna read you the verse, and you tell me how hard is it to understand the interpretation.
I'm gonna ask you once again, because you're not understanding the question. How do you know that you have the correct interpretation of the Bible? Is the Bible corrupt?
So you're not talking about the verse. You're talking about the whole Bible.
Manar, is the Bible corrupt in accordance to Islam? So you're going to a corrupt text to tell me, in according to your own belief, what is supposed to be the interpretation of it?
This debate, I'm granting.
No. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're not gonna grant shit. This is about our beliefs. So you're gonna go ahead and tell me how is it possible that you have a correct interpretation of a text that you think that is corrupted? How is it possible that you have a
Emmett.
correct interpretation of a text that you think is
Emmett.
corrupted?
Emmett, listen to me. Look at my eyes. I'm going to grant for you this debate that the Bible is 100% accurate.
Oh,
You're
wow.
happy?
Again, you're not going to answer the
happy?
question, right?
I'll
Because you
grant
don't
it.
know.
Let's debate. Now that we know that it's 100%, what happened? Now that we know it's 100% real, can we now indulge ourselves and go into looking at the evidences that creates Christian ethics? Or what evidences do you want to
we
give
need
me?
to know how can you have the correct interpretation of a text. Is the
No
text
problem.
the text
I'll
has a
read the
text?
verse out, and if anybody does not, if
how
anybody
do
misinterprets
you know
this verse,
that
we
you
will
can
understand.
how do you know that a text that is liturgical, that comes with a whole context and is under the auspices of an authoritative figure, this being the church, can be correctly interpreted by a person that doesn't even believe?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't make the interpretations myself.
You did, because you're gonna read it, right? You're gonna read it right now, and then you're gonna tell me what is it? What a moment ago you said I'm gonna read it, and then they can tell me if I'm correct. So who is exactly that's gonna do the interpretation?
Am I allowed to read the verse? Can I read the verse?
Why are you gonna read the verse? I want you to tell me how is it possible that you can have.
Verse, guys. So let's see if there's any room for misinterpretation.
I want
and this
to
is
know
the whole,
before you read the text.
What he's going to have to do, guys, to destroy my argument is either he's going to have to prove that the Bible is lying, or he's going to have to present his own new evidences from the Bible. That this
what you have to do, for your argument to make sense.
Calm down, Emmett. Nobody's having fun. Nobody's having fun.
What
up, cool V1C? When are you going to make videos about me, cool V1C?
You're about like 65 IQ, okay? Nobody's having fun with you. We have more fun with a fucking dog that's smarter than you.
His own W. No, I got my own goons out there.
Emmett,
question, calm down. No one is having fun.
What you have to do in order for me to accept your argument is to tell me how is it possible that you can interpret the Bible correctly.
Okay. The way I believe it's possible. Are you going to allow me to answer that question? The way I believe it's 100% possible for me to interpret the Bible is I don't rely on my own interpretations. I rely on the interpretations of the scholars.
Who's a scholar?
Me that have studied Leviticus, that have studied biblical law, that have proven that these verses are authentic, and that's why I'm relying on. Am I not allowed to rely on these verses? Like, are you attacking Leviticus right now?
So, if you're gonna make a fallacy for authority, you have to tell me which scholars.
Sure, I'll give you names. If that's what you're worried about. I'll give you.
Yeah, I want to know who are you using.
Names of people and their interpretation.
Do it. Don't tell me you are going to.
Can I read the verse so everyone knows what?
No. How about you make an argument for you to be able to give me a correct interpretation? No, I'm attacking you, dum-dum.
What are you? Okay, so but you don't even know. I haven't even said the verse yet. I haven't even interpreted yet.
Manar,
for you to attack me.
I think you're too stupid to interpret the Bible. I'm attacking you.
Okay, am I allowed to present my evidence from the Bible and then you attack it? And then
how about you present the evidence that you have for you to be even able to interpret it? Let's go there first.
How am I supposed to tell you the evidence of my misinterpretation or interpretation if you don't even know the verse that in question? And if
tell me the whole process that you have to follow in order for you to be able to have a correct interpretation. How about that?
Okay, what I came up to, what I did was just like I assume this is how Muslims do it. The Muslims, they find the surah or a verse and they find the chapter for it. Then you go and you write tafsir, which means interpretation in Arabic. Tafsir of this chapter, and it gives you the whole story, a whole background. Usually the chapter comes upon the prophet when he's sitting around people, so it starts describing what these people the hadiths around the timing of that verse coming down, and it starts talking about maybe if there was a war or something, describes the war. It gives you a whole storyline. And this is what I've relied on, and it was very successful. Very quick Google search. You write interpretation of Leviticus 11:8, and it actually sits there describing. And honestly, you don't even need an interpreter to interpret these. These are some of the most clear verses in the Bible. Am I allowed to read them? And then
do the Sunni and the Sunni and the Shia have different interpretations of the Quran?
Well, but this is what happens.
No,
we don't misinterpret the vivid, the clear. There are misinterpretations on what is not clear. There are some vague.
How do you know what is clear or not? You're just making shit up.
The stick to hit a woman, for example.
You are just making shit up. You're saying we do what is clear. Okay. No, what you're saying is what is clear, we don't have a problem. What isn't clear, we have a problem.
Question, you have to allow me to answer it. You can't just keep talking.
Not necessarily, because you're making shit up. You're making shit up. You're saying if it's clear, how do you know what's clear when it comes to language?
Okay, let me read it and let's see if there's anything uncertain that this verse leaves us.
Be able.
That's how you know. I'm giving you the answer. How do I know this is a clear verse? I read it, and I have no questions.
Okay,
hold on real quick. So Manar, can you answer the question real quick in how you can interpret this? He asked you a question, and I just want to hear the answer on your end.
There are certain verses I don't need to seek extended interpretation. There are certain verses I don't understand them. I don't know why they came down. I need interpretation. This is a clear verse. You don't need an interpretation for this. It describes multiple times. Maybe the only way I needed an interpretation was what is a cud? I remember I was like, what is the cud? Eating the cud. I was like, what is that? So when you go and dive deep into that, it tells you the story of that. This Leviticus law is a biblical Mosaic law, and it's actually being affirmed by the Christians, except the polytheists. And that's what I'm trying to get to. Let's get to that part of the argument. Why is he attacking my interpretation? He doesn't even know the verse I haven't mentioned yet.
Because I need to know what is the process. I need to know what is the process that you have in order to have enough knowledge to know that your interpretation is even correct.
So only if I have knowledge, I can read the Bible and interpret it. I can't miss.
Well,
I can't.
That makes sense. Can you
tell
read
me how I'm wrong?
Yeah. Can you read if you don't know the symbols?
Yeah. Okay. So because it's in English,
you read?
I was able to
can you answer that question? Manar, let's go ahead. I'm going to ask you once again.
Okay, I'll answer any question you want. Let me just read the verse, and after this, anyone that has any question can actually ask me these questions.
Before you read a verse,
but let me give you my evidence.
How is it possible that you have the capacity to interpret it?
I think Martae, I don't know where you went to a debate where you're not allowed to present evidence.
No, nobody said I present my evidence. You don't have to present evidence as long as you have a logical argument and a demonstration. If you can demonstrate this logically, like it makes sense. Like I understand that. Like he's asking a question, you're asking a question.
I don't know what his question means right now. Like he's asking me how do I interpret any words in English? I don't know. I internalize them and then I
right. But I think what Emmett's talking about is how do you go about this? What is your process of interpretation? But you're saying I don't know. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying I don't interpret it. I go and rely on the scholarly work that interpreted the laws of Leviticus,
which scholars,
and expanded on the Leviticus law. Okay.
If you're gonna do a fallacy of authority, give me the scholars.
No, I'm saying I'm not the one that interpreted it. I relied on the interpretation of Christian scholars.
Give me the scholars.
Okay, give me a couple. 1 second. So, are you denying Leviticus law? Are you denying Leviticus law?
I'm denying that you can interpret it.
Okay, for example,
I'm denying that I'm saying that you're too stupid to interpret it. That's the argument I have.
Jacob Milgram has an extremely detailed Bible commentary.
Milgram.
He has an extremely detailed Bible commentary where he sits there.
What are his credentials?
He will sit there and give you a small description of what he believes the story.
What are his credentials in according to Christianity that gives him any kind of authority on the topic besides he read it and make a bunch of words about it?
I'm just giving. I don't. Is this the debate right now? Are you like, or is
you
the debate?
You are bringing it to authority.
Is the debate? Can Christianity
you have to be able to show the authority.
Does Manar know how to read English? Like, what is the debate?
Is that the debate?
The debate is, does Christianity allow you to eat pork? What is your evidence Christianity allows you to eat pork? What is your evidence? You've been attacking my evidence. What is your evidence?
My evidence is that it has been accepted by the church for thousands of years. And
why?
We allowed it because
how do you prove that?
Because the church has authoritative power to decide how to interpret the scripture correctly.
And what if the church misinterpreted you've been attacking me the whole time.
It is impossible it is impossible due to the fact that we believe in Matthew 16. The church cannot be corrupted, and we have the Holy Ghost.
But on what authority did the church?
We have the Holy Ghost. We have the Holy Ghost serving over the church in allowance for it to be the correct.
But what authority? What authority does the church have to remove the Leviticus law from its foundation?
They have the authority given to them.
I know, but what was the claim? What was the claim? That Leviticus law is too old.
Do you know how the church? Do you know how the church authority is given?
Can you understand my question? Why was Leviticus law deemed unruly anymore? Why? What was the reasoning?
it would depend on the law and the interpretation, which again it belongs to the church, so the church can decide whether or not it's necessary or not.
So the church. So you worship the church.
We worship in the church, and who is the head of the church? Jesus Christ. Do you worship Jesus Christ?
So I'm reading here. Apparently,
I'm gonna ask that question again. No, Manar. You asked me if I worship the church. I said we worship God, which is
So
Jesus
here's my
Christ.
question: is
So since Jesus Christ is God and we worship Him, so we worship in the church, right? To God. Do you worship Jesus Christ?
No. But I can still make an internal critique about Christianity.
Okay, you
even if I
don't worship Jesus
their
Christ.
God. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to attack.
Yeah, you don't
So
worship God.
Are you part of the Christians that believe that only the new covenant should be accepted and not the old covenant?
No, it's holistic. It's all of it.
So the whole covenant should be accepted, right? Because the only argument that I can see that the church raised. Can I actually finish so you can attack me? The only argument that I see that the church raised was that there's, for example, another verse which is Mark 7:15 to all the way to 30. To 23, where it says that basically Jesus is saying you can eat whatever you want and this is good for you and everything. So based on that,
if Jesus Christ is able to go ahead and give us, the difference is what kind of laws is given to.
Yeah, but do you understand
system.
that the church removed is basing their ruling on eating the pork based on the new and the old covenant? They believe that they're only following the new covenant over the old. Is that a Christian belief?
That's not what we believe. I don't know if you don't
then
know the Christian belief.
Why are you only following the new covenant?
If you don't understand Christian beliefs and you have questions about it, you can ask the question instead of being a dumbass.
No, I'm showing contradiction. I'm showing a contradiction. I think I'm clearly understand what's happening and that there's a contradiction, because you just said Christians have to not only abolish the old law and follow the new one, but also adhere to the old law as well. But no, whenever I go into the idea. Can I finish my argument? Whenever I go into the basis on why are we not allowed to eat pork, why are we allowed to eat pork as Christians, it's because we tossed the old covenant, we forgot about the Leviticus law because of this new Mark 7:15 in the New Testament, which has completely been abhorrent. It's been manipulated. It shows the same verse multiple different times in the New Testament in different actual interpretations and in different showcasings. And so my question to you is, how is that not a contradiction as a Christian to claim that you follow the holistic
Are you going to allow me to answer the fucking question?
Okay,
or you're going to filibuster, you fucking retard?
I will allow you to answer. Let me finish.
Okay, you're asking the same fucking question 3 times. Am I going to allow me to answer the question or not?
Just so you know what the question is, how does the church claim that they believe holistically in all the Bible, but then pick and choose new covenants here and then old covenants there whenever they feel like it?
It's holistic. It's all of it. We believe that the law is Jesus Christ. So he comes in and he lets us and give us the idea of the Christian ethics, which is given to us by him, and it's imbued by his authority to the apostles, and then he creates the church, and the church is able to guide us in according to Christian ethics and not to a rigid law that it was given directly to a specific kingdom, which were the Jews. Okay, so in this case specifically, the church has decided that we can go ahead and eat it. Okay, and it's in accordance to Christian ethics, which we are under.
But that makes no sense. Read the fucking verse. Look what the verse says. Emmett, respond to me. Hello.
I'm going to allow 10 more minutes.
Give me 10 minutes.
Manar.
This is interesting.
Read the verse. Read the verse. Read the verse. Look what the verse says. The verse is saying that whatever you eat doesn't defile you. It's a lot of bullshit baloney.
Manar,
have you looked
are you
into
going to let me answer that? No, you're not going to. Okay, Manar, it's in accordance to your interpretation. So
that's what I'm saying. Why is this a good interpretation?
Yeah.
And why is this not a misinterpretation of Mark 7:15 what it means? But I misinterpreted Leviticus. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why are you picking and choosing?
What I'm gonna do is very simple. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you, how are you not that stupid? Okay, so you can tell me why is your interpretation correct? So go ahead, tell me, why do you have the proper interpretation and the church doesn't? Go on.
Because I believe that the church is defiling the Christian biblical law.
Right?
And actually, not all the churches follow this.
Manar, answer the question. I'm going to allow you because Emmett, you're kind of interrupting. Manar, can you answer the question that he just asked?
So yeah, why does the church believe that I'm the what is it? That I'm the one that's right and he's the one that's wrong, or I'm the one that's wrong and he's the one that's right?
So we can reiterate and go back to
why is the church
Manar, tell me how.
In Leviticus law? You tell me, why the fuck are they? You just contradicted yourself.
We're gonna go ahead and go
how
to
does
your
the church say that it's holistic and it
Why?
follows all holistic law and then it defiles
I don't think you're
Leviticus
listening.
law?
But Emmett, can you rephrase your question or restate it?
Yeah, of course. Look, it's very simple. The question has been the same since the beginning. How do you have the correct interpretation? How do you know you have the correct interpretation instead of the church? So go ahead and give me all of the steps you have in order for you to be able to read the scripture and get to the correct interpretation, please.
Yes, because it's insane that you're gonna tell me that. Can I fucking answer? Am I allowed to answer? It's insane that you tell me that Jesus is God, and then you say Jesus contradicting himself. Jesus says, I do not come here to abolish the old laws. I'm only here to make it clearer. And then you're going to go tell me, oh, this whole thing about the Bible telling you do not eat the pork, do not do this, do not do that. This is all bullshit because it's a singular verse. What a load of baloney. Nobody believes this. The verse is a misinterpretation. When you read it, it doesn't tell you you're allowed to eat pork. It literally, if you read it, and if you read it, you will interpret it as eating poison is good for you. That's literally what it says there if you read it. And he wants us to believe that church believes this to be canon law, and that we should believe in the churches that follow that.
Break time out real quick. I'm the moderator here, and I just want to ask. I want to ask Emmett a question, and then Menard, I want to ask you a question. Emmett, did he answer your question? And then Menard, I'm going to ask you a question. Did he answer your question?
Nope, he did not. He didn't give us any way that he could
hold on, I'm moderating right now. Menard, do you feel like you answered his question?
100%. Nothing outside of a person can defile them by going into them. That means that you can drink poison. Is Jesus telling you to drink poison? Is he teaching you to fucking eat tar? Does Jesus want you to defile your body with eating like leaves off of the fucking tree branches? What the fuck is this bullshit? Anyone misinterprets this as saying that now you can eat pork is a mental sick person. How did you interpret this as a? By the way, show me the proof that the church actually accepted Mark 17.
Show me the proof.
Show me the proof.
Show me the proof.
Well, Menard, that's what he asked you. He asked you how you can interpret this. Like I don't.
Well, I'm telling you, it's impossible for me to interpret this as get rid of Leviticus law, eat pork, and you can drink anything you want now. I can now interpret this. By the way, based on this Mark 7:15, why can you not drink wine? Why can't you just get fucked up on drinking alcohol all the night?
The entailment. He's asking you for the entailment, how you arrived at this conclusion. That's all he's asking. Just to Emmett, am I translating that perfectly?
Well, what I'm asking is a philosophical question, which comes with the knowledge of, and the idea is how is he even able to read it and get to the correct conclusion?
I know how to read English. Maybe for you it's hard because you barely speak English.
Do you know how to? Do you know?
Look, for you, you're surprised. Your English is like the fifth language.
He also, thank you for saying I speak like 28 languages.
Yeah, it's clear. You barely speak English.
The whole point, I know, the whole point is that he, even he agreed that the Shias and the Sunnis or whatever the Shiites are.
What does this have to do with the bit?
Well, they have different interpretation of their own fucking religion. And when I ask him about how is it possible that he can tell me...
How does Mark 7:15 not allow you to drink poison? How is Mark 7:15 not interpreted as you can drink poison and eat tar and whatever you want? Can you explain to me how Mark 7:15 is not misinterpreted as that?
It's not misinterpreted because it's under the church.
Okay, Mark 7:15 says nothing outside a person can defile them by going into them. He's saying this is why we can eat pork. I'm saying then why can't we eat also garbage? Why can't we eat trash? Where does it stop you from eating the trash can? Why is it only stop at the pork? Why can't I go and eat poison? Why can't I go and eat hamsters? Why can't I go and eat squirrels?
You do it.
If you're saying all Leviticus law is trash, now I can eat any animal that doesn't eat the cod and doesn't cut the hoof. Why am I not allowed to eat the bears?
You could.
Because in Mark 7:15, I'm allowed to eat bears now?
Yeah, you could eat the bears. Yeah, we do.
You can eat bears according to your law. According to Christian law, you can eat bear.
The problem is not the food, right? The point,
So you
the
can
whole
eat
idea
anything.
of
You can eat. You can
Manar,
eat. You can eat anything. You can
you
eat
can
anything you want, right?
you can
Emma,
eat the
according to
things that are
7:15.
necessary for you to survive. Yes,
Okay. Can you tell me
I
give
can
me
tell
this
you.
the actual no for real. Let's see if he actually has knowledge on this, because I don't think you have knowledge on this.
How
You're
about
claiming
you answer
that
my
you're
question
claiming
about how you even have
you're
knowledge for
making a
you to be able
claim.
to interpret the scripture
You're
correctly?
making a
How
claim
about
that
you
a
make that
singular
instead?
verse. Calm down. You're making a claim
How
that a
about
singular. I'm allowed to attack you. Oh my
Manar,
god.
can you answer my question? You haven't answered my question. Can you tell me how do you have the knowledge to provide correct interpretation of the
Because
Bible?
when I read Mark 7:15, it does not tell me
Because
now
of
I can
you?
eat pork. It does not tell me you can drink alcohol and wine and poison. It does not tell me any
Was
of
that
this.
my
It
question? I'm
actually
asking you. I'm not
showcases
asking
that
you
you
about one
misinterpreted Mark
verse.
7:15. It says here nothing outside a person can defile them by going into them. You and you're claiming the church as well. I've not seen evidence for this yet. You're claiming
Manar,
that this is the
gonna
verse
ask
that
you
made
once
the church
again
change it. I
because
have not seen evidence for this.
I'm
But
gonna
you're
ask you once
claiming
again
the
because you
church
really
and
don't
you
know.
changed. Can I finish? Can the people hear me?
No, you can't finish.
You're
Okay,
not allowed to talk while I'm talking.
yeah,
Nobody can hear me.
no, I know. So the
Can I
point of what
actually?
I'm asking,
You're the one that
I'm
wanted
gonna
this
rephrase
debate.
my question. I'm gonna rephrase
Oh
my
my
question because
god,
you are too dumb to
this is
understand it.
crazy.
So I'm gonna try it
How
again.
can anyone read Mark 7:15
Can
and say
you?
you can eat pork
I'm
now?
not.
Well,
I'm not asking about Mark.
Time out real quick. I'll pause the clock right now. I want I'm gonna let actually Manar start because I'm trying to be fair, firm, and consistent as a moderator. Manar, I want you to say what you were saying, and Emmett, rephrase your question. I believe you were gonna rephrase your question again. Manar, go ahead.
Very quickly, guys, 30 seconds. The guy claims the only reason the Leviticus law and why it's so clear defines from Leviticus 8:11 to 23 or a little bit further defines so clearly why what animals you should eat and not. He's claiming the reason this is not real anymore because of a New Testament law, and I'm assuming it's Mark 7:15. He hasn't actually clarified anything. I've asked multiple times what church, what actual verse. So I'm assuming it's Mark 7:15. He's not contradicted me because this is the only thing that it says to me that nothing outside of a person can defile them by going into them. I'm assuming this is what he's claiming to be the reason. How is this the reason? Yeah, you can now get rid of Leviticus. How did he not misinterpret the whole verse? If he's claiming about misinterpretation, now my question to him is, how is he not misinterpreting this verse as claiming that you can get rid of Leviticus and you can eat pork? And by the way, also on top of that, explain and expand on why is it bad for me to drink poison if I'm supposed to believe this to be canon law, to believe this is as divine law.
So two things,
How am I
Manar.
not allowed to drink poison? Explain that based on this verse.
Manar, hold on. Emmett, Manar, real quick, hold on. You both are talking past each other. I see what's going on. As a moderator, I can see this because I'm not in the middle of a discussion for once in my life. So what he's asking for is how you arrive to these conclusions, like your entailment, like what is the step process for you to develop this interpretation? And what you're asking is why this interpretation doesn't get thrown out, why you arrive at this. So he's asking a how you arrive at this, and you're asking him why he arrives at this. You guys are talking past each other. Let's get to one of these questions. I want to, and Emmett proposed this question first, is how you arrive. Let's get to the how you before we get to the why we arrived at this. Emmett, start again with your question again too.
Mushroom is going on timeout when he comes back here.
So before we go around and go into it, it's very simple.
2 minutes left, by the way.
Yeah, he's asking me about the interpretation. He's asking me, well, I have this interpretation of the Bible. Why is it wrong? And my question is way beyond it. Before you even get to any kind of interpretation, Manar, I need to know how is it possible that when you read the Bible, you are getting it correctly. So go ahead, tell me how is it possible that you can read it and get to the correct conclusions?
Because when I read Mark 7:15, it did not say anywhere referencing Leviticus law, proving that you're a liar, that you lied, and you never presented new evidence to prove that you're not a liar. And that's how I know that this is not a misinterpretation. Because I've asked you multiple times. I've asked you multiple times to defend this position. Can I answer? Can I answer without you talking over me?
No, I don't think you can. I think you're too stupid to answer the question.
1 minute left.
You're a trash debater. Come on my channel. Let me fucking expose you, you loser. You're a loser.
I think you're just too stupid to answer that question. I think your IQ is the same as your daddy.
You're a liar. You know you're a liar.
You know you should be eating
hold on. The debate's over.
No. That's for real, Martae, for real. His whole argument
hold on.
His whole argument is, how do I know that I didn't misinterpret my own evidence? What a mental case.
I will drop you in a second, either one of you. So here's the thing. I'll say this right now. I'm going to allow a closing statement, even though this isn't a formal debate. And Minar, I'm going to be good faith, and Emmett is a good friend, just to say that I'm not biased or anything like that. Minar, I'll let you go first with your closing statement. Go ahead.
Absolutely disgusting, embarrassing showcasing of very low IQ, very inexperienced debate behavior. Asks me questions, immediately starts interrupting me while I'm answering them. Has never ever represented any pieces of evidence for his claim why it's not okay to follow Leviticus law. Besides that, the church told him to, and I've actually asked him what church, what is the evidence, what is the claim, what verse did the church rely on. He has no idea. I don't think he has any knowledge on this. And then he keeps attacking me, claiming that his only attack against me is I misinterpreted my own evidence, my own verses that I brought for him, which are clear. And now I'm finally going to be able to read them for the first time ever. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying to them, speak to the people of Israel, saying, these are the living things that you may eat among all the animals that are on earth. And you tell me if there's any room for misinterpretation on this verse. Okay, guys? Whatever parts the hoof and is cloven-footed and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Nevertheless, among those that chew the cud or part the hoof, you shall not eat these. The camel, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, which is unclean to you. And the rock badger, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, it is unclean to you. And the hare, the rabbit, because it is chews the cud but does not part the hoof and is unclean to you. And finally, the pig, the fucking porcupine-looking fucking Emmett Count pig eater, because it parts the hoof and is cloven-footed but does not chew the cud, and it is unclean to you. You shall not eat any of their flesh, and you shall not touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you. Can anyone explain where the fuck is the misinterpretation?
All right, and that's time. You just happened to ended that. That was quite a bit of emotion on your end. Emmett, you have 2 minutes. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt him. Thank you so much, Martae, for allowing me to expose the complete dumbass. What I was talking, it was about epistemology and the idea that you cannot go ahead and get any kind of interpretation of a... What happened here?
Minar, he's got his 2 minutes. Just go ahead, Emmett.
So when I was talking about epistemology and the way that he can come to conclusions of knowledge, especially when it comes to interpretation of Old Testament, what we see, for example, in his own religion with the Shias and the Sunnis and the Shiites or whatever, they have different interpretation of verses because they can agree on things, because there are different interpretations of a text. The text doesn't have a mind. You are reliant on a mind to be able to interpret it. He says, me, like a fucking Satanist, that he can interpret it because he has the correct interpretation in his own arrogant little fucking mind, the 60 IQ individual like his daddy and mommy. So I'm not going to go ahead and destroy him even more than that. He already destroyed himself. He couldn't even understand the question. He couldn't even understand the question I was asking because he is that dumb. Thank you, Martae. Have an excellent one.
Okay, sorry, I had to mute you for a second, Minar. That was uninterrupted closing remarks. That was very interesting. That's why I had to allow this. I was actually going to leave, but both of you wanted to come up and debate, so I was willing to entertain this out of morbid curiosity more than anything else. I appreciate.
Yeah, this is just a test, Martae. Be ready. By the way, Cool V1C, you're on the block too. You're on the chopping block. Be careful.
You're on the
That's
block.
Crazy. That's crazy. You guys have huge egos.
Fucking Sandyman.
You guys remember where your origins come from. Without us, you have nothing. What are you? We're gonna watch you guys all day. You think you're Rob Noor? You think you're Rob Noor? We're gonna look at your face.
You come from the
what
700s.
The fuck? Hey,
Minar, hey, chill, calm down. Just calm down, Minar. Just calm down a second.
That's a taste, Martae.
700s.
Yeah, a taste of emotional diatribe. I don't need an emotional argument right now.
Well, flex a little bit with me. Flex.
I don't want to have to destroy you
What a
twice.
bitch.
We have a
What
debate.
a
Man,
So you're asking. Anyways,
all right.
I've entertained this enough. Anyways, it was entertaining while it lasted. Hopefully, my viewers got some enjoyment out of that.
Let me say one thing to Emma. You can go
for having the bravery and skills or lack thereof or whatever. I'm not talking about any specific individuals for showing up, and that was entertaining. And I appreciate both of you for showing up on my channel and
easy debate. Easy. Bring me more challenge. This is your best. Bring me better. Bring me your best next time, okay? Easy, Emmett. You can go F yourself. You're a loser, low IQ debater.
Oh
you
my
have no
God.
future in this.
Keep crying.
You have no future in this. Peace. You have no future.
I love your tears.
Interesting. Yeah, he had to go. That was crazy. I wasn't going to put up with it that much long. So this is what I have to look forward to, Emmett. You didn't even make him spurg out too bad. I try to be as firm, fair, and consistent as possible in this moderation. It was tough though, but
you did great. To be honest, I would probably have done worse than you. But he didn't get the question. Did you see that he didn't answer the question ever?
Well, no, that's why as a moderator, I was asking him if he could answer the question. I kept circling back to it. He never did answer a question, but also he rephrased questions. When you asked him a question, he then asked you a question, which was like the end of the entailment of the question that you asked, but absent the answer from him. So I totally understood what was going on. Both of you were talking past each other. You realize that, right?
Yes. Well, no.
Not he was to say that it's your fault or his fault. It's just, I'm just saying that's what was happening.
He was trying to get me to accept his interpretation. And my problem was that I needed for him to be able to tell me how did he get to that interpretation and how is it that I know that it's true.
Well, that wasn't answered. And I get that far, that he never really fully answered the question. He wanted the end of the entailment without connecting the dots. And that's what he wanted.
He wanted me to accept that he could interpret the Bible correctly. And I wasn't going to give it.
He wanted you to bite that bullet, and it's like there's no way we can bite the bullet without explaining it and going through the semantics of this, and I totally understand that. But to me, this gave me like kind of an example of what I have to deal with, which I'm not going to put up with that bullshit of not answering questions, things like that. He's going to have to, like, here's the thing that I would have done, Emmett. Well, I'm not telling you how to do things, but he's trying to be like a debate coach. You need to do this next time when you do this and argue off of Christian ethics. No, I don't have to destroy rhetoric, or I can use the logical entailment in an argument. He's telling me you should be more Christian when you do this. I'm like, a Muslim is telling me I have to be more Christian. This is so stupid.
Well, everybody tells us, right? Everybody can tell a Christian how to be more Christian, except the Christians, apparently.
Well, when you're the antithesis of Christianity, we had the Crusades. Who is at the other end of Christians? Oh, Muslims. So when we think about this, he's also trying to be a debate coach. When I've seen examples and demonstrations of his debate, he got kicked off of Rob Noor's. And this isn't me like doing a personal attack. This is just observation. Like anybody in my chat can go look and see that Brian, I forgot his name, the guy that debated Andrew Wilson.
Brian Shapiro.
Brian Shapiro ejected him from his debate, the call-in, and then Rob Noor damn near banned him. And then when I had the panel with him and Teriak, he started raging and almost tried to implode on that too. And then it's like when I see him in deconstruction, he raged and started doing it. Like it's crazy. Like, so I have to prepare myself for this.
You can see it at the end. At the end, I pretty much went on, asked the question again, and all he had to say about that question is, "You're a liar." Which is an at-home as the answer of the argument. It's like, well, I'm asking you how you can even get to a correct conclusion in accordance to your epistemology or the way that you get to knowledge. Well, let's he just was like, you're a liar. It's like, okay.
Let's say that you grant that it's not an ad-hom and you eat this. Well, he'd have to demonstrate how you're a liar. Can you demonstrate how I'm lying? Which goes back to the question that you asked. How do you arrive at this interpretation? You know what I'm saying? I would then circle it back to that. Like, okay, yeah, granted that I'm a liar. Can you demonstrate? Because that's a claim that he made. I wouldn't say that that's like a ad hom. I would say that that's more of a claim than anything else. If you are a liar, can he demonstrate how you are lying? Like I would do that. What I mean by that's what I would personally do.
What I mean by the ad hom is he's not answering with an argument. His argument
right.
is
I get that much. Yeah.
You're bad.
But that's also a claim, though. I'd say, okay, great.
Yeah,
you're making another claim. Can you demonstrate this claim?
And the thing is, I actually gave him a way for me to get to an interpretation as well, because he asked me the same question, and I gave him the whole idea. Like, I go to the church, and the church is all of these, and then it's all holistic. And then I was trying to get him to tell me how is he doing it. And there's no way that he can do it because they don't have the epistemological idea, and also they say that it's corrupted. So it's impossible to read a text that you think is corrupted and get a. It's like if you cannot get a positive from a negative, will be kind of like the entailment, right? Because you're trying to get the correct interpretation of something that is incorrect. That will be the idea.
Workademics brings up something good because there's like a distinction. There's like there can't be any day without night. There can't be rain without sunshine. We always need these distinctions, like polar opposites. And I think it could be polarizing to see me in a debate with this guy because I am pretty calm-headed. He says, Martae, this guy's your opposite counterpart, calm versus emotional. Emmett, I'll tell you this. I was on the job as a law enforcement officer, and I remember this one time this guy was going to assault somebody. I picked this guy up, and I don't know how this happened, Emmett, but his shoes were still on the ground, but he was off of the ground. I picked this guy up, and I literally, I wanted to stuff this guy in a trash can, but according to paperwork, I gently escorted this guy into the ground. No, he got crumpled like an accordion. But when I put him on the ground, I was calm as ever. And this guy came up. He used to work special forces. And he asked me, he said, Martae, you're not pissed? This guy tried to take a swing on you. Oh, it was me that was trying to he was trying to assault. And he said, you're not pissed off? I would have been mad and raging. And I told this guy, I said, do you have to get pissed off to take the trash out? Picture yourself getting mad, Emmett. Every time I got to take the trash off, I need to be raging when I'm taking the trash out. When I sweep the floor, I got to be mad to do this. We don't have to be emotional to perform a certain task or duty. But for me to body this guy in a debate, I don't have to be emotional. I can almost seem like an automaton, like Data from Star Trek or Vision from the Marvel Universe, like emotionless. All I need is logic on my side. That's it. But that's just my point. Good point, by the way.
Yeah, I think you're. I mean, you've always been like extremely collected and calm. I'm way more spurgy than you are, so I think you have a bit of an advantage. I tend to be way more.
It was entertaining, though. Don't get me wrong. You're pretty entertaining debaters. I'll say that.
I tend to be very more reciprocal when it comes to the whole idea of debating. He was like trying to make his whole filibuster for a while. I was trying to just calm him and pin him on that. But I think you did a great job as a moderator, to be honest. And yeah, thank you for having me on, as always.
That was my first time moderating, by the way. I've never moderated before.
Well, it was a very spurgy debate, so you probably got a little bit of fire under you. But you did very well. I think you'll do very well moderating.
I think there's a threshold to where we can allow like over talking, but when it comes down to like somebody not answering a question, I'm going to interject and say, okay, let's slow this down. Let's time out, things like that. I'm going to do that. But I think the best way, and this is to everybody else, I think, and this is me and my complete objective ignorance when I say this, not subjective. I know I'm ignorant because this is the first time I've moderated. I think, and maybe I'm wrong when I say this, Emmett, in order to be a better moderator, I think you would have to have experience as a debater. That, not saying that that's a necessary prerequisite for moderating, but I think you would be better as a moderator if you are a debater. Like, let's say if I'm a ref, but I played basketball before, I know what a steal looks like. I know what a home run looks like. I can then call this a foul or whatever it is better because I was on the inside, looking out as far as the inverse. So.
Yeah, there are. Being a good debater allows you to have ideas of when or what kind of moderation you have. There are like certain rules and regulations and other things to take into account. But yeah, absolutely. Like knowing how to debate will allow you to be a better moderator. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think having the tenacity and guts and courage to actually debate somebody who's the antithesis of your beliefs. Emmett, I'm not going to purport to ask what denomination are you or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that you're opposed to his belief system, which I needed to kind of see this a little bit magnified. And when I had both of you up, that's where the morbid curiosity came because, believe it or not, this was a bit of debate prep for me, and that's why I was going to allow this.
Yeah. Well, I believe in orthodoxy. I think that orthodoxy is the way forward for our society, especially when it comes to the whole idea of authority from the church, which is one of the reasons why I mentioned the church as the one that is that holds the authority over the correct interpretation. One of the reasons I didn't go directly into scripture is because I don't have a blessing to go on into debate the scripture. but I don't need to go on and get to the points of the philosophical ideas, especially in epistemology, which is how do you even know that you have a correct interpretation?
Kind of like what I did in my debate when work academics came up and I said I can't really dive down and do an exegesis on scripture because I don't have permission from the church. I'm just a lowly catechumen for now, and even if I wasn't, I still need permission from the church. Things like that. You would agree to that, right? That notion.
Yeah, you need for what I know, you need a blessing, and also most of the time you need to be under. For example, when J. Dyer is debating, he usually has Father Ananias and sometimes other fathers around him that can give him correct interpretation or authority or something to help him out when he's doing the different debates. So that's exactly why I don't do it. But at the same time, it's like I'm not going directly. I didn't go directly into the whole process. And part of the reason why is because I know for a fact that he cannot give me a correct interpretation. But that's why I asked him, like, if he said, "Oh, I'm gonna tell you of all these people I get interpretation for," and if he's gonna call for authority, I'm gonna question his knowledge of all the authority and why they have authority and power. And that's why he didn't like that either.
Yeah, that's true. I think that was very entertaining, and I think it kind of exposed a little bit for me to see during a debate. As you can recall, like, I don't know if you saw the debate that I had about bodybuilding. I didn't do too much of an exegesis, but also, if you also notice, Minar also said that I'm going to lose in the comments. He said, this is going to be bad for you and all this. And I was like dumbfounded for how he came to this conclusion for something that never happened, but he knows the outcome. Like, I don't understand that.
Well, it's like the agnostics, right? If you ever debating an agnostic, I'll give you a little bit of knowledge here. So agnostics say this: I don't know. Okay? And then the next claim is, but I know you don't know. And that's a full-on fucking contradiction, right? Like, I don't know anything, but I know you don't know anything. It's like, how do you know that? At that point, they're done. And they always make these kind of claims. It's like, oh, God doesn't exist. And it's like, okay, does God don't exist? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it exists. But I know you don't know either. How the fuck do you know? At that point, I'm going to grant you your ignorance, but you cannot make any claim of knowledge about what I know or what everybody knows or what anybody knows, right?
It's very funny because people will also pose like optics nightmares for people. People can then say things like, I bet you don't like... They'll like, let's say if somebody asks me a question, they'll say, does God know what gay sex is like? You know how I'll respond to that? I'll say, no, I don't know, but I bet you do. Like, so there's so many counters we could say. So it's like, we don't have to answer the question, and we also don't have to bite the bullets to this. But normally to somebody who isn't well versed in debate or even a counter or something like that, they would fall prey to an optics nightmare like that. Do you understand? Like, if it's my first debate and somebody asks me this, I don't know how I do. Like, but this takes a lot of time and experience to get better.
Yeah. Every time they attack you with like stupid hypotheticals too, it's like, well, you can. There's another thing that you can actually reject hypotheticals if they are completely illogical, right? You don't have to embrace the hypothetical view. One of the things that have been asked lately is, what if God wasn't completely real? And you have to. It's like, first off, in a logical sense, that to me that's an illogical. It's completely logical. It's unbased and in logic. It's not even possible logically, and they get very very mad. It's like, how can it be logical? It's like, well, you don't understand the process in which we construct logic as Christians, because for us God is logos. So you're denying the basic logical. You're denying logic at that point. It's like, what if logic wasn't real? I cannot make logical statements in that case, right? I cannot even entertain the hypothetical because it will be logical. So there's a lot of things that we can do and deny, and answers that are things that are completely relevant to. It's like, what is the relevance of it? God knows how do you feel when you're doing your cushy thing, whatever. At the end of the day, it's completely relevant to the idea. It doesn't matter.
That's awesome. Also, shout out to Miss D. Based AF, by the way. Speaking of which, husband inquired on how to become Orthodox today. Yes, another W. I love these W's. I think this is good. Emmett, I'm actually about to wrap this up. I've been at this for about 4 hours and 40 minutes, almost 5 hours here.
Mhm.
I'm going to wrap up because I am starving and I probably got to eat my like 6th meal of the day. I'm trying to get ready to compete again, which it's tough as hell to do that and then work a full-time job and then do debates and all this. So yeah, it's been fun having you up, man. I appreciate you, man.
You can do it, Martae. Before I leave real quick, let me do a quick shout out. I'll be going live in about maybe 20 minutes, maybe less. I'll be doing a giveaway for pixel art for a 300 celebration today. It's completely free. Just come up in chat. I'll find a way to make it interesting. It's just gonna be characters. So don't, if you want a gorilla or something like that, I'm not gonna make it, but I can make a small little character for you. So just come on for a moment at least, say hi and see if you can win a pixel art, and I'll send it to you. It's completely free, as I said.
So if you guys want to subscribe to Emmett's channel, where can they find you, Emmett?
It's Count Emmett in YouTube. I usually do art streams or a little bit of debate streams. We've been doing something that's called a slap counter. So we go with different either Reddit stories or different videos, and we just start giving them how many slaps do they deserve for the dumbassery that they done. And it's kind of fun. We did yesterday. We went through a couple, a lefty couple in Financial Audit, and they got 22 billion slaps. No way, it got all the way to the 44 billion slaps. So we're trying to figure out a barter way so that we can make the slap counter a little bit lower. But yeah.
Yes. So if you guys can subscribe to Emmett, let's get this guy above 300. This would be good. I know my channel's skyrocketing. I'm over 2K already, and it's going to hit 3K in no time soon. Then 4K, 5K. I'm going to hold a 5K party pretty soon as well too. We're all planning for that. I want to say Christ is God also to everybody that's subscribed, and also a little bit of, I shouldn't really, you know what, I'm going to say it anyways. There's a debate between me and Destiny in the works, and there's going to be a second run-in between me and him. And I look forward to that once that gets set up. That's going to be a banger as well, too. So he's probably one of the toughest debaters I've ever had. Not to mention, like the first time, I think Emmett, the reason why I'm saying this is because we had a debate review of my debate with Destiny on your channel. If you guys want to tune into that, that's also on his channel. And the debate with Destiny and me is on my channel as well, too. There's going to possibly be a second debate between us. The guy's vile, and I think that his rhetoric should be put to rest. So
I think you'll do great, Martae. You're getting a lot better in the debates. I saw your debate with Counterpoints, and Counterpoints' whole idea was his whole argument was, oh well, but I prefer to cut my balls than to say to my kids that this is wrong.
Yeah, that was crazy. I can't believe, like, I should clip that. It's so crazy.
Yeah,
I'd rather smash my balls with a hammer pin than be honest with my kids about revisionist history. Was a crazy wild. And I told him, I was like, wow, that's a crazy take, Counterpoints. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to get better at debates, and hopefully I am getting better at debates. I'll always be calm, cool-headed, and meanwhile, my detractor on Tuesday, I'm going to change it for Tuesday because I work on Monday. I don't know how we're going to do this, but I'm going to tell Speakeasy to change this. My detractor is going to be the opposite of calm, cool-headed. So
you're going to do great. Get him. Go get him, Martae. And thank you for having me on, as always, and thank you for the small debate. It was really fun.
Wait, hold on. Paige, you reviewed that debate too? Oh gosh,
yeah,
I gotta
get
some
review.
Feedback. I gotta get some feedback on how I did. I always like feedback, even if it's like criticism. Criticism is always good, man. I always take it on the chin, no matter what. Yeah, man. I look forward to chatting with you next time, Emmett. It's been a pleasure, man. But I'm gonna wrap this up. I gotta grab some grub.
Yeah, so it's been a pleasure.
I might have to take a shot after that, dealing with this Menard guy too. I don't drink, but I'm probably gonna have to do a shot. I need one after that. That's crazy. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later, man. I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm out of here. Christ is God, and may Christ keep you all. Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, Paige does have a YouTube channel. She has. I'm a subscriber, and when she has members, I'm definitely gonna be a member. And you too, Miss D. The based mods that I have. Yes, Emmett, thank you for the kind words in chat as well, too. Yeah, if you guys can, subscribe to Paige's YouTube as well, too. Paige, if you could be so kind to interject that into the stream so people can give you a follow, tell them where they could find you as well, too. Yeah, I definitely would love to hear this review about my debate with Destiny. I don't think Destiny ever answered because he never talked about the intention behind this, how it was an insurrection. I don't think he really answered the prompt at all. And that's the mainstay of the debate. There's going to be a second run-in with me and Destiny. The guy's vile, in my opinion. Maybe I wouldn't say personally because I don't know him personally, but his belief system in the aisle that he's on is vile. In the league of villains that he runs with, including adjacent counterpoints, same rhetoric. All bad. Yes, if you guys can follow Paige YouTube under Average Female Debater, the acronym of AVG is average, of course, for you slow people out there, slow boys in the chat. You guys follow, get the likes up and subscribe, not just to me, but people who outwardly support me as well, too. If you like good debates and content, please subscribe and like the damn video. If not, you're gay. I'll just say that. I know I keep sounding redundant by saying this again, but I will because Muslims exist, but Christ is king. Everybody in the chat, Wilkmoto, D-Fall, Miss D, World Radio, Paige, Reed, everybody else, Crusader, I know you're out there, and also Emmett and Manar, who may be stream sniping right now. Christ is God. May Christ keep you all.